live so we can get more people in here. But I appreciate you guys being here. We've got Beardsley. Thank you for being here. Good to see you. We've got Raven. Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna be playing Fortnite and like streaming it to Twitch and YouTube. So if you want to check that out, that's happening. So keep that in mind. If you hear like game controls and stuff going off, then that's like, yeah, that's me playing Fortnite. But yep. I'm here again. Doing my thing as usual. Wait. What's up? Hey. Thank you for the likes. I appreciate it. Thank you for the likes. Thank you. Thank you for being here. What am I going to talk about today? Obviously it's going to be like the topic, but yeah, if anyone's got any questions for me and you don't want to come on the panel, feel free to just like type your question in the comments and like I'll answer your question in the comments. But yeah, let me know. Streaming to YouTube and Twitch. YouTube and Twitch. But anything new? I don't really got anything new happening right now. No new discoveries. Except I learned something about the resurrection. I learned that there might have been witnesses to Jesus's body going in the tomb. That's like the only thing that I need to like look into, but no, nothing new really. I'm still agnostic. I haven't changed my position in that regard. Still waiting for like something to convince me to believe in the Christian God. Let me see. Make sure my computer's running optimally. Close that. But yeah, I'm still waiting for evidence of like, you know, why I should believe in the Christian God. I don't really see any reason as to why. I wish there was like a book that told me like all the prophecies that Jesus was supposed to fulfill. And some people say that he fulfilled no prophecies. I need to look into that because people keep bringing prophecies to me about Jesus, and I should probably be more prepared to answer those questions. Let me see. Oh, I mean, like, shoot, I could do research on that. I just typed it into Google, and I found, like, some sources. Apparently, Jesus didn't build the third temple. He did not gather all the Jews back to Israel. He didn't establish an era of worldwide peace. He didn't restore the Davidic throne. Shoot, I need to look into prophecies and, like, you know, study that, because Christians keep telling me that Jesus fulfilled the prophecies. And like, typically it's going to be like Jewish people who object to Jesus fulfilling the prophecies. So I might be looking into Judaism, and taking notes on that and being able to rebut that basically. What's up, Missy? But yeah, I gotta look
Why are
into
you
that.
talking about the Jews, Coco?
What's up?
Why are you talking about the Jews, Coco?
Oh, I mean, like, I'm friends with the Jews. I don't got no problem with the
Oh,
Jews.
okay. I was making sure. I was swiping through, and I hear you talking about the Jews, and I don't like that.
Oh no, like the only thing I was saying is like I might have to study Judaism because I just searched up like whether Jesus fulfilled the prophecies, and it told me like according to Jewish tradition. And to be honest, like I've met a couple of rabbis on here and they have issues with like Christianity and say like Christianity's kind of like
Yeah.
flawed in a sense, and it's like, you know, like I need to look at their objections is what I'm saying, and I could probably borrow them and use them when I'm arguing against Christians and see what their responses are.
So the paradigm of the Jewish people of not accepting Jesus Christ as Messiah, right? Because so these prophecies that are in books like Jeremiah and in Isaiah are pointing to a messianic figure. And so when you read them plainly, there are ones that say that he's going to be a suffering servant. He's going to be pierced for our transgressions. He's going to be crushed. Like it points towards what we as Christians believe is the fulfillment, that Christ fulfilled these things.
Yeah.
When you talk to Jewish people, they're going to say that it cannot be Jesus because their main objection is that in some prophecy, there's going to be an everlasting peace. And since the world's not an everlasting peace, therefore Jesus is not Messiah. And they also expected Jesus to be, or Messiah to be, a warlord-like figure, which was also their main objection to Christ in the time of the Romans, because they're occupied, right? Jerusalem's occupied by the Romans and they're under Roman oppression. So since Jesus didn't free Israel from the Roman oppression, they rejected him as well.
Okay. Shoot, I might even take notes on that tonight because, like, I searched it on Google and then it said everything that you said. I'm probably gonna add that to my notes. So, like, Christians typically come on my panels and say, like, Jesus fulfilled all the prophecies, and then, like, of course, people who are part of Judaism are gonna have like their objections to it. I probably want to learn those objections and see how Christians respond to it, and see if like it's bulletproof or
So if you want to see a high level version of what you're looking for, look up a guy named Sam Shamoun, SAMSHAMOUN, and he debates rabbis and uses all their sources and goes to the Hebrew and he shows them all this stuff. Like they debate the Trinity, they debate Jesus as Messiah, and he goes really in depth on all these arguments. There's like hour-long ones. Okay. So if you're interested in like a high-level version of what that would be, you'll see it.
Did you just call Sam Shamoun high level?
In my opinion, he's good at exegesis. Yeah. You can disagree with me. That's fine.
Christianity, it's a cult.
Heck yeah, it's my favorite cult.
Oh, okay.
He admits it.
I mean, we're all in a cult one way or another. You could be in a secular cult, you could be in a liberal cult, you could be a Republican cult, Christian cult.
Depends how you define.
No, I have my own independent beliefs.
Huh?
I have my own independent beliefs. I don't correspond with anybody.
Bro, can I ask you guys a question? You're like a high-level debater guy, Gambler?
I'm a high-level debater.
I'm mid.
Are you happy, dude, just arguing all the time? Does it fulfill you or does it just make you frustrated?
I'm not arguing. I'm just giving my opinion.
No, but I mean, when you go into a logical debate, is it frustrating for you to like? Are you fulfilled by it, or does it give you a frustrated existence? Or are you fulfilled by it?
Yeah, it's pretty stimulating, I'd say, to be in a debate.
Just for like the intellectual exercise of it.
It's just it's a stimulating activity. Yeah, I am the master debater.
You are the
master debater.
Nice.
Yeah, that's me.
Nice, dude.
I would agree, like, it's stimulating. I am trying to come to a conclusion on what I believe, but it has its ups and downs.
I believe in science. Not that I believe in it. I listen to facts and things that we can test and repeat.
Newton believed in God, and he also believed in science as well. So,
what God did Newton believe in? Do you know what God Newton believed in?
Huh?
Do you know what God Newton believed in?
He was I don't think he was a Gnostic. He ended up having some really wacky. He wrote a bunch of religious books, but I forget what his. I mean, he doesn't have exactly a Christian paradigm, but he still believed in God. I didn't say that he was a Christian.
He just thought that time began with God. He doesn't have any other belief in that.
Okay, but he still used the word God and said God exists.
Well, like he was very agnostic. He was like it.
But he believed in God.
I don't really know,
yes
but God.
Yes or no? Did he believe in God? Yes or no? Did he believe in God? Was he a theist?
I mean, I don't know him personally. But our text says probably.
Okay, so he was so even Newton, who discovered physics, was a theist. Is that a true or false statement?
He didn't discover physics. He just gave us Newtonian physics.
Well, he gave us Newtonian.
The relationship between force, matter, or mass and acceleration.
Okay, but the spirit of what I'm saying, in the spirit of what I'm trying to say, is that true or false?
With our current understanding, yes, likely.
Okay, thank you. That's all I'm saying. So I'm not. So just to claim that science is anti-God is, I don't think that's necessarily true, because there are plenty of high-level scientists who believe in God.
Okay, but scientists also separate their religious faith to their practices.
Yeah, of course. Because you can't put God in a test tube, right?
Well, that's not really what science is. But yes, your very dumbed down claim, yes, that is true. You can't really. Well, we have no evidence for him.
Yeah, I can't. It's nothing that I can prove to you.
It's a faith. You have a faith that this happened,
Yeah.
and you have no other backing for it.
Exactly. It's metaphysical. It's beyond something I can prove to you. It's something that you would have to come to the belief of or experience on your own from your own logical conclusion of your experience, you know?
Yeah. But in the meanwhile, we have 13 people in here. Thank you guys for being here. If you can, tap your screen, like the live, so it can help get me on the FYP page and get like more people in here. I appreciate you guys being here. I'm streaming Fortnite to YouTube and Twitch, so if you're interested in that, go check that out while I debate and talk to people. Today's Casual Talk Thursdays, so I can do 1v1, so I can do a panel. I'm kind of chilling. Don't really have a particular plan here, so.
You're a Renaissance man, dude. You do it all.
Are you Jewish?
Yeah, by birth, but I mean, I follow Christ. I don't like.
I'm Jewish by birth too. I had a bar mitzvah.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Yeah.
Mazel
tov.
Yeah, I didn't believe in God for a long time, but when I started investigating the logical arguments, and for me, I just ended up coming to God existing. And then when I looked into the claims of Christianity, to me, it's convincing to me. It's convincing to me. I can see why it's not to everybody, and after it was convincing to me, I had a spiritual experience that I can't explain beyond metaphysics, and it was an affirmation of the knowledge of my faith.
Yeah, what do you so actually this study came out today. It was from South Korea. It's from a South Korean university. These physicists actually observed that our universe expansion is actually slowing down for the first time ever recorded.
Interesting.
What do you think that's related to? Because that would correspond with the Big Bang Theory, and especially the elastic theory.
That's the first
the
thing
rubber
I thought
band,
of.
where it eventually would come back and close in on itself.
Yeah, that seems like it's like that's like, entropy. Entropy is occurring.
Well, it would be the opposite of entropy, because entropy is the continued randomness. So in using our entropy model, we actually would think that everything would eventually spread out. But we're seeing that everything is actually now slowing down. So there is a limit.
But wouldn't entropy be the loss of energy? So it would be like the loss of the ability for expansion, because you would run out.
It's not. That's more enthalpy between heat and. You're thinking more of enthalpy. That's more heat and energy. Right. You measure that in joules, but entropy is more random. You can think about it as in if you put like 10 oxygen molecules in a tank and you put them all in the middle of the tank, they will eventually all be as spread out as can be.
Yeah.
In theory.
Yeah,
that's more entropy.
Entropy also only applies to a closed system, not an open.
Well, we do hypothesize that our universe is a closed system technically. Like there is a limit to it. We just don't know exactly where it is.
Well, if it's Big Bang, it would be a closed system, right? Like
we think that there is some sort of constraint.
If it's not like if it's not a.
How can we come to that conclusion if like it's kind of like impossible for us to explore the limits of like space? Space seems kind of like infinite, you know.
To us, yes.
It's arguable.
You know, but think about it like this: if you put an ant in a massive warehouse, to them that warehouse is going to look infinite. You know, it's just all relative.
Oh, okay.
It's just so mind-boggling, because how can there not be something after it?
It is mind-boggling, and I won't understand it.
Ignorance.
I think it's something that we can't observe, because I think that it's something to do with the fourth and fifth dimension, which would be, time, or we relate time and gravity, and we don't really fully understand gravity yet. We know that it's an attraction between two masses, but we don't know exactly what happens We know that has something to do with some of the subatomic particles and atoms, but we don't know exactly what.
Reality.
I'm stealing your table, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Table.
No.
The fact that
Very square.
what blows,
Oh, nothing. I'm just borrowing something.
the fact for me, what blows my mind is just
What are we talking?
the complexity of reality, that we can look at it and analyze it and relay it to one another, and to explore it to the depth that we can and understand it to the depth we can. It's just so, for me, that makes me think that that's God. You know what I mean? That
No, I mean, I understand like the whole premise behind God. Like there has to be something, right? There has to be a someone that had made all this. There's no way this happened naturally.
Well, I disagree. Wait, how are you coming to the conclusion?
Well, no, I'm just saying like that. That's a common viewpoint. I'm not saying that's my viewpoint. I'm just saying that that's a common viewpoint that I think honestly is, you know, like it's harder to say like, oh yeah, this could happen naturally. And I think we discover more and more things each day that would prove that it happened naturally. But the one thing that I find most fascinating is if you guys ever seen the Human Genome Project. You guys know what that is?
Yeah.
I'm familiar.
They mapped every single nucleotide in the human body. And you can compare it. It's a free government website. You can go on nih.gov or whatever it is. Look up Human Genome Project. And you can compare like the exact sequences to any other species that we know of. Because there's like millions of species you can do. And I compared ours to like a chimpanzee. And it is crazy how similar they are. And it is crazy like how we can literally make this code. We know every single little code that makes us human.
I think
it's bizarre.
I actually have heard about that, and it kind of has to do with like evolution.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's used to relate the common ancestry of living things, and you know how we're all genetically like the thing that with evolution that I guess bothers most theists is that although we have a fossil record with big gaps, right, where we can infer that it looks like this animal went to this animal, the high level we call them biochemists say to make a new trait that is stable and can actually pass on is like 10 to like the 196 something power for one trait.
I don't think that's true at all.
Stable. Huh?
That's not true at all, because the reason why me and you are different people is because we have different traits.
No, but I mean like a brand new, like not all genetic variation, but like a whole new thing. Like a whole new, like you used to be a two-legged animal, now you have four legs.
Well, that was the occurrence of not one thing changing, but several million things changing over several million years.
Yeah, but that's the hypothesis, but we don't have proof of that, right? We don't have we can't recreate that.
Well, we can see what made those changes happen.
We can
and
infer.
We actually have a lot of evidence to say that, because you can look at, if you wanted to talk about bipedalism, from four-legged animals to bipedalism, I've actually have dissected a cat recently, and you can see, not like just out of my own free time. It was
I was going to say for your own pleasure.
But no.
Dang, man, I was like, get some context before
they have every single bone that we do. It's just the bone structure of us is slightly different. We have slightly bigger pelvises. We have a more arched spine. We have more defined. You can see slightly different. We have slightly femurs and
Hold on,
tibias.
wait. Why did you dissect the cat?
For pleasure. Don't lie.
Stop.
Don't lie.
Alright, for a course I'm in.
Oh,
For an
for a course? Okay. Probably like college.
Deviance. For deviant behavior.
I mean, I can show you like some pictures. I don't know how like.
But the thing is that when you talk,
It was unintended comedy. It was real. It made me chuckle. The way you delivered that was just so dry, and I was like, I was just not ready for that. So
Yeah.
that was great, bro.
like
It's
actually
pretty cool though. I mean, you can
open
actually buy them online. You can buy a dead cat for like $150.
Oh, you got a dead cat guy.
Yeah.
Got a dealer.
I'll give you
If
one.
you really want to.
Is that cats and humans have similar skeletal structures? That's what evolutionists call homology. But similarity doesn't automatically mean shared ancestry. It can also mean shared design, especially if those structures perform similar functions.
Well, I'm not sure.
Well, you have to remember that we're all land vertebrates. So we did evolve to, we have
structures, you know, we start off in the water and we have to have gills and we have to have those
But these are all
systems in order to have gills. And
But these are all inferences, right? Because we don't have a direct proof, right?
We kind of do. We have a lot.
No, we do. There are still organisms today that have both gills and lungs. There's something called lungfish, and it is a observed thing, and those fish actually have lungs.
Yes,
No, I mean,
nobody
like, we don't
denies
have-
microevolution, but macroevolution is something that's never been observed over in any of our lifetimes.
Yeah,
Because
but we have a lot of
macroevolution takes
evidence
millions of
for
years.
it.
It relies
What do you
on
mean by
fossils with
macro?
gaps. It's fossil of the gaps right there. It's mutations that destroy more than they build, and blind faith that chaos produced complexity.
No, we don't.
We have lots of
Wait,
evidence.
you
for it,
know,
though.
you guys know what endogenous retroviruses are?
We've caused it.
Yes.
Wait a sec.
What's your name? Gambling. You know what endogenous retroviruses are?
I know retroviruses are. I don't know the other.
Yeah. So you know how like they
Endogenous,
kind of
like,
prove evolution of like
Well,
humans?
the retrovirus is based on that inserts, you know, a DNA into the RNA genome of the. Well, it has a DNA copy, inserts the RNA genome into the host cell, and then it's like HIV, and then it eventually
Yeah.
activates if it
So
does
yeah,
that.
so humans and chimps share like 12 retroviruses in like the same spots in our genomes. So that would not be possible if like we weren't related to another, or like related to each other from another like species.
I don't see how you can make that claim that it wouldn't be possible. We could share similar traits if we all have the same creator.
No, it's
Yeah.
if you no
Yeah,
like
God
an
explains everything. It's a
an
panacea.
endogenous retrovirus, right? Right,
Oh,
it's
okay, that's
basically
not real because androgynous.
Wait, let him finish.
right. So basically, right, the endogenous retrovirus, right, when it like infects a species, right, it can insert itself into the genome, right. So when it inserts itself into the genome, when that animal has a baby, that virus basically shows up in the genome, right. And so when you have time and time of reproduction, and then you have the descendants of the ancestors, you're gonna show up. You're gonna see the history of the endogenous retroviruses. So basically, us and chimps, right? Not only do we have 12 of those, right? We each have them in the same exact spots in our genome. So yeah, I'll say that's pretty big.
Another thing we can
evidence.
look at too is mitochondrial DNA, because mitochondrial DNA does not change at all, because you inherit the exact copy of your mitochondria from your mother. And we can trace back mitochondrial DNA to several different ancestors that are also almost identical, down to like a few hundred base pairs.
Yeah, I've heard about all of this. In regards to like evolution, yeah, it's a very well substantiated theory. Wait, by the
Trying to
way,
find a. I'm looking at a website right now. I'm trying to compare. There's a website you can use to compare the different sequences of DNA between different species, and I'm going to show you, because we can sequence them, and you can do it yourself for like a few $100 if you really want to. I've done it myself. It's pretty cool.
Also, wait, really quick, Oba Mason, you're Vizzy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I knew it. Like, I was like, I hear that voice. Hell yeah, man. Good to see you.
I'm good. I've just been busy a lot lately.
I feel that, bro. Life be lifing.
Yeah.
Sometimes getting on TikTok is exhausting if you do it all the time and you're constantly debating people. I feel like it's kind of I get it's like what you do, Coco, but I'm sure at some point you're kind of like, some days I just don't want to do that, you know?
Bro, like, you have no idea, bro. Like, bro, okay, I don't want to depress you guys, but like...
No, I feel like a lot of people are like, it's a depressing life almost to always be in conflict.
Joy, intellectual opposition.
I don't want to pour my mental health issues on you guys, but yes.
We're here for you, man.
I was gonna say, Coco and me are relatively new friends, I would say, but hopefully I've not brought too much conflict to my new friend's brain when being on his panels.
No, I think you've been very healthy. You're probably one of the more intellectual Christians. Yeah, like, even though
Appreciate that.
yeah, like even though I'm a non-believer, and there are several Christians on this app that I hate, and they spread misinformation, and I bash on the Christian God. I have I could suggest to you like atheist creators that are very good that you can like even though I'm creators, Christian creators that I think are very intellectual that you can check out. And yeah, like it seems as if Gary, you know what you're talking about. Bought by Blood is another person that's very good with Christian apologetics, exploring reality, inspiring philosophy. Dan McClellan, of course. Other people would include.
Inspiring philosophy is pretty dishonest, though.
Oh, you think so? Like, inspiring philosophy gets into like back and forth videos with Dan McClellan and other Christian creators. And
yeah,
like,
Danny, did you see the debate with Danny and him?
I haven't seen that one. I've seen like Danny was debating Kay some other day, and that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, so Danny was debating inspiring philosophy on the Trinity, and Danny like basically cooked him on the Trinity. Right after, inspiring philosophy blocked him, and that was like their first interaction, and Danny wasn't even like hostile or anything like that.
Damn. And also like yeah, like Danny has debated like John Steele, and I'm not sure about John Steele's content, but like I have to check more of it out. That's the only thing. Wait,
yeah, Danny and Big John Steele are like the Batman and Joker basically.
Yeah, John Steele's a really nice person. I think
yeah,
he's a good character. I went on his live and like debated him once, and it was pretty cool. Because we were talking about like Charlie Kirk, and his topic was what's a reason to hate Charlie Kirk, and I was gonna go into things like certain policies he pushed were not really the greatest, right? Like Charlie Kirk said that we shouldn't have like school lunches.
Yeah, he said we shouldn't be celebrating Juneteenth, which is like the freedom of slaves. Yeah.
Yeah, and he also said like we shouldn't have school lunches. Children. And he's Christian, right? And like one of the big things of Christianity or in the Bible is to like feed the poor, or like, you know, give to the poor, help people who are impoverished. And he said like in America we don't have a starvation issue. And like, you know, I was arguing like technically, yeah, we don't have kids like dying of starvation on the street like it's Africa, but we do have an issue of people living in impoverished households and not getting enough food to eat. And there's a huge issue of like food malnourishment in the United States of America. And so at the very least, right, we pay taxes to, sorry, I don't want to get into politics, but we pay taxes to our government, and they spend it on bombs to go bomb like Palestine and stuff. At the very least, they could feed children who can't afford to eat, right? Like I don't see why we can't at least make sure that they have like one meal a day. You know what I mean? Especially from a Christian country or Christian representatives. And also another thing is that we have studies on how like food malnourishment causes kids to perform less well in school. Like not having food, being hungry actually affects test scores. And so we want our kids to like be educated to succeed when it comes to testing. Why can't we at least make sure with our tax dollars that like, you know, they get at least one meal? We're not even talking like not talking about 2 burgers, just 1 burger, 1 chicken, 1 pizza, and a drink a day, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't really make sense to me. Yeah.
And he also said, remember when he said, if he sees a black pilot, he's gonna be like, oh, I hope they're qualified.
Yeah, and then there's another thing. So that's
well, that was in regards to DEI. So
yeah.
I think one of the fundamental problems that you have with a faith-dwelling individual, and also who is someone who's like a Christian or like a nationalist, is that when you apply Christian to the word nationalist, you end up changing fundamental doctrine about what Christianity would be teaching in a specific scenario. And when I always see someone like Charlie, who claims to be a Christian, but also, in my opinion, espouses a couple of values that are just not Christian ethical values, in my opinion, based on the text. One of the things that always screams at me is like the book of Colossians. I don't know how many believers are on the panel, but if you look at the book of Colossians, Paul is writing to this church about you can't have Jesus plus something. You can't do empty traditions and whatnot. And so when I look at this, I'm like, I just feel like it's missing a huge line of argument that's also in the Bible. Like, hey, you can't apply your philosophy onto nationalism and expect your doctrines, beliefs, and outcomes to all line up, especially when it comes to scripturally stuff. That was always my biggest contention.
Yeah, and
So I just found that thing else. So I compared the. This is just a chimpanzee to a Homo sapien. This is just some random ass gene I clicked on. I zoomed all the way in. There's only one difference right here. Only one single difference this entire line. It just shows you like how close together we really are. And this is just some random. I clicked on the X chromosome on some random gene and zoomed all the way in. And there's only one difference that I can find.
Yeah, for me, I do hold to like evolution. We have indigenous retroviruses. We have like similarities between species. I think it's pretty hard to deny like evolution.
How do you explain irreducibly complex systems?
Yeah, and like earlier, you guys were talking about like, do I ever get tired of this app? Yes, there are Christians who spread misinformation about like evolution, and like it's just really awful because like people are trying to educate people, and then certain Christians. Like,
But what's an example of misinformation about evolution, Coco?
Saying evolution's not true.
Yeah, so when they say like there's no evidence for evolution, I would say like no, we have fossil records, we have retroviruses,
Genetics, embryology.
yeah, like genetics, embryology, like it's a very well like established like theory, right?
But
So,
if I say that we don't have complete proof of macroevolution occurring, right? Like
Okay, so-
we have
Yeah, but like complete proof is just like not a good term to use though.
yeah, and also like I didn't say anything earlier, but like I have friends who are scientists, and like Mitch the scientist, and like some other people, and like I forgot who told me this. It probably wasn't Mitch, but they told me that macro and micro aren't really used in the literature. It's just like evolution. So like basically evolution would just be small genetic changes over time, and so if you were to
Frequency over time.
yeah, and like there's no like micro or macro, it's just all evolution. And like if you were to compare like species just and just all evolutions apart, you could see like mass differences, but if you compare it generation by generation, you see like small differences. So the small differences add up.
But this is the problem that we have, Coco, is that we don't have a complete fossil record where you can show me step by step how this animal became this, which we should have.
But we do.
We don't need to
Yeah,
though.
absolutely
Wait.
do. You're just not looking at the right resources.
We do.
Wait.
We have that.
I feel like he expects there
So
to
you
be
have a
like that.
complete line of evolution to show me this turned into this, turned
Yes,
into this,
phylogenetic
turned into
tree.
this.
Phylogenetic tree.
Could you possibly pull up an article on it? I know we do have.
Yeah, I can show you I can show you a complete one.
Yes, I'm just saying, like, if it's all microevolution, then show the macro results, because small changes don't build new blueprints, you know? Like 1,000 tweaks to a dog don't turn into a dolphin.
Well, it depends. Like different genetics evolve differently, right? So like
But I
essentially
want you to
we all
show
started
me
with a
one
Wait.
animal from a different animal.
I disagree with. Hold on, I disagree with the characterization of 1,000 tweaks don't turn a dog into a dolphin. I think you're fundamentally misunderstanding what a degree of difference does over long periods of time.
Like
So, like for
billions.
instance, as a baseball player, right? I was a pitcher growing up, right? If my angle of release is 1 degree off over a double the distance, I'm going to be 50 to 100 feet off the mark, not just mere inches. I think that's kind of what they mean by the small changes over the long periods of time have a huge degree of difference.
No, I think that might be a equivalence fallacy, because we're talking about one creature turning from something into a completely different organism, you know, from one animal into another. We're not talking about
kind versus
moving
kind.
forward in a baseball field. We're
Wait,
talking about
so-
two completely
Soldier.
different.
Hold on. So think about this, right? So you have a single-celled organism, and like let's say like a single-celled aquatic organism, and let's say that like it's gonna have like 10 offspring. Now all 10 of those offspring different genetics, and they're gonna evolve differently, right? And so like this is just going to be like a family tree, right? So you have one singular cell, it has 10 offspring. Those 10 offspring are going to have 10 more offspring. And then eventually over time, tiny changes in the DNA lead to us having like creatures that can breathe underwater and walk on land. And all those children are going to like branch into different like offsprings. So one offspring is going to be like the family tree for like the alligators. One offspring is going to be the family tree for the otters. one offspring is going to be the family tree for penguins. One offspring is going to be for like different things, and they're evolving differently. Like all genes and genetics don't evolve the same and produce like the same or similar, but not the same exact features. And so essentially you do that for billions of years, and like, yeah, you're going to get a wide amount of like different animals with different genetics, billions and billions of years. That's a shit ton of time with like different biomes.
Well, first of all, that's first of all following the assumption that the Earth is billions and billions of years old.
I mean,
we know that. We know it is. We can do carbon dating.
Yeah, look, I'm a believer like you, my friend, just so we're on the same page. Like, I'm a full-on Bible Christ follower, but I think the Earth, I think the data totally tells us the Earth is extremely old.
It's 4.5 billion years old.
The what tells us that?
We can do.
I just said the data, but I mean, we can use carbon-14. We can also use isotopes data. We could use microwave.
Half-lifing is
radiometric dating is also radiometric dating is also shown rocks to be two completely different ages. So how can we trust radiometric dating to say that the Earth is billions of years old if it
just measure the decay rate?
If it dates two rocks that are from the same period, two different ages, that's not trustworthy.
Yeah, because not all rocks are from the same age, right?
We just have rocks that are older than others. We measure the oldest rock that we observe here.
No, we tested rocks that are from the same geological area. We're not testing two different rocks that came from two different time periods. We're testing two rocks from the same time period.
It can be from the same geological area.
Two different time periods. That's not possible. And then also when you take the mammoth, we dated the mammoth, and the bones came out to be younger than the actual skin. So how does that work? How do we trust something that gives faulty results?
Ignorance
Wait,
is
what do you mean the skin? We have no mammoth skin to base it off of. There's no such thing as mammoth skin that's preserved. It would have decayed.
Mammoth skin would have decayed, and
it would have easily.
Wait, don't we have mummified mammoths?
Yeah, I was like, we have that from the Younger Dryas event.
I don't think we do. I'm gonna look it up.
No, we absolutely do. Randall Carlson.
We have one with
Yeah, I think Professor Randall Carlson has an extremely detailed coverage of the mummified, back on their haunches, as he calls them, mammoths that we have from.
Yeah, we have one with skin and hair and
I'm pretty sure
ears.
we do. Yeah.
Interesting, but
we have one.
On top of that too, but
species.
aside from rocks, you have monolithic structures that we've found that date to about 10,000 plus years ago.
Yeah, that's it.
Plus years ago.
Yeah, that's it right there.
Yeah. Also, there are people who read the Bible and they think that the Earth is 6,000 years old, but yeah, we've dated rocks to be older.
There's nowhere in the Bible that says it's 6,000.
And also, I think
humans have been around for longer.
I think carbon-14 has a shelf life of 5,700 years.
No.
But here's the phylogenetic tree you're asking about from Homo sapiens. We started Homo erectus. This was the first Homo taxa species. And we have the whole tree right here. This is the study if you want to look into it. It's called The Origin and Evolution of Homo sapiens.
Yeah, I mean,
and they base off these different figures of skulls.
I mean, if you think about it, right? Whales, for example, right? The way they die, right, the way whales die is that they drown, right? So it's clear that they're not originated from the ocean, right?
No, they do. They just evolved to have their vertebrates. They have lungs.
So they literally drown because they can't. When they die, they drown, right? Because they can't swim up because they're too old, and they just
And what about it?
Yeah, it's just clear that they're not originally from they're not originally from the ocean, right, man?
They absolutely are.
Yeah.
Lungs we evolved our lungs in the ocean, and there's plenty of evidence to say that.
I mean, you know what I mean? The whales, right? They were on land before they got to the ocean.
No, they were not.
Wait,
they weren't?
Because they are very much evolved from lungfish, and lungfish are still around today, and those were the first species that evolved lungs in the ocean.
Whales are from lungfish?
Well, they have ancestry from them. These species right here, they actually have lungs. These are
but whales. Okay, so if you go way back, right? So it was aquatic fish that came on land, evolved into mammals, and then the mammal, right, that was like what the whales evolved from, went to the water and evolved into whales. Would you agree?
Oh, that's what. Okay.
Really
Yeah, that's what I'm talking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But hey, wait. A believer in evolution. I really do want to I want to help it. Like I feel like this is an education moment, not necessarily a debate moment. Like evolution, I feel like he can come like soldier. I feel like you faith, but like within the realm of evidence that we have to support this claim, it is very verifiable to be a fact of how our world works and how God, in my opinion, how God's creation works.
Well, see, I'm not saying that I don't believe that there's evidence to support evolution. I'm saying that I just don't find it, or a lot of it, to be conclusive, right? So one of the evidences against evolution is the irreducibly complex systems. You know, if you have an amoeba that have to have every part in their system to be able to function properly, how do you get how do you get creatures that were able to eat before their throats were fully formed, or were able to digest food before their digestive tracts were even formed?
The same way
cells digest food before their digestive tracts were even formed.
The same way cells do it.
For millennia. And millennia. Like literally cells, they're able to absorb energy for different functions, whether it's light from like plants or whether it's from osmosis for water. Like
glycolysis is relevant in all cells.
Yeah.
No, that still doesn't explain how
frogs.
That still doesn't explain how
oh my god,
each system has to be in place.
Dude.
Oh, she's in mud.
If I'm one, let's not do the talking over. I was just trying to say, if you look at frogs, they actually absorb nutrients and such through their moisture through their skin.
Exactly.
So mouths aren't necessary for such things. Even we, to an extent, absorb things through our skin.
Absolutely, we absorb lots of medication through our skin. Other organisms absorb oxygen to their skin. They absorb nutrients to their skin.
We still apply lotion as a species.
Yes, but our digestive tracts were evolved.
Honestly, my diclofenac, that's Voltaren stuff over the counter. That stuff is amazing for my back. So, and it's just a topical cream that you put on that is like works like a miracle.
All right, let's hear Soldier's response to this now. If he's not permanently muted.
Soldier, you have to unmute yourself. You got muted because you were talking over.
Sorry, Soldier. But go for it.
It's all right. Don't worry about it, guys. I'm not upset in any way. I enjoy respectful dialogue also. So, but I apologize. I was looking something up. You'll have to repeat what you want me to respond to.
It was a group discussion to kind of help you further on your answer about how cells absorb nutrients. We talked about how the frog still absorbs nutrients through their skin, how many species in our record did not require a mouth as well for periods of time, that is good evidence to show that you did not require a mouth in order to gain nutrients. Of course, the entire plant life that has that as a fact.
If you want to really understand how we developed our mouths too, you can look at embryology, because in the first trimester of birth, we're almost every single species, like every single vertebrate species on Earth, it's exactly the same. And you can look at the gastrulation cycle, like in toilet real quick, and it's very similar.
That was a terrible, like, I was bad on a bad synopsis, but I was just trying to help him get caught up.
Yeah, no, but like this is, so we have something called the blastula. When you have your fertilized egg, you go from the morula to the blastula, and then eventually, once you implant the epithelial lining, you get the gastrula. And you develop these different chambers. You have the ectoderm, which makes like your skin, your and your nervous system. You have the endoderm, which makes like your musculoskeletal system, and then you have finally, the mesoderm, which makes that, and the endoderm on the inside that makes your digestive tract. And right here at the bottom, this blastopore is where your anus forms. And this cavity right here, after a few days, you start to develop your digestive organs on the inside. And this is how a lot of species used to do it as well, because they had this cavity on the inside of their body where they had these where they would absorb other organisms, and they developed systems over time through evolution and allele changes to make structures that better and more efficiently broke those down. And we can see just kind of the bare bones example in our own development. You know, we were all like this at one point. If you look at this, it kind of will explain to you how we got to this point. And you can go through the steps of this as well. I mean, I can show you that as well in our diagram. Let me find one real quick. But that one also will show you how it works.
What a beautiful design God did. What a
That's
great...
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Liars like you claiming evolution on beautiful design work.
I wouldn't say.
Whoa!
What a beautiful design.
God designed the evolution.
I would say it's not designed. I would disagree.
Oh, it's designed.
It's very inefficient. A lot of stuff is very inefficient.
And evolution is dead. It's dead. It's just stupid. What is that? Evolution of the cosmos idea?
I don't even know what you're talking about. We're talking about the evolution of animals.
That's why you guys don't know anything about physics. You're trying to...
All right, let's hear the brother out.
You're trying to bamboozle people that don't know anything about biology. You're trying to bamboozle them people. But when it comes to physics...
What's Newton's second law of motion?
Physics, real science,
dude,
none of this crap holds up.
What's Newton's second law?
First off, dude.
Losers.
Beat me to it, Coco.
Wait, hold on.
Oh.
You don't even get to ask me about
We
anything.
got a mute cuck.
No, my dude, you don't jump on my panel and I mute you and you unmute, you dumb fuck. Like, how do you join the conversation and not know what the fuck we're talking about? And literally, you came up here to criticize evolution and talked about physics, you dumb fuck. That's two different, like, fields of science. Fucking idiot. Like, what are you on?
That was wild. That was so crazy. Holy crap.
Don't let him take you out of your peace, Coco. Don't let him.
I really wanted him to calm down just so I could actually try to hear his position, but I didn't. That was crazy. That was crazy.
Yeah. But here's another example. So, you know, if you were to look at exactly how a small intestine or your large intestine, your colon, all these structures work, they're basically just a bunch of small folds, just a ton of small folds that also absorb food. It's just like old creatures that absorb food through their skins. We do the exact same thing. It's just in a much bigger process that we don't see physically.
Yeah, but we're already complete. These aren't like systems that are being built, or we're talking about systems that are already being built. We're not talking about systems that are, according to yours, not fully complete.
We're not.
Well, but other organisms, it's just a different structure of it. Those organisms are complete too. You know, bacteria, I'd argue, are more complete than we are because they've been around for much longer and they can survive in much harsher conditions, and they're probably going to outlive us too. So I would actually argue that the prokaryote is a better system than the eukaryote based life.
If you're going to redefine what if you're going to change what a bacteria actually is and say that, do you agree that with irreducibly complex systems, do you agree with that idea?
What about it?
Do you agree with it? Do you agree that systems like in any creature cannot function unless all the parts are there? Like if you have your heart, of course you're not going to be living if you don't have
I disagree. You can function with missing a lot of your structures.
Well, I guess we can talk more so specifically when we're talking about amoebas. Say it again.
Hang on, soldier. What were you saying? Go, Garrett.
Yeah, I was saying, I was supporting the against position there. I mean, I can absolutely be missing entire limbs. I used a funny term. I said I could be Darth Vader and still be technically alive.
I mean, you can be missing your gallbladder. You can be missing part of your liver. You can be missing kidney. Like you can miss a lot of things.
The gallbladder.
People paraplegics are missing arms.
Your liver takes over the function of your gallbladder after it gets removed. My gallbladder was dysfunctional and had golf ball sized rocks in it.
I made a mistake, guys.
Every single time I ate anything containing any sort of fat content that would require bile,
I'm sure if you had plants,
we learned from it.
Yeah. Any type of fatty foods like French fries, milk, anything. like that, I would I'd be fine for 11 hours, and then on the 11th hour, I would inevitably feel like I was being punched in the stomach while also being punched in the kidneys at the same time. It was horrible. I don't recommend it.
I agree. I mean, I know people who have had gallbladders out, and it's not fun.
Well, I think,
but this right here is.
The whole point, liver takes over.
Okay, so it says irreducibly complex means a system only works when all its parts are present. Remove one and the whole thing fails. Like think about a mass-trap, a car engine, or a bacteria.
You don't listen to other people when other people talk, do you?
Yeah, oh no,
we just gave you several examples of that.
No, it's totally cool. Like one of the reasons I don't really believe that we were designed is the fact that like we have like useless organs like like
appendix.
Like wisdom teeth is not really an organ, but like
wisdom teeth, appendix, part of the cecum.
Yeah, and then also like you guys do realize that 99% of the species that have ever existed have gone extinct because they were like incompatible with like their biomes, or because of just like predator-prey situations,
or the six mass extinction events.
Yeah, and also like I mean typically evolution, right? Like they have traits that won't allow them to survive. So I don't think they were like designed. Evolution shows that there's a lot of mistakes randomly being made and going out of existence in order to get to the species that work today for like, their environments.
That's why I'd argue that prokaryotes are the most complete species, because they were the first ones here and they're still here and they're probably the last ones here.
Yeah, and real quick, I just wanted to come up because we were talking about organs that we don't need. I have a friend who literally has no heart. He has a mechanical pump instead. So he wears like these huge battery packs on his hips, but he has no heart, and he's still alive because we've been able to develop pumps that allowed the blood to still circulate through his system.
Well, that's a false equivalence, right? Because
that is
he has
metal
to replace that.
I know, it's really cool. Science is awesome.
Well,
I'm glad your friend was able to have that, life-changing operation, though.
I was going to say, I think the point of what Soldier was bringing up was about how when evolving, not after it is evolved, but when it is evolving, you can't have these missing parts, right? So like when you do have a human who is, I guess, just becoming a human, if it's missing eyes, it's not going to function correctly from the beginning.
Thank you, Star.
So it's as it's evolving, it has to have necessary functions. It's like when you talked about frogs, it's like they absorb things through their skin. So then at what point would they start going through like microevolution or something to get mouths? It's like, how would they understand that an energy source comes from something outside of that?
And we still absorb through our skin. This is an example.
Well, there are prokaryotes that absorb things without mouths, single-celled organisms don't have mouths all the time and still consume other single-celled organisms.
Yeah, and take a look at my thing right here. This is the inside of your duodenum, which is which is part of your small intestine. This is where most of your absorption of your food comes in, and this is basically just skin. So we also absorb a lot of our nutrients through our skin, through membrane-like skin as well. Like this is it right here. This is what absorbs all of your food.
Yeah, and then you still have to explain natural selection, which throws out anything that's useless.
The Galapagos Islands would be the best example of that.
Yeah, but
irreducibly
complex systems contradicts the idea of natural selection.
Was that what the Charles Darwin?
Good example of evolution that we can actually bear witness to. I recommend looking up fruit flies and their evolution. It's one of my favorite things. Like they have such short lifespans that we can watch them evolve over several or over several generations. So they've done studies where they take, of course, the control group, just normal atmosphere, and then they have another group that, say, has lower oxygen, or another group that's colder. And the ones that are able to survive those worse conditions, they survive and pass their genetics on. Thus, you get awesome, cool evolution.
I have an honest
At what
question.
point would
Hold on,
they
I've
get
got
mouths?
Wait, hold on, really quick, guys. Let me hear what Garrett has to say. Were you guys say something?
Yeah, no, I'll say something for sure. I was going to say, I truly think that an honest understanding of the evolutionary science, and honestly, a deep understanding of science, is honestly something that is relationship to my Lord. When I study through Scripture, one of the things that's very apparent is that I'm supposed to have this personal, deep relationship with Jesus. And if I understand him to be the author of all creation, I think that a way that I can connect in relationship with him is understanding how beautiful, complex, and amazing the natural universe is.
Well, I have to say, my bad. Go ahead. My bad.
Finish.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah. And so for me, I see no barrier to design when I see the complexity and the beauty of how natural selection, evolutionary biology, all culminate to his revelation to man. I think that's beautiful, and I wouldn't take that away.
Well, that's because the idea of evolution directly contradicts the Bible, because God said, "Let us make man in our own image," and He made them on the sixth day. And evolution says that happened over millions of years, and it cannot be both. It cannot be evolution and God. It has to be either God made creatures on one day, He made humans on one day, or evolution is the truth and God is a liar.
Wait, hold on, wait, really quick. Wait. Let me try to see if I can argue the Christian position. But yes, like I do know Christians who believe in evolution and believe in Genesis, and science is like compatible to them, I guess, in regards to the Christian narrative. But let's say like God doesn't really specify how long a day is, and to God, like time is kind of like irrelevant to him. That's not the right term, but like, you know,
Relative?
Yeah, like what seems like, you know, 1,000 years to us is like seconds to God. So could it be the case that God was like, let's build man in our own image, and then like he started the evolution chain, and it just evolved, and then Adam and Eve. And like
no, I would say that that's a good theory, but it couldn't be like that, because it automatically went from Adam and Eve to Abel and Cain to all the other people, Seth, all those other people that it went down to. You know, we can try to say that each day was a long time because 1,000 years is one day and one day is 1,000 years to God, but that's adding our own interpretation of Bible to the Bible. The Bible, if we're going to take it as objective, we need to take it as it says, or what it as it.
Well, you can have objective, like figuratively still. Like,
yeah, I was going to say the way.
Sorry,
no. I think Genesis is written completely figuratively as a revelation.
Well, I
absolutely do not think that the figures known as Adam and Eve, and especially through the research of textual criticism, that we think that Genesis 2 is older than Genesis 1 based on how it's written in the vernacular. Mm-hmm. I don't think that story is absolutely literal or historical, but I think it's figuratively true. As a believer, I understand the message and the understanding I need to get from Genesis. But I think there's no reason to believe that it's scientifically accurate or historically true.
Oh, sure it is. Yeah, you know, we have a lot of evidence to support the truth of the Bible. You know, the Bible is the most.
Hold on, soldier. Wait, really quick. For the record.
Soldier, hang on a second.
Garrett is actually really right. Like, for some reason, like on TikTok, people always end up like arguing as if like Genesis is literal, and even me, like I hear those conversations and I join in. But yeah, like given like textual criticism, Genesis isn't supposed to be like a literal story. Yeah, Garrett's right. If anything, like even Genesis 1:1 is like creation is poetry. And a lot of the Bible is just like allegories, poetry, or like exaggerations, or different literary practices or devices. But no, yeah, that's a very good point to make.
Well, see, what I'm trying to say is that what y'all are doing is called eisegesis. It's not exegesis. Y'all are trying to add your own interpretation to that, and I understand that other people may say that it's relative, but if Adam and Eve are just symbols, then sin is symbolic, and death is symbolic, and then the cross is meaningless. You know, but Jesus didn't die for a metaphor. He died for the people of the world. We have no reason to believe that the Old Testament in any of its context is as symbolic as you say. Yes, there are times where they are being symbolic, but the Bible is not a religious book. It's rooted in verifiable history.
Can I ask
soldiers? I was gonna say I've got like a really good interpretation of it. So soldier, one I'll say Adam and Eve, like that story. Jesus dying doesn't change the fact that he still died for. Unalived for the rest of us. As well as going through the story of Adam and Eve, right? I believe it's largely figurative for a few reasons. One is the story of Adam, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And if Adam and Eve chose the story of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, if God is all loving, why not let them also have the tree of life? Why not let them also have the tree of life? I think it's a representation of humanity's choice to choose our own understanding. And it's simply an explanation of when we have the will that we have and how any beings that God would create with will and with choice, and being able to do those things over the tree of life.
Wait, really quick before the next person goes, Cyber, did you want to jump on that?
I just had a quick question though, because Soldier had mentioned that the problem with evolution is it would contradict the story of Genesis. So I have just a quick question. Do you believe that the Bible is inerrant?
Oh my fucking God.
What was that?
People are demon manifesting.
People are just losers. They come on and just start screaming into their mic.
Yeah. But Soldier, do you believe that the Bible has errors in it?
No, I believe there are misunderstandings.
Okay, so the question I have then.
Yeah, okay, you can go ahead for it.
Yeah, so in Genesis 1, we start in verse 24. As a matter of fact, we start in verse 20, and we have the animals being created in verse 20. And then in verse 26 is when humans are made, right? So in Genesis chapter 1, animals come first, then humans. But then we go to Genesis chapter 2. It talks about how Adam was made. And in chapter 2, we'll talk about starting in verse 15. The Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to till and keep it. And the Lord God commanded the man, we get this whole thing. But then in verse 18 it says, then the Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a helper as his partner. So out of the ground, the Lord God formed every animal of the field. And we get the whole animal.
I can explain this, by the way.
Well, I want to know what Soldier's answer is. I'm not interested in your answer. I'm interested in Soldier's answer because he stated that he can't believe in evolution because it would contradict the Bible, but we have an issue, and he also stated that it doesn't have errors in it. So the question would be is how would you reconcile this contradiction, Soldier?
Also, by the way, good to see you, Cyber Deconstruction.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Oh, it's an alt account.
Yeah, okay.
That's crazy.
Bro, is this guy nothing else better to do?
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy.
Obviously.
We're seeing the de-evolution of his voice, of his vocal cords.
What the heck?
Okay, so he just came with 3 accounts.
How many accounts does this guy have?
That was crazy.
So Genesis 1 is a chronological overview of the 6 days of creation. Day 6, God created land animals, then humans. Genesis chapter 1, verse 24 through 27. It's a big picture timeline of the what and when. And Genesis 2 zooms in on day 6, focused on the creation of man, the garden, and woman, not retelling the whole timeline. It's topical, not strictly chronological. So the Hebrew verb for form in Genesis 2:19, God has formed the beast, can be legitimately translated in the past tense, aligning with Genesis 1. So many scholars agree that it should be now the Lord God had formed out of the ground all the beasts, Genesis 2:19.
Are you familiar with what, because I speak Hebrew, are you familiar with what Vav consecutives are?
What Vav consecutives? No.
Vav consecutives. So yeah, Vav consecutive is in Hebrew, is how we keep things in chronological order, especially in biblical Hebrew. So it's just the letter Vav in front, and all it literally means is and then, right? So when we look at the actual Hebrew text and we see that both Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 are utilizing Vav consecutives, that just states that the author, whoever the author is writing this in what he perceives to be the chronological order. So the scholars that you're talking about would be apologists, but they're not critical scholars when it comes to the Hebrew language.
Yeah, so Soldier, and I guess Cyber if you want. First it says God made the animals, right? And he's making them over the entire earth. Then, when he's trying to give Adam a partner that's suitable for him, he's forming the animals out of the ground. So it's not like he's teleporting Adam everywhere to go look at all the different types of animals. He's simply forming the animals out of the ground, seeing if they're compatible with Adam, and then. So it's like God made a bunch of humans, but then he made Eve again. So you're not going to say that like Eve being made is a contradiction.
Well, it's about you have to use Vav consecutives, but Genesis 2 is in a new timeline, guys. It's a zoom in on day 6, because flashbacks don't equal contradictions, right? So Genesis 1 gives the order, animals, then humans. Genesis 2 focuses on Adam's world. The animals are already formed. Now Adam names them. Same grammar, which is different. It's the same grammar, but a different angle.
It's not because of the Vav consecutive. The Vav consecutive is what debunks that.
And also, like me too. Like I do find like science not really matching up with like Genesis. But let me get Garrett. Like, how do you like somehow? Like I do know that Christians have like a compatibilist view in regards to science and like religion. But how do you like make it all make sense? And then I want to hear cyber deconstruction after Garrett. Like, go ahead, Garrett. Like, how do you?
Yeah, so I view Genesis and the first 5 books of the Bible, the Torah, as revelation. And it was revelation to the Deuteronomists, the Levitical priests. It was revelation to the numerologists. It was also revelation to the person who wrote Genesis. And when I think of the person who penned it, I think of they got revelation from God and they pinned the story down in the way that they had revelation. I don't think it was meant to be a science book. I think it was meant to give understanding that God created the universe and that you had an understanding of sin. You had an understanding of pre-biblical history with a flood. I think we have good evidence from Younger Dryas evidence that we've had a flood, regardless of it being Noah and that being historical figures. But I think this is revelation from God, right? I don't view that as a science. I don't view it as history. There is history in the Bible. We absolutely have history in the Bible, but it's not at Genesis. And so how I marry that up is I marry this up as revelation from God. It is penned revelation, divinely inspired revelation to his chosen people. Yeah. And I view that as perfectly contingent. Yeah, perfectly contingent through evolution. How I marry that up, because God, I don't put God in a box. God chooses.
Hold on.
But you're contradicting scripture.
Let me steal man his point real quick.
Let Cyber go, and then Soldier, and then anyone else. Go ahead, Cyber.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, so I think one issue that we often run into when we look at Genesis is when we take a look at so again, I'm Jewish. When we take a look at the Jewish view, in Judaism, there is no fall of man, right? There's no fall of Adam, right? That never happened, right? And so I think when we take a look at this, we kind of see it from a different lens. But the question that I would have, though, is Garrett, so you don't believe that Moses received the Torah?
I think the data for a historical Moses is pretty lacking. So
wait,
no.
What do you mean, like he didn't receive the Torah? Like
I think the data for a historical. I think there was probably someone who is remembered to be this Moses figure. But I think the historical
Yo, that's
data for
crazy.
Moses
Okay.
is pretty lacking.
All right.
Garrett,
Yeah. Carry on.
Garrett, how does Genesis lead like perfectly up to Moses and the Exodus? If you believe Genesis is like figurative or like given from God as a story, then how does it perfectly lead up to Exodus without Exodus? If you believe Genesis is like figurative or like given from God as a story, then how does it perfectly lead up to Exodus without Exodus and started appearing?
Well, or my position is a little more nuanced in that. What I'm trying to say is that, yeah, I think that you're correct. I think that the person who wrote Exodus probably wrote Genesis, which is probably Moses, right? This figure that we're told in the Bible. I think that there was probably a figure that is Moses in history. I just don't know if the name Moses, I don't know if that, it's just hard to explain. Like, we have some decent evidence from archaeology that has a figure that we think could be Moses. That being said, I don't know if he was actually called Moses.
Why say that it? Why assume that it isn't? If there's like evidence pointing towards it is, like that's just like an argument from silence. Like
what evidence is there?
Yeah, what?
Yeah,
do you,
no. So like what I'm willing to say
time,
based on
what?
evidence is different than like a faith position that I would have.
Well, I'm just curious what evidence for Moses there is.
And like, what would even? Well, actually, the one thing I would say is that I believe there were footprints found at the bottom of the Red Sea.
I have some evidence too that for Moses.
No,
yeah, I think that Exodus is much more historically reliable than like the creation story in Genesis. Just so we're on the same page, I don't grade them on the same scale, and because of a good understanding of textual criticism, we can kind of understand when authors change, when when certain passages might be older or later editions than others. That tells me a particular story. You know what I mean? So like, I'm not grading the creation story on the same scale as I may be grading like the historical accuracy of the flee from Egypt. You know what I mean?
Based.
Yeah, how can you think the Bible is the word of God, but think it has all sorts of errors and contradictions?
Because men are fallible. The divine isn't fallible, but men are.
Then it can't be the word of God. If it's the word of man.
No, it's divinely inspired by the word of God.
It can be divinely inspired. It can be.
No, hold on. I wanna point out like an internal inconsistency here. Like you're granting that prophecy is real. And that, well, first of all, that God is real and that, he interacts, through prophecy, okay? And then, you even said there might have been, like, a historical figure named Moses and stuff. So why couldn't he, like, receive the story of the Garden of Eden through prophecy and record it in the Torah?
Wait, hold on, wait.
Like, under your own paradigm,
Before anyone answers that, there are different views on the Bible. Some people think it's like the words of God, like God was speaking to people and people were writing it down. Some people do believe that it was humans writing down what God said to them, but humans are flawed, so they might have gotten certain things wrong. And then PRK holds like this weird view where like the Bible is not inerrant and there are flaws in the Bible that he will own up to. Like he says, it's like completely fine.
I don't think those are the other views that you mentioned and stuff so far were like ad hoc, like especially the second one. Like they're like if it's God, like if you grant that God is doing the prophecy, and you grant like a proper theology of God being like all powerful, right? Then like having like error, in the process, would introduce fallibility. And you're saying that like God couldn't override that,
it would, because
prophecy.
you have the Bible is inspired by the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit filled people to write the Bible. So the Bible is designed. But hold on. But this is the interesting part. The Bible is designed with tension. It's meant to keep people away that aren't truly seeking the truth. Because you have to take Scripture and you have to find out what it means. You can't truth. Because you have to take Scripture and you have to find out what it means. You can't just say, "Oh, look at what it says. It says this, and now slavery." It condones slavery and all this stuff, but if you actually look, it doesn't condone slavery.
No, it
puts
doesn't.
Restrictions
You're right.
on an evil that was already in place.
It
And then
actually
eventually it led
condemns
to the
slavery.
abolition of slavery.
No,
Yeah.
it absolutely does condone slavery.
Yeah,
It
it
tells
condemns
you,
slavery, but
It doesn't
it tells
condemn
you
slavery.
what to do with your enemy, and it
Some
tells
people
you
debate
to
you on it.
take.
the
If you have to cough, please mute yourself.
the-
Also, let's not talk over each
No,
other. It's getting a
had
little
point to his
chaotic,
point.
Wait, let her
and
finish.
you're
Let her finish.
talking over me right now.
Let her finish. Go ahead.
Jesus fucking Christ!
No. Let's
Y'all need to
How
have
dare
some.
you.
Just let her finish.
I totally forgot what I was saying because these assholes. Okay, what was I fucking saying?
Slavery.
Whatever.
All right, I think
Yeah, slavery. Yeah, it tells you exactly what to do with your enemies when you vanquish them. It tells you to unalive all the men and to take all the women, children, and
Read the verse.
animals for your own oh my god, for your own means or for your own desires, whatever.
So what?
And it tells you exactly what to do with women who you have you've unalived their entire family and you think
Yeah,
they're pretty,
because they
so
were all evil.
you lock them away. You lock them away, and for 30 days they can mourn their family, and then after 30 days you get to go in and take her and do your thing with her and become her husband, unless you're unhappy and then you have to let her go. Yeah, but that's only if you soiled her.
Well, and in fact,
You're talking about Muslims now.
no, that's in the Bible. Do you want me to read
This
it
is
for you?
absolutely
Yeah, but you're misinterpreting it.
Christianity. Also, both sapientia and transcendence. Please stop talking. Also, okay.
she's literally
You get
talking
dropped
right now.
down because you were talking over me again. You can come back up, but if you keep talking over people, I'm gonna drop you again.
She's a mod.
Okay?
Let's respect the mods. But yeah.
Who let this 40-year-old woman be in charge of anything?
Wait, hold on. Like that's a slavery thing. But we were talking about like our views on how to interpret the Bible.
Mad. So Sapient doesn't get to come back because he just said, "Who let this 40-year-old woman be in charge of anything?"
Oh yeah, Sapien.
Go away.
I guess I should just say this real quick. Moderators are people that I trust to control the live when I'm not here. If you disrespect the mod, you're basically disrespecting me. They aren't just my friends. They are people that I think are really qualified to like make decisions in regards to the live, and they've actually helped me not get banned. So I respect them. Please respect the people that I respect. If you disrespect them, you're disrespecting me. So yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, basically, I'm just trying to keep some decorum on this panel. So, yeah.
So if I may try to, he dropped. I was going to try to bring it back for the evidence of Moses, because I think this is important. Whether or not one person wrote the text, or if we're going to take like Garrett's view on things where maybe it was different people, I think this is important on how we read the text. So I was just curious what the evidence for the existence of Moses was.
I don't think we have any contemporary sources for Moses outside the Bible.
We don't. In fact, we have, and when we read the Exodus, right? It's really important when we read the Exodus. You're led to believe through the Exodus that the Israelites kind of had their own little community, right? They had their own little community. Talk about how they had their own livestock and stuff like this. And if they had their own community, what we should be able to find is remains of this community that they lived in. We'd be able to find it. We'd be able to find some Israelite pottery, some artifacts, and we just don't. We don't find anything.
Now, listen, like I said,
anything.
Now, listen, like I said, in textual criticism, where I start to see prophecy, revelation, and poetry turn into history, I have a different viewpoint. But I think early on in the earliest text of the Old Testament that we have of the Hebrew Bible, it seems to be a lot more philosophical and poetry driven than it seems like emphatic history. Especially when I understand the true claims that I can see with evidence of like naturalistic scientific processes.
I just want to ask, how would there be like pottery and everything if they were in an exodus and they were constantly moving?
No, the book of Exodus starts with them being in Egypt, enslaved in Egypt. And so
yeah, but then what it says is that the Egyptian woman started to look favorably on the Israelites, and they started like giving them things. So not only would the Israelites have probably taken a lot of those things, but we already know Egypt exists. It's not like you're going to be able to recognize a Hebrew urn over an Egyptian urn since
Sure
they
you
lived together
would.
for such a long period of time.
Sure it is, because it makes it such a point for the Israelites. If you know much about Jewish culture and stuff, we make it a point to be distinct, right? These are our way of life, right? So when we read the text, you're led to believe through the text that the Israelites, one, they did have their own like communities within Egypt, right? And we know this because when we're getting the plagues, right? We get where the Israelites are able to take in their livestock to prevent them from the pestilence and the hailstorm, right? They can take theirs in, and thus Pharaoh's ends up all unalived, right? But also when we look at Israelite culture, just by the way they live, right? And we found other Semitic things from the time period, and we just don't see any of that at all. Not to mention, there's just no evidence that this Moses figure existed. If we've got these characters, and when we look at how many of them left, right, and they're wandering in the wilderness for 40 years, we would expect to see, with the mass amount of people that were there, we'd expect to see evidence and signs of this, but we don't at all. So it's just...
I don't see how we would have signs of people constantly moving, especially after they're dispersed several times. And a lot
Have
of
you ever seen the aftermath of a concert, though? People are fucking messy, and I doubt that's changed at all. Especially back in the day when you had... they had to make laws about washing your hands properly and all that fun stuff.
Well, if we're going with like
a lot of political
biodegradable
laws for hygiene.
If we're going with like biodegradable, then like sure, if they had a plastic cup back then, and we found a plastic cup in the middle of the wherever they were, then sure. But it's like you probably would, or if you look at the Mongolians, I think like current day, a lot of them are like nomads, and they consistently move. It's like you don't see traces of them really.
We do see traces of the Mongolians, and when we look at the figures, we would have had 2.4 million Israelites leaving Egypt. 2.4 million.
Yeah, well,
we definitely see evidence of this.
Not after like several thousand years, you wouldn't be seeing that stuff.
You would. We find artifacts that are much older than that.
So you do find artifacts.
Well, not for the Israelites, but we find other artifacts that are much, much older than the time frame of the Exodus.
How do you know they're not from the Israelites?
Because it's not from the Levant.
What's the Levant?
The Levant is where Israel's at.
Hey guys, I just want to say real fast, I gotta go. My wife and kid just got home, so I just want to say thank you so much for letting me on the panel again tonight and letting me talk to you guys. God bless you all, and I hope to talk to you all real soon.
Yeah, good job, man.
See you again, Garrett. You have a really good night, and thanks for coming.
You
out.
guys, you guys as well. I really hope to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
We appreciate you.
Garrett is proof that sometimes us atheists and anti-theists can still be friends with Christians when they're not trashy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've had more
taking over the
atheists
government.
trashy than me, and
Right.
I used to argue this one atheist, and we would argue about like morals a lot of the time, and a lot of the time he would still just call himself an a-hole, and I'm like, so like if you become Christian, you'll be less of an a-hole.
Oh.
Anyways.
Oh, maybe. Sorry, I zoned out.
But yeah, but the issue that you'd run into, though, going back to the text, though, is when we look at those Vav consecutives, it just doesn't show that this other version of formed wouldn't even make sense in the Hebrew, because the Vav consecutive would state, no, this is what's happening in chronological order.
Talking about the Garden of Eden contradiction?
Yeah, between Genesis 1 and 2.
Yeah. So again, God made all the animals across the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Then God formed animals to show to Adam, and I guess like fill the Garden of Eden. Maybe it's not two separate creation accounts. It's a creation and then a formation account.
The issue that you're running into, though, is that in Genesis 2, it makes it clear that God is forming every animal. So if it was the case, because if it was the case, like I would be able to understand, like, and that this would also be a way to get people out of, the incest situation that you potentially run into, is that God had created a bunch of humans and then just took Adam and put him in the Garden of Eden. Like, I used to think that, I'm like, that kind of makes sense. But then you just have to be like, well, is God really going to punish these other people that already are existing for the sins of Adam, right?
Yeah, so that's why I say that it's when you're talking about the Hebrew word for Adam. Literally means man, right?
Yeah, Adam means like mankind.
Yeah, so that's why I think it's like a story, is because God does make mankind, and mankind chooses their own understanding of good and evil and what they want to do over the tree of life. So again, that works for figurative.
Isn't Genesis 1 and 2 have different gods named?
Wait, say that again?
Isn't in Genesis 1 and the account in Genesis 2 have different gods named? Is it El Elohim and then Yahweh?
So Elohim, when we see like Elohim, it can be in reference to a few different things. Elohim could be, and again, this would go like, are we potentially looking at a pantheon of gods that the ancient Israelites worshipped? Are we looking at that? Then the Elohim would be like the council of gods, right? So it'd be like multiple gods. Or you could look at Elohim like divine beings, which would be Yahweh, to include his angels, right? And we got some like extra biblical text that would state that like you had angels whose job was to actually like go and create things. You had angels who did, like, angels had different jobs. And so some of these texts would imply that like God himself isn't like over there like creating the earth. He's just instructing his angels to go do things, and they're doing it, and they make the earth.
What I meant was, what doesn't, I forget which one, if it's the one in 1 or 2. One of them specifies El Elohim. El is a Middle Eastern god from, I forget, the Sumerians or the Babylonians or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a chief god. And Yahweh.
Yeah, mentions Yahweh.
Wait, say that again?
Doesn't one mention El Elohim and the other one mentions Yahweh?
Let me go take a look at the Hebrew. Let me take a look and see if we see it in the Yod He Vav He popping up here.
Someone's saying to you from the comments that it doesn't say that, so I guess we'll just listen to that as well.
Oh yeah, but also like good job. Oh yeah, but also like good job.
I mean, all he's doing is looking at the Hebrew. You can kind of go to I look up an interlinear Bible online, and you can kind of just read the Hebrew and like try and decipher for yourself. I had a headache trying to decipher one of the lines.
Yeah. No, actually, like the interlinear is actually a very good resource.
Yeah. What question 17, what doesn't add up? God can create Adam out of thin air, but needs a woman to create Jesus. Well, I mean, he literally made Adam out of dust. He didn't make him out of thin air.
Oh God.
And he breathed the breath of life into him, but Jesus already existed. Jesus is God in the flesh. The way I like to imagine it is Jesus already exists. We can see it in when Jacob wrestles God. Like basically any time that God appears as a physical being, I would call it Jesus. And then also if you go to so like basically I like to imagine it like this. There's like a sphere around Jesus. Everything inside that sphere, God is acting like. So Jesus, it says Jesus is made in the likeness of man. So it's like Jesus already existed. It's God acting as man. Again, I'm asking you to like explain your words a little bit more, dude.
Yeah, so real quick, yeah, it does say Elohim, not Yahweh. So in Genesis, we're getting Elohim being used.
Okay.
Right. Hello, guys.
There we go.
I thought it was. I thought it specified two different gods.
I was told that Adam was like the first thing. God created Adam, and that's how all created mankind. Like we always created Adam, right? That's the story. That's the whole theory, right? But then they said somehow, maybe I don't know, a couple years later, somewhere along the timeline, a woman had to create Jesus. So I said, wait a minute, why didn't God just create Jesus like he did Adam? Just kind of wondered about that.
Yeah, so when you see like the Holy Spirit appearing in the Bible, it's not the Holy Spirit doesn't exist just when it appears in the Bible. You can kind of take that same questioning to Jesus. Jesus doesn't just appear and Jesus doesn't just exist when it says it in the Bible. We believe Jesus always exists. So Jesus
Before Adam. Okay, so you're saying Jesus was here before Adam.
Yes. In the beginning, the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
Okay, and so when this when this God of yours created Adam, why didn't he create Adam as the same way they did Jesus? Why did they have to create Adam and then create Jesus? It makes no sense.
As I explained earlier, I don't know if you
Real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt. I am going to hop down. Thanks for having me up. I'm going to go have dinner though, but thanks for having me up.
Come back anytime. And thank you everyone for being here. If you can, like the live, share the live so we can get more people in here. I'm streaming Minecraft now onto Twitch and YouTube, so if you're interested in that, go check that out. But yeah, tap the screens, like the live, share it with as many people as you can, and I appreciate you guys being here. And you could be anywhere tonight, but you chose to be here and listen to this, so thank you.
Yeah, so question. So why not create Jesus at the same time Adam is created? So you can kind of look at the story of Adam and Eve as a figurative story instead of a literal one. So what is the tree of life?
I know the story of Adam and Eve. It was a conflicting consciousness that wanted to learn between good and evil. It has nothing to do with persons or serpents or anything in the tree. But I was conflicted about the story of Adam being created out of thin air or dust, or
Dust,
man was
yeah.
created, and then Jesus being needed to be created from a woman, and it doesn't really give an explanation of why, because this is supposed to be after the world was flooded, and and they wiped everybody from Earth, and they said to start with Noah and start over, and they decided let's create Jesus from Mother Mary, right? What? It doesn't make sense.
So you're questioning why they had to be created differently, even though they're both human.
If God can make Adam out of nothing, just like thin air,
yeah,
why can't they make Jesus out of nothing, like thin air? If Adam was just like human, like we were created, like however we created as human beings, and adult upright human Neanderthals as we are, why can't this God create this Jesus just out of existence. It popped into existence.
Yeah, so because Jesus is God, and the way Jesus chose
And Adam
to,
isn't. So Adam was created, but Adam isn't God. He isn't the first person. He wasn't like the father.
and the way.
He's like just the first man, right?
So Adam isn't divine though.
He's like
Adam isn't divine though. So Adam is created. The story of Adam is created from dust. People would have created in Big Bang, and they suddenly appear from whatever. Or if you believe the story, what all powerful. God can simply do anything. God chose to make Adam simply exist.
I don't believe
he
God is all powerful, because if God was all powerful, he would make me understand this situation clearly.
Yeah, so
fully,
that's actually
without question, without having to ask you, the host, the people in the rooms, he would have me fully understand this situation. You said it's all powerful, all knowing, all any answer you're gonna get from God, right? I'm 50 years old, and I have not got one answer in my entire life from a God, no matter what religion you offer it from. So, yeah.
Okay, so part of that is when the Bible says not to lean on your own understanding. So it's like I understand you do have confusion about
Yeah,
some of
but
these things.
I don't live under the Bible. What if
That's just a thought-stopping Bible
I understand
verse.
that everything you go by, you're gonna go by what the Bible says. Is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know what your Bible says. Don't care. I've read the Bible from the beginning to end, and I was in 2004. And I will tell you, that's what made me atheist. Just so you know, I was married to a Pentecostal Christian and all that before that, and read the Bible and realized it's horrible. It's horrible for a story. If you have any common sense, it's horrible. But if you just want to deny claims and stick to your guns and stick to the belief system, stick to the fantasy, stick to these things that could have possibly happened, yet you have no way of proving it except trying to explain it through your own theories or thoughts of experience, or what they use, hypotheticals is what a lot of this religion is based on. Hypotheticals, right? You don't have any evidence, and there's no God that convince me, that can show me why you can create Adam, but out of thin air, but not just God, just religion. I mean Jesus. And then on top of that, most countries, there's plenty of countries that never heard of this religion. I mean, I know 23 because, like I said, I've been looking into it. And 23 countries don't have a belief system, and the Bible was banned in 13 of them. So it kind of makes me think this all powerful. All this is what all powerful. What?
So again, when we go to the story of the Garden of Eden, they choose their own knowledge of good and evil over the tree of life, and the tree of life.
It wasn't really an informed choice, though, was it?
Okay, I'll talk to you later. But
Bible guy, real quick mod moment. Bible guy, please stay on mute until you're introduced. That being said, what's your age for TikTok DOS purposes?
Oh, he's a
29.
regular. He's a regular.
Oh,
Bible
well,
guy's
fuck.
Bible guy's an atheist, and he's actually like hella dope.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Compass.
I was about to be mean to you based on your name. Fuck.
Oh no, it's very misleading.
It is.
Yeah. So, anyways, question. What I like to look at. So like I consider myself a new Christian. I was a Christian for 20 years. And about 20 days after my birthday, I was arguing with my parents, and it started getting mad. And eventually, we started praying. And I received a revelation from God, and it immediately drastically changed my life, right? So that's a personal faith. Then I go and I read the Bible, and with this idea of how God works and how understanding of God works and his nature, is you start looking at the world in a different light. So when you go and you see Adam and Eve, they choose the tree of knowledge over the tree of life, and life is spiritual life. Life is like, what we say is like at the world, like, what we say is like Jesus dying on the cross for our sins. So when you go and you look at the world and you see how ugly and how awful it is, and then you look at the Bible and you see how people are choosing the ugly and the awful, then it makes you want to choose the opposite of that. And for me, it was choosing to believe in Jesus and believe in God. So
I got an interjection. How was your life so horrible, literally so horrible, where this was the only way you seen yourself being better? Because my life isn't. I'm kind of figured like, how do you get to where you figured that some invisible entity or some spiritual or belief system or whatever you call God or whatever you believe in is what changed you and made you? Because I don't have that problem in any capacity. Nowhere down the line do I have to worry about my judgment, judging you, what you do in life. What I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
And Christians do. They come in and they say, "Hey, do you take the Lord and Savior as the Lord as a Savior?" And you be like, "For what?" Like, you have people who will ask you that, like, ask you, "Do you take the Lord and Savior?" Why? I didn't pay for. Listen, they ask you to pay for a man's unaliving. I didn't take no part in this man's unaliving, right? This was from Hebrews or whatever, whoever the Israelites, whoever the people who did it.
Yeah.
These are them. You can't pull me or graft me into someone's religion just because you think that belief system is for me.
Yes,
And
that's fair.
right,
Yes.
you can't. And it's not for everybody. That's why it's not worldwide. That's why it's not international. It's not. It's not. It's a belief system in certain Christian nations to control. But you can't control me with religion. There's no way. If you if you're outside of religion and you can see what it does, you realize religion is a point of control,
Yeah,
conformity. I
and
have to change
I
my
see
way.
that. Yeah,
Right.
I do see that. So that's where actually the Bible speaks against that again, in the New Testament, and I think it's in both Matthew and I'm reading Luke right now. I've seen it twice. Jesus condemns the teachers of religious law and the Pharisees. I bring this up in almost every single conversation with atheists and non-Christians that I have, and it just works. Jesus condemns them for teaching religion over teaching a relationship with God.
That wasn't
Can I
Jesus'
interject
contention
another
with the
thing?
Pharisees.
When you say
Let
Jesus
Bible.
condemned,
Hold on. Wait, hold on, really quick. Let Bible guy jump in, and then we'll get back to you.
Yeah, that wasn't Jesus' contention with the Pharisees. Jesus' contention with the Pharisees, what we read in Matthew 23, was that they were acting hypocritically, that they were teaching people to observe the Mosaic law, but they themselves were actually not observing it. So they weren't engaging in the religion
but it was
at
also
all.
that's not just the only truth, because it also says that they are leading people. I don't know the exact wording. It says that they are leading people to hell with their teachings.
Because they were because they were teaching, but they were not acting in accordance with their teachings. They were
Yes,
setting a
yes,
bad example.
exactly. So teaching a bad example towards others. So I talked with this one ex-Christian. She said she was a traditional wife. She was always told by the church what rules to follow, and that her life was just awful and terrible. And I felt so bad for her because Jesus speaks against it. He speaks against this hyper literal, always following the law,
Well,
instead
that's
of having
quite
an
the
actual
opposite.
relationship with God.
No, Jesus never once said anything like that. Jesus told his followers to observe the law of Moses to the T, which is not what the Pharisees were actually doing.
Yeah, so Jesus also says that he fulfills the purpose of the law, and then at the end of Matthew 20:18, he
That
says,
just means that nobody's gonna throw rocks at you for doing the bad things.
And not even necessarily that. So the word for fulfill in Matthew 5:17, where it says they did not come to abolish the law but to fulfill, is the Greek word pleroma, which means to make it more full. And you don't make it more full by telling people, by the way, you no longer have to observe these commandments. Jesus' actual teaching to the disciples was that you have to do everything the Pharisees teach you to do. And this wasn't just prior to the cross, because he makes it very clear after the resurrection that you should teach all nations to observe all that I have commanded you.
Well, yeah, commanded them, which, considering Jesus says, any one of you who is without sin may cast the first stone.
Jesus didn't say
And
that.
you-
The pericope adulterae found in John chapter 7 verses 53 through 8 verse 11 is not original to the Gospel of John. That was added in the 5th century CE.
Now, for my response is, I literally don't believe in Jesus at all, whatsoever, in any capacity. And I know a lot of people say, well, Jesus said, I understand you feel like I need to follow the teachings of Jesus. What if I follow the teachings of Muhammad or or the teachings of this? I know I need the religion. You automatically assume we believe and we are part of the religion because we were born here. But everybody here isn't religious. In fact, I've never been religious. I actually only entertained it because I wanted to see what the fuss was about.
That's
I
fine.
didn't have a God speak to me in a dream and say, Andre, you're gonna go to work tomorrow and you're gonna have a great day. You know, and you know what I mean? Like, I'm just something simple. It's not like no one has ever told me God has done anything for them in their life ever to this date now, that has showed me that it has improved their lives to where they have a much better life, other than, oh, well, I think differently now, and now I live the ways of Jesus. I've never had to do that, and I'm not a criminal. I'm not a law. I'm not a pedophile. I'm not none of those things. My girl is happy. I'm financially secure, and I wonder, because this thing came up. A friend of mine, my girlfriend's friend, came over, and she she was having some problems in the past couple of weeks, like getting some tires and stuff like that. And she came in and she said, and she finally got tires, and she was like, "Ah, thank God!" And I had to interject. I said, "Wait a minute. You mean to tell me you got this Instacart badge, you went to work, you did all these hours making this money so you can get them tires on this car, and you want to shift the credit to this invisible entity?
Wait,
You
so like,
disgust me."
really quick.
I said, you disgust me. You did all that.
Hold on. Like, what's the criticism here? If we were to focus in, what specifically is the criticism being?
That everybody don't think Jesus or follows the ways of Jesus because you do. That's the criticism I'm trying to tell you. And then they interject Jesus as Jesus said this and Jesus said that. I don't care what Jesus said because I don't believe Jesus ever existed.
Well,
I believe there were plenty of resurrected people's stories before Jesus, and it was stolen like every other thing this country did.
Yeah, just saying.
We use it to your advantage.
Most scholars do believe Jesus existed as a person, not necessarily
I'm not a
as
scholar.
God, but
until Jesus comes back from the dead, or you know what I mean, I won't believe that story.
I don't need you to believe that. I don't need you to. I'm saying that if you want to actually try and understand every single religion, you should try and do it the way that the books and the religion says you should try and do it. If you want to say, I want to lean on my own understanding, and the Bible says not to lean on your own understanding, and you're like, well, I don't believe in the Bible.
Well, that's not going to get you anywhere either.
You're not seriously studying the Bible.
I don't need to. Isn't the God all powerful, all knowing? Don't tell me to come to him. Come to me. Don't tell me to go to him.
Doesn't mean he's going to make you God. Oh, I could ask God for every single thing in my life to go perfectly, but then I wouldn't be living my life.
You would be disappointed. I bet your life on it. If you ask God for anything, you'd be disappointed.
Because that's not the point. That's not the point, man. You missed the entire point.
What is the point? I'm interested.
The point is that we exist in a sinful nature.
See, you can't commit sin to me. There's one I have to stop.
Let him finish. I want to hear.
You understand what sin means. You understand the concept. It works even if you're not religious.
Believe in sin.
That's fine. That's fine. Murderers, unalivers, whatever.
Well, no, sin is specifically the
Murder
idea.
or unaliving. Please use TikTok safe language. Sorry.
Yeah, my bad.
Sin is specifically the breaking of God's law, and if God doesn't exist and he didn't give any law to the Israelites, then there is no such thing as the category of sin. There can be wrongdoing, but they're not necessarily the same thing as the category of sin.
Well, sin is also defined as like missing the mark, or I like to say sin is just not of God's will. Like we have our own fleshly desires, that would be sin. So
The best interpretation that you guys do with that is everybody's a sinner. Yes, you should come here and be saved because you're a sinner. That has been the model for pulling people into your conformity business, your control, the indoctrination program. That has been it. Oh, you're a sinner. You need to be saved.
Your life's not going to change.
Don't do that to people.
Your life's not going to change just because
you cannot tell people they're sinners. You can't.
Your life's not going to, and I agree that it doesn't always work on everyone. I've tried to talk to Muslims and tell them how they're sinners, and they say that they don't agree. So, like, I don't agree that telling everyone that they're sinners is how we're supposed to go, because that's not how Jesus came to the earth. He says he came not to condemn, but to save. So, like,
there you go with the Jesus. I get you fully believe with everything Jesus said. I don't take nothing.
If God doesn't exist and there's a man-made religion, this is still me talking to you as a person to person. Like, you don't gotta disrespect me like that.
But you still keep giving your credit to this thing that I tell you doesn't exist for me. I give my credit to me.
If it's a man-made religion, then I'm giving credit to myself. So, like, you got to work with your own beliefs.
And you got to learn to do that. You got to learn to omit the invisible. Oh, something else did it for me, and I did it for myself. And once you do that, you can realize you can do things for yourself and not think, oh, I need to pay.
Yeah, we can always do things for ourselves, but then there's also things that we just can't do for ourselves. Like, one of the things that I heard atheists talking about was, like, why does God let children, or I assume you don't like this, why does God let babies have cancer? Is that something you've asked yourself?
Yeah, of course. There's way worse things than that.
Yeah, so going off of that, when you're an atheist, it just happens. Right, there's nothing else that like determines it. So that's the exact same thing Christianity does, is that they believe these things just happen. So they believe these things just happen, and then outside of that, there's faith and there's God's purpose and God's plan and God's will. Or if you're talking about people who unalive of it, if it's just a bunch of like consecutive decisions, and you're just a bunch of particles. I've heard all different sorts of all sorts of different things from atheists. If you're just a bunch of different particles, and there's no like illusion, free will is an illusion, then nothing on this earth matters, and that means that you have subjective.
Well, it can matter. It just doesn't have inherent
I don't
meaning,
believe that.
but it has meaning that we give to it.
Yeah, me and Bible Guy jumped in at the same time. Like, we were like, well.
Hell yeah, brother.
I'm not saying nothing on this earth matters, but I do believe you do not actually have to have a purpose. You could have just been born. You do know that, right? You could have just been born.
Yeah, right? So that's what I'm saying. Is like your life and my life are the exact same things, except I've got an existential purpose that I believe. I've got an existential thing that tells me, hey, this is wrong, and there's nothing else that you can say against it. But when you go to atheists like Stalin, what was his name? Adolf.
Are we going to point to supposedly atheistic leaders and talk about the horrific things they did,
they do,
and ignore the many Christian leaders who performed atrocities, or the Israelites themselves who unalived babies at supposedly God's command?
Yeah, that is true. And also, like, I do have arguments for the problem of evil, but I'm kind of just like letting the conversation happen. I do have some stuff I could say, but like, I'm probably just gonna let it happen.
So you get in when you want, because all I want to add to that is, if you feel like, okay, everything happens because it's inside of what it's what is it? What's the word? Everything's meant to be because it's God's will, whatever you said. Now I know for a fact I've never ever thought that way. Like, oh well, it's God's will for me to go to work today. It's God's will to wake me up every day. No. That's normal human nature. This is how we've been doing it before religion, and we'll be doing it after religion. Places without religion do this.
So then,
People
so then,
live
so
it.
then, so then you
Right.
don't matter. So then your life, your existence, your
No,
religion doesn't matter.
all I'm
No,
saying
it
is you
does
could have been
matter.
born. What
No.
you do with your life is up to you. You can't draw into people into some afterlife the position or whatever the religion is for. I mean,
I
you
feel
can't
bad for
promise
you.
me something.
I feel
You know
bad
what I
for you.
mean? Because that's the gift, right?
So
The
let's not do the pity party thing, Star. It's not fun.
It's not a pity party. I say
It
I feel
is.
bad. It's not a pity party. I say
It
I feel
is.
bad.
I
for
feel because we also feel bad for you. So let's not do that. Within a creature doesn't mean that we don't give it meaning. Like my life has meaning to me, and my life has meaning to those who love me. It doesn't require like an inherent meaning imposed upon us by a god for us to have meaning.
Well, actually, I've heard other atheists say that we're just all animals and that we all.
Well, we're not talking to other atheists. You're talking to me.
Well, no, yeah, but you guys all agree with like what science says and everything, right? Isn't there?
Science doesn't tell you about meaning.
Isn't that how like a consensus works on how people work?
Well,
No, science doesn't tell you about
We have
inherent
different
meaning.
denominations of atheism.
No, like when it comes to atheism, it's not like a monolith, and I don't really think there's denominations. Atheism is simply just the lack of belief in God, and then like the individual kind of like forms their belief and other like views.
Which is why atheism isn't a worldview.
But yeah, so when you go for when you go for the arguments of the illusion of free will, the arguments of we're all just animals, the argument of everything that happened before decides what happens next. Well, again, the illusion of free will argument is that everything that people do and everything that happens is just a product. It's never actually like happening in the moment. It's never actually like anyone who's smart, anyone who
really quick. Like, so you're talking about like hard determinism, which I am a hard determinist. But I mean, like, there's also like there's other philosophical views that like a atheist could hold, like compatibilism. But yeah, like I get your criticism against hard determinism, but atheists don't have to be hard determinism. That's not like. But yeah, like I get your criticism against hard determinism. That's not entailed.
I feel like, what if your purpose was to educate people about the religion that you trust and believe, and my purpose, being anti-religious, was to educate people in the religion that it's all made up and fake. What if
Before we go there, yeah, like I would just say, like, yeah, not all atheists are like hard determinists. Some can be compatibilist, and then yeah, like, I do understand what you're saying. Whenever I left Roman Catholicism, I used to be Christian. I left Roman Catholicism. I was like, damn, like, God was supposed to give me my purpose, and like, I'll admit, like, as of recently, I've kind of been struggling with that whole purpose thing. It's been a bit rough, you know, America.
Yeah.
And like conservatist fascism, and like, yeah, I'm trying to figure out like what I'm supposed to do with life.
Yeah, like what's the purpose of life? Like what's the whole point?
Yeah, but like I guess
yeah,
I guess like, and then like when you become an atheist, or like I'm agnostic, but like I guess I'm atheist under the psychological definition. You kind of create your own purpose, and things have value based off of like the value you give it, rather than like depending on like.
That's the whole point. Is that it also goes against the exact opposite? Is that someone can do evil and give that value? But then I'd also go for this: is that not only does the Bible give us purpose, and it explains the past of purpose and like how we do God's will and how our will isn't over God, but it also explains how that purpose works and like why it's actually.
It doesn't really explain anything. It just makes claims.
No, so it. Well, yeah, claim you actually believe in the Bible. It's like you just gotta work with me here. Come on, man. So
I got a point to make.
When the Bible says our purpose is to go and spread the word of God to all nations of the earth.
Well, that's a position of the Bible. The Bible doesn't have a single univocal, like, given, determined meaning for every person. Ecclesiastes comes to a different conclusion altogether.
Yeah, okay, anyways. Yeah, I haven't gotten there yet.
I got an idea of purpose. Like, listen, okay, you think of purpose. Say somebody gets in trouble with the law and they sentence to 99 years. They find religion in this jail of theirs, and they, you know, what I mean, whatever they did, I ain't care what they did, and they got 99 years. So you know they're never getting out, and they're gonna die in that jail. What was their purpose? What was their life purpose? I just want to know. You can't give me these things. These things, they flake out when you match them up against reality in
Okay,
real
so
life.
then what's the
They
purpose
all
of
do.
someone who goes to jail and remains an atheist their entire life? Again, it's the exact same thing, except I get to go to heaven with my belief. And even if I don't, I still have that want to do better consistently. And like when you start recognizing the small little things that simply make your life better, that comes with the Bible, that other people would say like, no, it's not okay, it is okay. If you want to go like schmecks before marriage, that's probably one of the biggest things.
That's what is that because the Bible says so? You have to have an age
That's
people.
something that's intended to control women.
Oh, control. I'm so sorry. Anyways,
I'm a little curious, Star. Would you?
We addressed that.
Okay.
How old was Mary? Impregnated without consent? How old was Mary?
Mary did consent.
Yeah,
Mary literally consented.
Well, no, Mary actually can't consent because one, if she was underage, she definitely can't consent, and also there's a huge power imbalance between her and Yahweh, making consent impossible. It's just submission.
How is
I might say an infinite difference in.
Oh God. Because imagine if Mary said no. Like Mary doesn't have choice. Like, that's fucking terrifying. Like God.
You gotta be a pedophile.
I mean, judging by his track record. One at a time, guys. One at a time, guys.
Literally, what point are you making from that? Like, you're just saying what ifs, and you're like, oh my God.
I mean, it's just weird that God came down and was like, "Hey, 13-year-old, let me put a baby."
Actually, it was an angel.
Maybe take someone.
That's right, bro.
Well, typically the age for
So like, said she was probably, from what I looked up immediately, it said she was probably more like 16.
Still kind of weird.
Or I think there's also another Bible source that says that it's like they're supposed to have reached mental maturity.
The Proto-Evangelium of James.
Bro, this sounds like Aisha.
The Proto-Evangelium of James is the only
sick.
source that gives us an age for Mary, and places her conception of Jesus right after she hits puberty.
Oh yeah, and honestly,
I don't think they figured we would fact check these at a later date. That's what I think would happen.
The youngest people have her as is like 12 years old, nowhere close to 6 or 9. But then, anyways, it's probably just like not even likely.
We can say Aisha was worse, but I think like if the bar is Aisha, we're fucking up. Like the bar should be legal age of consent.
But no, like this isn't like a roast. Wait, like I hope you're not like taking this as a roast session. I don't even know like what contentions we're really arguing here. We're kind of bouncing around from like Pascal's wager to morality to like purpose. To
I actually
different stuff.
I had like a question for Star, which is just like, okay, what if like a Muslim lived the same way you did with the Quran, where they're like, yeah, it gives me like purpose, all that stuff. Like, would you be okay with that?
Muslims say that those things that happen are still correct, though. If something went against what I actually believe, I would say
the Muslims don't believe Christ was crucified. They believe that the Christians lied about that.
Well,
is your contention, Star, that again just to make sure that Muslims are okay with horrific things that occur in the Quran?
Yeah, they still agree with it. There's multiple scholars that
you're okay with horrific things that happen in the Bible.
No.
Do you disagree with Yahweh's decree to through the prophet Samuel to King Saul to wipe out the infants of the Amalekites, or do you think that was good?
I'm gonna have to read that on my own first.
I can pull it up real quick.
I don't engage in topics that I haven't read about yet.
Okay, and that's totally fine. Like, there's a passage in the Bible where God literally commands the Jewish people to go and unalive all of the Amalekites, the women, the baby, the children, the cattle, the infants.
God is also God. Like one of the things that God says is God enacts judgment, especially in the old times.
That's
So
400
it's
years
like
ago. On
it's like
babies?
listen. At some point, there's going to be babies in the world, right? And like God makes evil for the day of judgment,
But
right? He's like,
he
what?
flat out says to unalive the babies or do with them what you will.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, move on. I can't argue about that. I haven't read it yet.
Do you disagree with anything in your Bible? Because when you revert back to a scripture or a line or a passage or a book or a story, that would explain away everything you said, and basically, because I know your God can't come down and say, okay, Andre, yes, stars in the book says this. How do I know somebody didn't just write that in there?
You don't. Why do you need to know that any what? That's just not even an argument. Like why do you okay, listen, the main points that come from the Bible, it does you understanding it doesn't matter if it was written by man or written by God, as long as it actually makes sense and you can understand it in your life. Like,
If it doesn't make sense, it's a problem.
and also the Bible basically says God chooses like who he chooses to follow him. Like God is all knowing, right? God chooses like with predeterminism. Like God chooses.
Why so many people deconstructing now? Even though they were born, raised in the religion for 20, 30 years, deconstructing pastors, I have the most on my face. Anytime I see a deconstruction on my face, I probably got 3,000 of them. I put the add button. If you're automatically deconstructing, you can be my friend. But 90%, I have been going through this for a good year or two now, and I think I get a friend almost every day. That's at least 300 so people. So why is so many people deconstructing now, like waking up to this?
And why are so many people converting to Islam instead for some reason?
Are they conversions? I didn't even know. I just know I'm tracking Christianity.
Yeah.
But yeah.
The Bible says, I mean, basically the Bible gives an answer to every single thing that you guys have said. Like the gates of heaven are not wide. Like, so it's like there's going to.
How do you feel about Muslims who say? Could I ask? How do you feel about Muslims who say the exact same thing as you do?
There's clearly Islamic contradictions, like in the Quran. Like in the Quran,
Okay, do you not think they're biblical contradictions?
In the Quran, it says that. Okay, I'll just
wait. Do you not think they're biblical contradictions?
From what I've gotten so far, no. And from what I've seen online,
he can't say no. He can't disagree with anything.
I would like
I
to
haven't
present.
read it.
Bible guy's got something to say about that.
I'm saying I don't know. I haven't read it yet. I'm not ready.
Have you read the Gospels at least, Star?
I'm on Luke 10 right now.
Well, good. That's all you need to get through to understand this contradiction. So, according to the Gospel of Matthew, was Jesus born under the reign of King Herod the Great?
I believe so.
All right, and according to Luke chapter 2, was Jesus born during the census of Quirinius?
I don't remember reading that.
So Luke chapter 2 begins, "In those days a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be enrolled. This was the first enrollment when Quirinius was governor of Syria." So that would place Jesus' birth during the governorship of Quirinius of Syria, correct?
So, yeah, so govern versus king versus, like, emperor.
Well, here's the problem.
Right?
King Herod the Great died in 4 BCE. When he died, his throne was divided amongst his 3 sons, Philip, Antipas, and Archelaus. Archelaus got the regions of Judea, Idumea, and Samaria. He was so shite at his job that the Romans exiled him from Palestine to Vienna, annexed the region of Judea back to Rome, and then in 6 CE made Quirinius the governor of Syria, and he did a taxation over the region of Judea. Jesus cannot both be born during the rule of Herod the Great, as Matthew says, and also during the census of Quirinius, unless we want to make the claim that after Jesus was born, he crawled back up into his mother's vagina and was born 10 years later.
Didn't you just say that? Wait, hold on. It says
Or there was a
you said
miraculous
King
labor and
Herod.
pregnancy.
You said King Herod unalived in 4 BCE. Yet Jesus was born in like 0 AD or 4 AD. I don't
No.
know, whatever.
No, one gospel says Jesus was born roughly between 6 BCE to 4 BCE, which would be Matthew's gospel. And Luke says he was born in 6 CE, which is a decade later.
But that's
Jesus
not.
can't be born after death.
Aren't like basically every single calendar that we had, like the Gregorian calendar, isn't that Anno Domini, the year of our Lord, is when Jesus was born?
Yeah, that's just a Catholic tradition that evolved later.
Yeah, but it
Jesus
gives-
was not born in. There is no year 0, and Jesus wasn't born on it.
Yeah, but isn't that the calendar we use? How are we supposed to actually know?
based. We can know because of the works of Flavius Josephus, who was a historian of the 1st century CE, who actually records the history of the Herodian dynasty and its fall.
No, is it true? Somebody said the Ethiopian got a different time frame. They're still on the time before they changed the time to suit period. I didn't even know. I never confirmed with anybody, but somebody said that they got a 4-year difference between our time. I'm not sure if that's true or not.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, really quick, someone wanted to come up. You were in the guest request. Request again, I can bring you up. Thank you guys for being here. There's 44 people in here. If you can, tap your screens, like the live, share the live so you can get more people in here and get more people on the panel. I appreciate you. If you're wondering why my head is turned to the side, I am playing Minecraft and streaming it to Twitch and YouTube. If you're interested in that, you can check that out. But thank you guys for being here. Can't do this without you guys, and I hope you enjoy the conversation.
Dude, honestly, you sound so much like me. I thought like my voice was replaying on the thing, bro. I was like, what in the world?
Oh, well, yeah.
I was like,
I don't agree, but okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Also,
I don't know what I
this
heard.
has been really cool. Like,
Yeah, a little
I've enjoyed talking
similarity.
to you, Star. At the
Not
very
high,
least.
but I hear it.
Yeah.
I think this has been really cool.
Well,
I hear.
But yeah, continue what you guys were talking about.
yeah. Well, I mean, I would have to do my own research and I guess figure out if that is actually a contradiction. But again, you said King Herod, governor.
The primary sources you want to read for this would be Flavius Josephus' work, Antiquities of the Jews, books 17 and 18.
Okay. So yeah, I've heard of.
I'm kind of distraught on that because I literally don't believe that a magical being was born out of magic and stuff like that. I really don't. Regardless of how many centuries passed, how many times they say it really happened, and the hearsay about the eyewitnesses, I understand that's a fascinating tale, but it's also a fascinating tale that the earth was built in the day, and the stars will fall from the sky.
It doesn't say the earth was
It's a
built in the day.
fascinating tale. It's a fascinating tale.
I mean,
But it's beyond my belief ability. It's beyond my ability to believe that.
At this point, it isn't just belief. Like, I've corrected you on so many things. I feel like you could
Corrected
just
me.
go read the Bible again. And
No, that's
like,
unnecessary.
okay, the earth wasn't built in a day.
The Bible hasn't changed since I read it the last time.
Well,
so it hasn't changed, which means
Bible
there's no new
does-
information. There's no new information in the Bible.
The Bible does make the claim that the earth is flat, which I would say is demonstrably not true.
Right, everybody knows that. That's one thing that he ain't going to agree with. If one Bible said it in there, he's going to agree with it because he can't go against the Bible.
Does the Bible say the earth is flat?
Because you can't go
Isaiah
against it.
chapter 40, verse 22, in the original Hebrew says, "Hayoshev al kul haaretz," he sits upon the circle of the earth. And the Israelites had a word for ball, but they chose the word circle for this text.
Did you know that the Bible is
I'm
a
gonna
historical
interrupt
text?
briefly to say, Bible guy, you better fucking follow me back because I like you.
Oh, I followed you already. Yeah, 100%.
Did you know it's a?
Yeah.
Did you know
Mutuals.
Star? Why it's historical? It's a story because it jots down and documents how little they knew about anything and everything back then. It shows how they couldn't count time. It shows how they thought to believe miracles and things that happened just because they couldn't explain it through science. It's in my opinion, it is historical. It's a historical account of how much we've learned since then. And you may reject all the science is put on too. You may take the big theory as, oh, God created the big beard. No, it's not. That's not in the Bible. It's never been in the Bible, and you can't put it in the Bible now. And that's what they do. They try to adapt. Okay, well, morality. No, that's not. That has nothing to do. Morality was around before the Bible. You cannot. And that's what religion does. You try to insert your religion for everything, and it doesn't account for anything. Especially, I mean, in your life, you might say, yes, I'm going to insert the religion to count for anything. But in my life, I've never had to do that, or can't, or need to. So that's why it's proof that it's not real. You just use that as your crutch, and your backing. I mean, it could be a support system too. You could say, okay, I'm just going to use my own internal faith. But me, I'm a doer, and I'm a seer. You need to actually make me believe it, or just don't tell me something, because that has been put on us since slavery, since we were dragged over here against our will and told and forced that this is that. You know what I mean? You can't do that. It's a patriarchal system that you got to step outside to be like, do I really want to do this?
Bro, do you say a patriarchal system and you're also a guy? You're a guy.
Yes. The patriarch does not benefit me. Your God is white.
My God is not. Oh my gosh.
Right? I've seen the pictures of your God.
Color of God. Wait.
I've seen the pictures.
Dude, if Adam and Eve were made in the image of God, and Adam and Eve were made in the Middle East.
Well, why ain't the pictures of your God the actual God?
To be fair to Star, that this is just what Christianity does. That wherever Christianity goes, they tend to draw their saints and Jesus. Like if you go to, for example, China, and you go to churches in China, you'll see pictures of a Chinese version of Jesus.
Yeah, that's fine. I disagree with you, but
right, they worship dragons in China. Right.
There's African renditions of Jesus as well, and
that's fine. And again, not what the Bible says. The Bible argues against it. So like,
you guys ever hear about Black Jesus?
Too many times, bro. I've been fighting the Black Hebrew Israelites for so long.
Oh, they hate me.
Can life before Adam go into timeout for a minute? He's talking about how God is his pew pew, and he's just kind of.
Oh, Life of Adam? Is he going crazy?
Oh.
Can someone mute him?
Come and get some.
Adam,
bro, love your enemies, Adam. Adam, don't do it, no.
Adam doesn't know how to do that. Adam is.
Can I swing this circle all the way back to I'm a guy. The patriarch benefits me. That's where I went. That's where I want to swing this around. Now, in this religion, you saying the patriarch benefits the man. Do you really, literally believe that's what I would join a religion for that? I love my girl. But you just said that out your mouth.
Wait. Let him answer, and then we'll get from it.
What did I say?
You said you're a guy. The Bible, you mean the patriarchy benefits me?
No, you were just talking about slavery in the USA.
I was talking about that man, that Jesus, or that picture, that God is a white man with a beard.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like the well, yeah, this is what like kind of topic you are. So yeah, you switched the topic on me a little bit, but yeah, the Bible says the Bible. What's I don't know what the rest of your name is. The Bible guy. The Bible guy. Okay. Yeah. So what does what's the word for like helper when Eve is made?
You mean the Hebrew word etzer?
Yeah, etzer. So like.
Is your point that God is also called etzer? Therefore, this is elevating the woman.
Yes.
This is prior. This is great that you would love to highlight what the Bible says about woman in Genesis 1-2, but we must not forget that after Genesis 3, woman is demoted to be under the man, that she serves her man. So that's great if we want to talk about Genesis 1 too, but that's not the whole creation myth.
And it also ignores the complications of the law codes that clearly treat women as property.
Oh yeah, the Ten Commandments.
Yeah, and that's where I believe the
That's where you differ in the belief system of the religion, that maybe women should be treated a little more fairly? Is that what
no,
you're
that's where I
further
believe
out?
that the Garden of Eden is figurative. So it's like God
What
is.
do you mean? Oh, yeah. It's not like an actual thing, right? I know what you said. Yeah, it is.
No,
It's just,
that's
it's a
not what
thought
I. Oh
process.
my gosh! Do you know
You
what
said figurative.
means?
Could I ask a very direct question to cut through the shade?
Please.
Star,
Do it.
do you think women should have equal rights as men in society?
Yes.
Okay.
Swing low, sweet chariot,
Wait, what are you
come Lord to
doing?
carry me home.
Wait, we're in the middle of a conversation. Wait, what are you doing?
Is that from
Yeah, let's
Avatar?
not.
Is that from Avatar: The Last Airbender?
I love that show if it is.
No.
It was really
Yeah.
good. The fact that you mistook it hurts me deeply. You a fake fan.
No, that's
all right.
real.
Get the fuck out of here.
I only read it. I only watched it once, bro.
Oh yeah, wait, really quick. Yeah, like a
Sweet,
I guess
sweet,
commercial
sweet.
break. Yeah, Avatar was so fucking good, bro. Like,
bro, it was. I love it so much.
You're thinking of Secret Tunnel.
Secret
No,
Tunnel.
No, the one that
Through the mountain.
Secret tunnel, secret tunnel, secret tunnel.
What's the old guy's name? I can't believe I forgot it.
Uncle Iroh.
Uncle Iroh. Bro, yeah, he's like.
Unless you watch the movie, which
Mention
is
that
singing.
name unless you want me to start ugly crying, motherfuckers.
Like
It's I think it's like
divine,
soldier voice.
falling so
Falling
slow.
so slow,
Dear
like tiny
soldier.
fragile shells.
But also,
I'm not gonna lie.
Floating in the
Sorry.
wind.
Oh no,
I feel like growing up is realizing Zuko is the best character in Avatar: The Last Airbender. What a
character
fucking
development
person.
was peak. But also, we don't talk about the movies. I don't know what the directors were doing, bro. Like that was horrible.
Didn't they make the one of the movies before the show? Oh my!
I'm not sure.
No, the show came out first. It ended up being like a huge hit that no one expected. And then they made all this stuff after. Like Korra was way after, and they're making a new one actually. There's one about there's these twins. One is the Avatar. One is a regular Earthbender, and they exist in this post-apocalyptic land that I believe is supposed to happen either a century or half a century after Korra.
Which is interesting because Korra literally was supposed to be like rebalancing good and evil, and then it's like just destroys the world. I hate when they do that.
Yeah, kind of. Dude, I feel so pissed. I feel like they fucked up Korra so bad. I hated
They did
that
the same
dumbass
thing.
fucking teen romance bullshit. I don't know why
I love
every
you-
female
I love you
character
all,
needs a
but
fucking
you're all
dumbass
crazy,
teen
okay?
romance.
Unpopular opinion, but I actually like the Legend of Korra over the original series.
What?
I think I could see that because I'm gonna say it. This might be a hot take. Korra has higher highs, but it has way fucking lower lows.
There's like no-
Avatar, the original, was really consistent.
But they did the same thing with Korra that they did with Rey from Star Wars. They're the same female character development, whereas like she just gets all her power and like.
But also,
Like,
really quick,
in the beginning, but later in the series.
Like, do you recognize how quickly she solves everything in the end?
Korra's whole problem was that she excelled in the physical aspects of bending, but she struggled with the spiritual aspect.
Yeah, it was like
I think
really
it.
quick, wait, really quick, guys, really quick. Is everyone okay with us? One guy dropped, but like, is everyone okay with us talking about Avatar? We do have to get back to the God stuff. But this is a pretty good, guys.
for sure.
This is a pretty good commercial break. Like, I'm okay with you.
I was gonna say, I feel like Korra in the
I didn't
later
see it,
seasons.
so I opted out.
Oh, sorry.
Go
Korra in
for
the
it.
later seasons, I think they did explore that more. I do agree. In the very first season, I think she was kind of like a really poorly written character, but I think they started to get an idea of what she should have been. I think the problem was that like they didn't know what Korra was supposed to be before they like started writing. Like I think the original Avatar, they knew what Aang was supposed to be. They didn't with Korra, so her character's messy.
Yeah,
Here to bring the conversation back to the Bible. To the individual in the comment section making the claim that the Bible is very pro-woman, I must remind you that according to Exodus chapter 20, verse 17, which is part of the Ten Commandments, the woman of the man is mentioned in a list of the property owned by the man.
Yeah, that's part of what like one of the few things I understand about the Old Testament, because I'm only in like Exodus 10 right now, like reading through, is that is like God is working with the culture of the people, and he's being like careful with it because like he knows that like he says like do not do this, do not do that, and it goes into like they wouldn't follow God if he was telling them not to like do certain things. So he's
Here's my biggest gripe with that method of apologetics is that the normative framework within the culture of the Canaanites was to practice idolatry, and yet Yahweh has absolutely no problem commanding against that, even though he supposedly knows that the Israelites aren't going to actually obey and to engage in idolatry over and over again in the Hebrew Bible. So there's no reason for him to not say, for example, don't own people as property and don't treat women as if they're your property.
Yeah, and that's part of where I still would kind of believe what I believe.
But
Caught up in the weeds.
where
You need
in
to
the
get
Bible
out.
does it
You need to
lift
get
a
up on a
woman?
mountain. Run for the hills.
Right, where does it lift a woman up in the
Through the
Bible?
mountain?
I don't
Wait, Life
believe
Before,
there's
what are you talking about?
any points where a woman is lifted.
Well,
even Mother
You
Mary,
get caught up in the he said, she said bullshit. You need to let it go.
Wait, what are you talking about, dude? Christianity or
You
what?
getting caught up in verses and chapters. None of that matters.
Well, it matters if you care
You
about the
gotta.
truth.
You need to live in the eternal now of the everlasting light.
The eternal now.
The everlasting light. Like, be so for real.
Whether you
It's poetic. God's a poet.
Now, the minutia of the Bible is important for those of us who actually care about what is and isn't true. And the Bible is a pretty important text to evaluate on whether or not it is or isn't true. So the minutia is very important.
I'm wondering if I was to start. If you live according like by the Bible, you wake up every day, so the Bible guides you, right?
I
So
mean, I
make your
try.
decisions.
Oh, the Bible does not guide you.
If you
guys
cannot,
need a clue.
if
You guys got to make God fun again. Make God fun again.
Oh,
okay, yeah, please someone control him. Go ahead.
Kick this dude
might have to
out.
be muted.
Kick this dude out, bro.
Because he's just being a troll.
Huh? I haven't.
Honestly,
Yeah,
I'm not in the mood for him today.
And you live and go, and if you can't think of something, you go and you find a passage or you find a preloaded quote.
All right. Let me question. Let me go ahead. Are y'all fine with hearing my testimony? I promise it's kind of quick.
You tell me what you went through.
Yes, I want to hear it. And then
all right,
we can look at it.
So here's what I say to preface this. I was a Christian for 20 years. I was a follower of Christ for a month. For the past 2 months. I've been an actual follower of Christ and an actual believer in God. Before that, I was just following religion. So I was in a very stressed, depressive, and wanting to unalive myself state of the world. I was feeling like a failure. I was so confused. I was so confused as to what God, what is my purpose in life? Again, I was asking that. And so at one point I ended up talking to my parents about 10 p.m. And I talked with them for 2 hours, and eventually I start yelling and I get more mad and more angry. And I'm like, how can God be real? And before this, I had struggled with God so many times. I've literally cursed out God before because I was just so mad. I was like, I don't understand. Like, I'm too literal. It's like, I just don't understand. And then after I'm yelling at my parents, they eventually ask to pray for me. And about halfway through the prayer, I get shown Proverbs 17:22 in simple white text across my eyes. It's not like the words of the verse, just like literally Proverbs 17:22. I had never read Proverbs before. I'd read like Proverbs 1. I barely read the Bible just on my own volition, and I didn't know what Proverbs 17:22 said, so it couldn't have been like some mass like subconscious reconjuring from like the deep within my head, because I didn't know what it said. So then after the prayer, I go and I read 17:22, and it's a cheerful heart is good medicine, but a broken spirit saps a person's strength.
Wait, just to be clear, you didn't understand the words when they appeared?
I saw like if you typed up Proverbs 17:22, that's like all I said. That's all I saw. I didn't.
So your brain just hallucinated the name of a book of the Bible with a chapter and verse number, and then you went and read it, and it found personal meaning for you. But how did we come to the conclusion that this wasn't a naturalistic
or
phenomenon?
coincidence?
One again, because I didn't actually know what it said, what Proverbs 17:22 said. It's like someone tried to say like, oh, well, it was your brain trying to fix itself, and like you knew about it, but I didn't know what it said. So then, it's a cheerful heart is good medicine, but a broken spirit saps a person's strength.
You didn't see the verse in your mind, did you? All you saw was the book, chapter, and verse number.
Yeah.
And it happened to be a book which was known for having good advice, like the book of the Proverbs.
Mm-hmm.
I think most atheists don't care for personal testimony because we cannot independently verify any of this.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't care. So anyways, continue. So I'm very literal. So a simple verse like this was incredible for me, because everything I was struggling with was like hyperliteralism, and like these things in my life where I'm just like, how do I do this? Like with how I am, I was struggling with like feeling weak, and like mental image. I was so messed up, and it was so specific to all of the things that I was thinking about, and it was so simple that it was just immediately like, okay, this is God, 100%. And then since then,
See, you inserted God. See, and I could do the same thing. I'm feeling down today. I'm feeling down today.
Hold on, wait.
I'm feeling down.
Let him finish.
I'm gonna go read the book of Psalms.
Wait.
We want to.
I think he knows it's not going to be convincing to us. I think he's just explaining where he comes from.
Come on.
Just
You just inserted God as the reason for you feeling down.
But he's trying to explain where he came from.
We've already stablish from the beginning, like Stars is gonna go with personal testimony. It's not necessarily an argument. He already asked the host, so just let Star do his thing.
Yeah. Exactly. I don't just do everything from personal testimony. I've actually arguing good biblical points this entire time I've been on here. From personal testimony, I've actually arguing good biblical.
Well, honestly, this might be. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, everything he said. Everybody told us the same thing. Oh, this one quote was like, "Oh, this is why I believe in God." He told me he sent a message to read this passage through me. I was already feeling down, and I just didn't know. Listen, the entire book is like that.
So it happens.
Book of Psalms 1 and Psalms 2 will uplift your spirits like you wouldn't believe. I'm telling you.
So this happens consistently to a lot of Christians. So it's like that argument about like mass hysteria or mass hallucinations is that like if it's happening to a lot of people, like
well, I don't think these are mass hallucinations. I think like the Bible guy said, the book does have some good advice in it, right? It's not like straight up garbage. There's a reason this thing stuck around for so long. And if you read it and you find things that speak to you, like that makes sense. A lot of people find different things that speak to them at like different bad times in their life. I would just say like, sorry?
I literally just hadn't read that though.
Yeah, but you're having read it isn't significant because you didn't see the verse in your mind, which would be more impressive if your brain would have like pulled forward all the words of the verse. Instead, all you saw was the name of the book, chapter, and verse.
No, but then I would have already known it, and that would discredit the part where someone said like, oh, well, you had probably heard about the verse previously, and your brain was coming up with that as like
Well, no, that's not even
as a
what's
stress
required.
response.
I'm not saying that your brain's remembering a verse that you previously read, but all you saw was a book title, chapter, and verse. You didn't actually see the content of the verse in your mind, which would actually be more impressive.
Well, not to other people, not as a personal testimony. So when I actually go and explain this to you, if you saw something that you had no clue what it was, but then, like as with the Bible, God tests our faith with asking us to do things. I had to go and look at the Bible on my own volition and figure out the verse. If I was simply arrogant or prideful or willful on my own desire to like hate God or not like the Bible, and I chose not to go read it, then I would never have understood it, and I would have continued to suffer in the life that I had. So it's like God brought faith onto me, and He also gave me the option to choose to go and believe that. Again, just personal testimony. You don't have to attack me saying God made me choose to do that or whatever.
They're totally good.
This might be a hot take, but I think personal testimony is actually the best argument because it's like, I don't know what you felt or experienced. And I think at a certain degree, it's like you either have a moment where you start believing God or you don't. And I don't know if I can convince you out of that unless you have some sort of like other spiritual thing.
That's what I've been
just
saying.
say one last thing here. I would just say like challenge your faith often. Like I have a friend, he's Christian. He constantly had problems with his faith. He's like, I don't know if I believe this. Why should I believe this? Why is my church telling me this? Friend, he's Christian. Why is my church telling me this? And he constantly questioned, and his belief in the Bible has changed so much over the years. But he was still a Christian at the end of it. Like
I think I have one.
Like he got very angry at his pastor because his pastor denied evolution. And he's like, well, it's just a scientific fact. And eventually he came like away from it being like, well, I can believe how I think is constructive. And that's like, because I don't think I can convince you out of any of those things. That's like a very personal experience. And, you know, during very low times, that's just what happens. I would just say, like, do consistently challenge your faith.
Again, that is literally what I do. I still struggle, and I still like do challenge my faith in that hyper literal sense, like Question probably does. That's what I've done for the past 20 years, is like attacking what I believe. But because of this, I say to myself all the time, I said, nothing anyone can ever do or ever say can convince me that God is not real. Nothing besides that really matters to anyone else or to any argument, but it's like nothing you say or do can convince me.
You can still be a
God
deist, but the Bible is definitely not true.
One thing I do want to say is like, I think one argument I run is not so much going to be an argument that will convince somebody like out of their faith when it comes to testimonies, but I do think like when it comes to these things, I think it's interesting how God communicates and how God chooses to communicate. If God was the real, how He communicates across His agents, and I think this is something that like the Christian never thinks about, is like God's communication and why the way it is. I don't think I care enough to like go to like a thought experiment right now, but like it's something that I think if maybe I don't think you won't convince someone with like pure anecdotal evidence, like pure experience. But if they were to like think logically, if God communicates, why doesn't He communicate like in other ways, but like communicate more clearly? But
tell you this. This is what's going on with him. What he's saying right now is whatever he whatever he needs to stay in the belief he took. He said, this right here, I see people do it all the time. That's the reason right there I'm a believer. I was down in my dumps. I was struggling. Every single body I was so struggling and down in my dump story that I had to go to God. I had to find God, and He healed me. He saved me from my torment of whatever it is. But you got to understand two things. One, when you tell us the testimony that you call testimony, isn't that based on whether we believe your testimony, right? We got to believe that this is what you experienced whenever you was down and you thought in your head and some magical, whether it was Leviticus or Exodus or Deuteronomy or whatever quote, whatever Bible came into your head, you feel like, okay, God gave me the thought. Now I'm gonna share this with everybody else in the whole room, and I'm gonna tell everybody that this is how I know God's real. Now, for me, if I was to say, okay, came into your head, you face whole room. I'm mad at somebody right now. Let me what do you think my best option is to pick up a Bible? That's gonna fix it? No, not in any capacity on this planet will picking up a Bible and reading the quote calm me down. I don't calm down that easy, for one. And for
Well,
two,
maybe if you were a Christian, then
no, don't
be slow
do
to anger.
Don't do that, because I tell you, I'll get to the point where you'll understand why I'm not going to heaven with you.
That's fine.
I'm not.
That's crazy.
I'm not, because you don't like me now. You would never be able to take me in an afterlife forever.
Dude,
I already know that.
Bro,
Nobody,
what?
listen,
Bro, what?
you would
Bro,
never be
I
able to deal
love
with
you,
me
bro.
in
You
an
are
afterlife.
amazing. You're a great individual. I love talking with you. I
I'm
would
just
love
saying.
to continue to talk with you in heaven.
I'm telling you, if you listen, if we
I
went
don't
to
know.
an
I don't know what's
afterlife,
going on right now.
it would be a problem. It would be a problem for everybody. It would be a problem. Let's just think about that.
Do you like playing basketball or something?
Basketball. I'm supposed to be watching it right now. I think
I
so.
bet Star is a lovely person in real life.
Dude, hey, I don't know if you guys have. I'm gonna do a little self promotion. I don't know if you guys have Instagram. I do an account. It's Bible.control.group. The profile picture is like a little cross, a little cactus with a cross in it. I don't know if y'all want to look at that. I'm just posting a little bit of like Bible readings and kind of just documenting my faith through it.
DM me it, and like I could check it out. Yeah, because I'm planning on reading the Bible anyway. Before I die, I want to read the Bible cover to cover and give it a chance, I guess.
Eventually, I'm thinking about, alongside the Bible Guy podcast, I'm thinking about doing a separate podcast where I will read through the Bible and give a critical scholarly commentary on it.
Interesting.
Another live, and another woman said that his heart is hardened. Oh, his heart is hardened. So get your God to soften it. Get your God to do your all powerful.
I think
it was like, his heart. No, my heart ain't hardened. I'm just real. I'm not gonna let you.
Hey, you know what's funny? You know what's funny is if you had
Neil.
actually read the Bible, you would know exactly in Exodus that
Bro caught you in 4K.
like
who?
If you actually read Exodus and you went through that, you would understand that simply asking for proof or asking for a miracle is just not something that happens. Like,
Jesus Christ.
Wait, no, that is a thing though in the Bible. Gideon asks Yahweh for confirmation of his mission, and Yahweh twice gives
but
him
he already had
confirmation.
faith. He already had faith. That's
all right.
I had faith, and I asked for confirmation. Never got it.
I will never show my face ever again on the internet. That's confirmed as of now. No, I'm kidding.
That's a hilarious
I'm gonna run.
That's got to be an emote in any server.
That's a good reaction picture, honestly.
I'm gonna make an argument designed strictly for anecdotes. I wanna like take some time to create like some thought provoking argument for anecdotes. I'm pretty sure that there is one. And I've been trying to play around with like a concept of like communication, but like I don't know.
yeah, Pokegurumi in the comments. I'm actually going through reading the Bible, and there's a difference between telling them to do something because of the time period that they're in and condoning it. Slavery was already happening outside of what God was commanding. So it's not like God saying and to do any of these things wasn't something that was already not happening. So like the only thing that has happened is things are getting better. Like
Well, Yahweh foretells in the book of Isaiah that in the last days when Israel is lifted up, that the nations will become the slaves of the Israelites. So, it's not just for the past thing. According to the book of Isaiah, chapter 14, it's a future event as well.
Yeah, and and I also don't know
Just
that
ignore.
because the thing is the Israelites are God's chosen people, but again that was because He chose them. I think it's in Luke or Genesis. No, yeah, I think it's Luke where I'll just say it says that God could make any of His chosen people out of stones along the ground.
I think you're thinking of Matthew, where John the Baptist says, "Do not
Yep.
say to yourself, 'We are sons of Abraham,' for God is able to make sons
Yeah.
for Abraham from these very stones." Although that's just the position of the author of the Gospel of Matthew, and I don't think that you'll be able to find such a theology in the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah, that's because it's the Hebrew Bible and they want to have it all to themselves.
Yeah, because I don't think that the authors of the New Testament were all that knowledgeable on the theology and text of the Hebrew Bible.
But they were Hebrews.
No, we have no evidence of
they
that.
were Jews. They were Jews, my bad.
We have no evidence that they were actually Jews. And I mean, if they were Jews, we wouldn't expect them to be quoting from the Septuagint
Well, I
as
mean,
opposed to the Hebrew Bible.
They followed. Well, when you go with the Gospels, it's mainly them telling the story after, like it's the disciples telling the story after everything.
Just so we're clear, we don't actually know who wrote the Gospels. Those texts are anonymous.
I've heard that.
Our earliest Gospel of Matthew from Papyrus 1 doesn't even have a title at the top of the manuscript.
Yeah, that's fine. So, but yeah, coming from them, it's saying that like God could. Wait, were we still on the Israelites or something else? Choose Israelites.
The Israelites being God's chosen people and them having slaves in the last days.
Yeah, so I mean, like it could be, like God makes that happen, as like an act of what He does for justness. But I mean, again, I'll have to read it for myself. I'm not really going to argue about it.
Everybody is going. You said His chosen people, right? It's just a select few, right?
Oh, actually, that's a good question. What do you think about?
Why are you trying to get everybody? Yeah, it's a select few. If this is chosen people, the only ones that are enter into the kingdom.
Not necessarily a question. According to the Hebrew Bible, it's not just the Israelites who have a place in the world to come, but according to Isaiah chapter 56, even non-Israelites have a place in God's temple, as it is written, "For my house shall be called a house of prayer for all nations."
You do know
the Bible,
regardless if the Bible says it, doesn't mean I'll follow it.
Wait, hold on. Does the Bible talk about only like 147 people making it in, or
right?
Oh no, that in the book of Revelation it mentions that that there will be 144,000 individuals, 12,000 each from each tribe of Israel, who will have the mark of God on their foreheads, and they're a special people group. Put out there in the book of Revelation, but it doesn't make the claim that like they're the only ones who are saved. They're just a special select group of Jews who are followers of Jesus.
Favorites?
This is a really stupid question, but is there some reason they picked 12 squared? Like there's 12 tribes, then if you square it, you get 144. And it's like 1,000 people, or times 1,000. Is there a reason? I'm just going schizo here.
12 is just an important number to the Israelites. They had 12 tribes and then 12,000. It's probably meant to be more symbolic than literal.
Okay, I guess that's why they take like 12 squared. Maybe they just think 12 times 12 is like super.
Yeah, and my
special. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, my guess is also that like I think it's God talking to each of the Israelite sons. I mean, Israel's sons, is that they are like He gives each of them sort of like how they'll work as a tribe of Israel. Like this tribe will struggle, this tribe will succeed,
So I think it's like mainly gonna be. I think it's mainly talking about how each tribe would function with this new like group of chosen people.
What are you talking about?
I don't know where it is. This is where I saw.
Are you referring to Genesis 49 with Jacob's prophecies to each of his sons?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's one idea I have just on how that would work. So.
There's a voice of stories there. Nobody. I mean, literally, if you told somebody, even little kids in other places who have never heard of this, they're gonna say to you, "What? Huh? That makes no
Yeah.
sense."
So
The
how do we
trillions
know
of
that they're
people,
not? How do we know that
trillions of
they're not
people
chosen?
existed. Billions and billions of people existed before this religion and after. And you're trying to tell me there's a select few. Am I in that few? Or do you believe you're in that few? You really truly believe that you're in that few?
Okay. So I'll try and answer. One, I believe in the age of accountability. So I believe that until maybe it's when someone has fully matured, like their brain is developed and everything, that like they would have had to choose to either go with God or go against God for them to not go to heaven. And then I also believe
your brain matures. I don't get that.
Yeah,
little kids get taught religion from at the birth. I don't understand. Get taken to church. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Okay, so I'll say another one. Jesus says, anyone who welcomes one of these into the kingdom of heaven is like as if he welcomed me. So like Jesus is saying, like when you accept these children into like my grace, they are like you. It's like you have accepted me. It kind of does the same thing with poor people. Is like when you help poor people, it is like you are helping me. And then so that's kind of what I believe about the types of people, I guess, who would be getting into heaven. And also, it was like there is some point where I can just say I don't know, and it would be a biblical answer.
I think
Like if you ask me now, am I going to go to heaven? And then I say, no, you're not. But then the next day you have a revelation from God, and you're like, oh, now I totally believe in God. Then I'm like, it's like I would say I don't know if you're gonna go to heaven or not.
I'm
You
50.
want to.
Don't you think I would have had one by now?
I think
I'm 50. Don't you think I would have had one by now? Like, you mean just wait? When we would think I'm gonna wait till I'm about 80 before I decide? I'm gonna start deciding that God exists.
I think the
That's
only
what happened, right?
Question. The only requirement your only requirement to go to heaven is just to believe in God. Requirement commit murder.
Well,
200 times.
that depends on what form of Christianity we're talking about. There isn't really a single monolithic view on who gets to go to heaven based on what criteria within Christianity. There are forms of more like free grace Christians who do hold to that, but more I think Star, if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, you're Catholic, so you don't hold that you can just sin willy-nilly and you'll enter into heaven.
I mean, that's actually where I say I have no clue. I've only read. What is this?
I'm just saying. Wow.
Very important that we as atheists do not generalize Christians because they are not a monolith.
Yeah, I've only read about 150 chapters. I've only read about 150 chapters of the Bible. I've read into Exodus 10 from Genesis. I've read to Luke 10 from Matthew, and I read Proverbs up till 31. So I mean, I'm about to read Proverbs 31.
My main understanding, I could be wrong, but my main understanding, at least the main understanding, is you need to believe in God and believe Jesus Christ died for your sins and all that, right? Isn't that the main ones, or is there like other criteria that I'm missing?
Pretty sure Catholicism is more complicated. Like if I remember
that's
right,
the rule.
In Catholicism, if you commit an act of mortal sin and do not confess and do not go to confession, then you will go to hell, regardless of whether or not you're a Catholic. So no, in Catholicism, you can't unalive somebody and then go to heaven if you do not at least confess your sin.
Also, I'm pretty sure in Catholicism they have like a similar thing as Islam. I think this, in fact, Islam gets it from Catholicism, is this idea that you can't just repent. You have to essentially do like penance for
Yes.
your sin.
Yeah, so when you say confess, you're saying you have to like just like pray and say God forgive me, or to like
That's one of the main things I disagree with Catholicism with is like they used to make people pay for salvation, like
no,
penance.
sorry. I didn't mean pay. I said pray. I meant to say
Well,
pray for your like.
I
Let's say
was
confession.
just
not to
talking.
sound like I'm sitting here defending Christians or Catholicism or anything, but that's not exactly true either. They didn't really pay for salvation so much as they paid indulgences so that people could exit out of purgatory quicker. But people, according to Catholic theology, people in purgatory are basically bound for heaven, irregardless. It just gets you to the front of the line even quicker.
That's
Yeah,
It's
and
like
because of that, because
like
It's the flash
or
pass of
like
Catholicism.
and then
sorry,
also
don't Catholics like view that negatively now, or am I wrong?
wait, hold on.
Like in
Okay.
general, like even the Pope, I don't think liked that or something.
Well, also
Okay,
like
let me-
because of that, that started like one of my favorite periods in history, which was the Protestant Reformation, the 95 Theses, and Martin Luther doing his thing.
Yeah, because of all that happening, the Catholic Church no longer allows you to pay money for indulgences. Now you have to perform acts of service to the church, like pilgrimages and whatnot, to get an indulgence.
Okay, because I do remember having a Catholic friend that was just like, yeah, we hate that. Even the Catholics look back and are like, fuck that and fuck the Pope that did that.
But the Bible guy.
Okay.
What I'm saying is like by confession, I think you mean like to pray for your like pray or forgive, right? For your sins.
Yeah, you have to confess your sins to the priest, perform prayer, and then do acts of penance.
Okay, good.
Wait,
Now,
interesting. I
okay,
didn't know you need to do all that.
okay,
just to
so
go to heaven.
Sorry,
But
could
that's
I
just
quick meme?
classical Christianity, not
let me finish.
Protestantism.
say one quick meme thing, which is Catholics are the most Muslim Christians. Yeah. So for those who know, they know.
Okay, so this gift of eternal life that you're promising, right? Because I know what the gift is, right? I know the gift. It's not a gift of heaven or it's a gift of eternal life, right? You said that all you gotta do is take the Lord Jesus Christ as your Savior and you get in, right? Now, once you do that, how do you know you got in?
Well, you'll
Tell
see.
me, typically, like you just said, okay, I'm in. I was married to a Pentecostal Christian woman my whole life, and she said I'm in through her marriage, right? Right? She's right, according to it, but I still don't believe in that. So, what do you tell me? Am I in just because I it was told to me?
My man stay hating.
You might have to find out when you pass away.
yeah, exactly. It's a flake. That's a big disappointment to wait till you die right after you. It don't make any sense. Nothing. There's nothing in life that you paid for, that you pay for other people for, that a promise that you get for after you're dead. There's nothing. There's nothing in life other than this religion, which makes it bogus. You know what I mean? It makes it far-fetched. So, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. There's no promise of anything after you die. I mean, come on. People been dying for decades. I mean, for eons.
Counterpoint, why do the pyramids exist?
Wait, why did the pyramids exist?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm about to take my friend to work. Just start in my car. But,
Oh yeah,
I'm about to get over y'all.
You're a passenger, right?
So you know,
He's a passenger.
passenger, right?
He's
Wink,
a
wink.
passenger.
I can't hear you.
You're a passenger.
Wink, wink. You're
No.
a passenger. Wait,
Yeah.
just
Am
say
I a
you're
passenger?
for TikTok. Just say
Just
you're
say
a
a
passenger.
I'm a passenger.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, okay.
Passenger.
Before I start driving. So, yeah, just so TikTok knows. I'm going to get off. I ain't going to drive there. Leaving in a few minutes anyway. But, yeah, guys. Thank you guys for having me up.
Yep.
And I definitely will see you back, the contender and
Question.
back
I'm gonna say one last thing to you.
Mhm.
If you are maybe possibly, if you are, I'm gonna say it like this: ask God for the wisdom that He formed the earth.
I don't have to ask God for anything. that's the problem.
Listen. If you just want to read the Bible again, if you ever do or anything,
No, I'm trying to
just
tell you,
ask
I've
God
read the
for the
entire
wisdom that
Bible.
He
I
formed
don't
the
need
earth
to read
with,
it
and
again.
then you can move on. You don't have to have faith or anything. I'm just asking you to do that for me, okay?
And this is what Christians do. They do
This
not
is what
stop
Christians
trying
do,
to force
exactly.
their religion on people. I'm trying to tell you, I'm a non-believer.
Dude,
You can't
we've
tell
been
me to
talking
go
for
read
2
the scripture and
hours.
I'm
What
gonna
do you
find
mean
something
Christians don't
different.
stop?
Well, I'm telling you, it's not like I'm not gonna make you disbelieve like you're gonna never make me believe. But I just wanted to show you that if God could create Adam out of thin air, why did he need to create Jesus through a woman? That was my question. And the answer is, well, he's a spirit. No, he was a
No,
flesh,
that's
supposedly.
not the answer I gave. What?
What was it you
Okay,
said?
why does God need to make Adam and Jesus the same way?
No, I'm just saying, if he could make Adam out of thin air, out of the
I
dust
think
from
it's
the earth.
important to note that God didn't actually make Adam out of thin air. He made him from pre-existing materials like dirt,
Didn't he
clay.
shape him out of the earth?
Yeah.
Like it's this
Y'all really
song
believe
where
that we
it's like
come
we were
from?
shaped of clay.
I mean,
And here's another difference: is Adam was when they say like the breath of life. A lot of people think that it's like talking about the spirit. Like God breathed the spirit into Adam. And then but then when you go to Jesus, it's like Jesus is God, so Jesus didn't need that
Oh,
breath
I
of
would
life.
hardcore contend with that. Which is actually what brought me up here in the first place. Is I heard someone quote John 1:1 as an evidence for God, Jesus being God, and it's summoned me.
I think it was me saying the word was with God and the word was God.
Yeah,
I think he and I were talking about something else. Not
Before we dive into that, could I just quickly? I just
Yeah,
want to drop
guys.
one thing before I
If y'all
leave.
still on when I get back, I'll come back in. But I
One
don't
at
want
a
to.
time, guys.
All right.
I just want to tell Coco one quick thing. Coco, you should check out a show that I've been watching it. I finished the first season. It's called Moral Oral. It came out in 2005. It's really interesting. It's a show about religion. But it feels like it feels like it's about Christianity, but it doesn't feel like it's making fun of Christianity. It feels like it's making fun of Christians, which I think is really interesting. I think it toes that line super well.
I feel really fucking old right now because
that's an
I
old one.
watched that shit when it first came out.
Yeah, I remember that shit I remember when it first came out. Like,
never seen.
I was a kid though.
I feeling old.
Well, now
I
everyone
was a young adult.
Now everyone fun left. Besides the person to my right, but
I think my only contention with the anecdote is one thing that I was getting confused if God only sends messages to certain people or if God's constantly sending messages to people. Like if it's the case that God chooses to only send messages to certain people, and then if God, okay, let's put it another way. If God is constantly sending messages to everyone, right, then it could be the case that there's some faculty that's going on where I misinterpret. We just simply like do not understand the message being sent, right? Or we're just not reading it, or I don't know, we're not understanding it, or we're just ignoring it or something. Then I don't know. I wouldn't know what's going on. Why God would send a message to people that would not even interpret it at all. Like, now, if it is the case that God decides to send messages to certain people specifically, right, and it's a clear messages that's been sent, then I'm not too sure if why there is so much confusion. If the message is clear in and of itself.
I believe that everyone will have the chance and the evidence enough to choose Jesus and to choose God and like recognize Jesus in life for our sins. Just like, and again, I have to read way more of the Bible. But it's like we would have to.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know, like the whole idea between like maybe just clear. Maybe I try to give some intuition prompt surrounding divine hiddenness, but it doesn't make sense to me how God sends messages. If He sends only to certain people, or if He's constantly sending messages to everyone, if it's clear, if it's misunderstood, if why God will send messages to people that won't understand it.
Yeah, I think part of it is following God's law, following God's will, and then like at some point it's not like God doesn't tell everyone about like heaven. It's like we still choose to believe what we want to believe.
Well, I would
At some
contend
point
with
it's
that.
still kind of
Beliefs
that.
aren't beliefs are not choices. One doesn't choose to believe or disbelieve. You're either convinced of a proposition, in which case you will believe, or you are unconvinced of a proposition, in which case you will not believe. But I can't flip a switch in my head and make myself and choose belief.
Yeah, because no, like imagine if God sends messages to everybody, and yet you're still an atheist. So something's clearly going on there.
Um, I mean, yeah, at some point, measures.
So I don't know, but it's different for different people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just don't. I guess it would call into question. Also, I'm not sure how much of a fan I am with just the whole vagueness of like, I don't know, like the vagueness of the messages being sent.
I mean, yeah. Again, if you want to, I don't know. Do you have Instagram?
I have Instagram, but like send me a DM, follow me, and I'll follow you back. And yeah, send me something. I'll watch it.
All right, follow. All right, yeah, I'll definitely message you after.
Very
Um,
nice.
so
Yeah.
I'll just say I don't know right now. Like from what I would assume, everyone has the chance to believe, um, and everyone will hear the word of God. Um,
So everyone gets a chance to go to heaven.
yeah, and
Oh,
it's
nice.
also
So you mean so wait, you mean as me as an atheist, I could remain atheist, and then one day God will just come to me?
uh, you don't need God to come to you for you to recognize the truth about some things.
What does
If
that mean there?
so, I'll say so. If God made the world with wisdom, and from the Bible you recognize the world as created, so Bible,
That's the problem though. As in, if God is sending me a message, right? Like this is sending me a message, right? I am God that created this. I'm not interpreting that message that way.
Yeah, the world definitely doesn't look like it's
So
wisely created.
so why
No,
would
I
God?
know, I know. I'm saying like when I've read the Bible, I see the world and I recognize the truths in it
No, no, I'm
that
asking. I
like
understand
only
that.
the Bible has talked about.
No, no, look at what I'm saying. I'm saying that God is sending you a message and sending me a message. He sent you a message and he said, "Hey, look at this world I created. Don't you know I'm God?" And you say, "Yeah, oh yeah, this is obvious, right?"
Well, no,
Like God is sending me. Is God is sending me a sending me a message.
yeah. So
But
if I told
I'm not understanding that to be the case. I don't understand if I'm even talking to God at all.
yeah,
Why would
if I
God send me a message that will make me not even to even question if there is a message sent at all? Does God not send like a clear message to me? What's the difference between me and you?
yeah, if I told you my personal testimony, you'd probably hate it
No, no,
even.
it's not about personal. I understand that God sent you a message. You so it's clearly it's the evidence is your testimony, right? But is God sending me messages? These clear messages that you said.
we can do.
Oh, let me not strawman you. Is it true that God will send He said God will send everybody a message? Is it true that
I mean,
you still hold to that?
I don't know exactly what type of message you're thinking
But
about.
no, but you
I
said
believe
that.
everyone will hear about God and have the chance to choose Him.
Oh wait, so okay, so what you meant to say is because I thought at first I thought you said something like God will send like everybody will have like a chance to like know God or something like that. I thought I heard you say that.
No. So it wouldn't be like God proving Himself to everybody. It would
Mhm.
be everyone has the chance to hear about God. Um, and then again, anyone who doesn't even have the chance to hear about God,
So
I believe it would go to heaven.
why will why that's kind of vague. Yeah, I mean like it's such a weird. Do you think isn't that kind of a weird requirement? Because if you're gonna be alive, you're gonna hear about thousands of God,
Yeah.
right?
So again, there's recognizing the truth of the world through like what has been written. There is a truth that you can see if you read about like the religions where they believe in reincarnation. Okay, well then how do you like with how the world just works? How would you ever be able to go to your heaven through these different reincarnations till you believe in
Wait, I'm not too. I'm not too. Look, I guess what I'm not too sure if that's concerned because you're saying that this is. You're saying that I'm not too sure you have a chance to know God. I think by chance to know God, you mean that what you think what you said there was just that God will one day we're gonna pass by somebody use the word God or maybe we'll go to a church or some shit and oh yeah, oh you know about God, but but that's the same way we know about any God. Maybe we read a book somewhere, we learned. So why is that enough for I guess for me to believe in God?
um okay, so I'll try and explain these steps. Um did how much of the Bible have you read?
I read this amount.
I read it front to back.
Bobby, can you say that again?
Not front to I haven't read it front to back, but just a decent amount.
Okay, yeah. So God asked, like, what did God ask of Abraham?
I mean, I'm not too sure.
So
This is
God asked Abraham to prove his faith first, and
no,
then after that is when he got the blessings.
like imagine
So when we go and we read the Bible, if we have if we can
no.
see the truth and then recognize it, and then have faith that it is the truth,
No, I think
then
imagine that I just simply you saying that everybody will get a chance to know God, right? Maybe they'll hear God some kind of way. Not that God will prove Himself to you or like He'll show Himself, but everybody will get a chance to like understand God or hear of God, right?
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah.
And and I'm not too sure you said a conclusion from that. I don't think there's any conclusion. You just said that we'll all have to get a chance to know God. Well, if God exists, right? If this is the case, that it's some God does exist, well, it's kind of trivial because yeah, there's most likely maybe in this age we'll probably brush by some talk of God, not just a Christian God, any kind of God. In our lifetime, we'll know many gods.
Yeah.
So why is that talking point important?
Because again, as I said, when you recognize the truth of the world, and when you so like when you if you read the Quran and it contradicts something that the world says and that basically everyone understands, then the Quran is not the truth. The Quran says
Well,
that
I can do the same with the Bible. Is the
Yeah, we could do the
problem?
same in the Bible.
I know, but I'm not trying to get into that right now. I'm giving an example. So when the Quran says that it is okay for you to have to child for there to be child marriage, and it says that it's okay. That is not a truth of the world, right? We don't accept that. Science doesn't accept that.
The Bible says it's okay to stone a woman if she doesn't bleed her first time having intercourse with her husband, even though not all women bleed their first time.
Well, yeah, there's also other laws that go with that.
The problem is that that law results in innocent women being stoned.
And let's be very clear, right? What we're trying to do is understand who God is, right? And you're saying that the way to God will make himself, not make himself known, but will give us some kind of like, God will let us know him. But if by knowing him is just like we'll understand, we hear of him, what relevance is that if maybe you're gonna hear of many gods? Because now all you're doing now is just kind of pointing, well, this God, this religion does this bad thing, and this religion says this bad thing. But that this pointing fingers doesn't get us any closer to actually understanding if there is a God that's sending us this message, you know. Star.
Yeah.
And like I'm saying, like this pointing figures to different religions. Like, hey, this one did this bad thing, that religion did that bad thing. Doesn't really help us understand this main point that you said God, this God will let us know of Him. But it's kind of arbitrary where God will send this message, which is gonna say, hey,
Do we still accept stoning a woman just because she didn't bleed?
no, it's not. It's not. I'm not sure it's about like you pointed to like something in the Quran. Bible guy brought something from the Bible, but how does this get us to know? How does that get us to any closer? Because what are you trying to do with that to get us to know God? With just
Okay.
like
I'll try and say it. Try and explain one last time. I know I already repeated it a few times, but when we recognize the truth of the world through a religious viewpoint and their texts and their books, that is where we start to have faith about what is the truth. So when, and I'll explain again, with the Quran, Muslims today will still tell you that that thing that happened with a child marriage is still okay. But in our current day, we would not still say that stoning a woman over not bleeding would be okay. It is a work through, is God's work through that time period. And
like when isn't that the same excuse that Muslims use?
no, but the thing is, they still say it's okay.
It seems like the only reason you think that Islam is worse is because they still practice these as opposed to the fact that in the Bible, well, because of Paul, not because of Jesus, because Jesus actually supported these things, but that because Paul abrogated the law, therefore Christianity is somehow better.
I don't know what I don't yeah, because I'm not really sure if better equals to true. Are you just saying, hey,
right?
You're just saying you like the teachings in this, therefore it has to be the case. Because I feel like I could point to some Hindu and they could say that for their texts.
Well, okay, yeah. So I'll just say as much as I can is like having faith about what is the truth. Then, when you continue to read the Bible through that lens of having faith about the truth and wanting to learn the truth, that is when you start to ask. You can ask God, I don't know if you're real, but I sincerely want to know. Help me with wisdom. And this is what I tell atheists: is like you don't have to be Christian to sincerely want to know the truth.
And what happens when you were in this position and nothing happened?
Well, I mean, then that's just.
I was a devout Catholic.
Same, bro. Same. I was
Yeah,
I was never devout.
Well, I stepped my foot in a few different spiritual poles. I practiced Protestantism, Catholicism, and Judaism at different
yeah.
points
Again, so that
in my
again,
life, and God never revealed Himself to me.
yeah, again, that's just choosing your own knowledge and understanding, and choosing, like, to try and follow rules of a religion than actually going and just looking for a relationship.
I spent hours in prayer, praying the rosary for hours sometimes, earnestly seeking for God to reveal Himself to me,
Same.
and it never happening.
Yeah.
I was sincere.
Yeah, and it took, like, if you look at Job, everything that happened to him, like, it just continue to have faith. There is no benefit
Job
of
is not a good story to point towards me.
Your job is not a good story.
there is no benefit of you removing faith from your life.
Oh no, faith is so my ultimate goal is to believe as many true things as possible and to disbelieve as many false things as possible. And faith is not a good mechanism for getting to the truth because you have faith and it leads you to Catholicism. Muslims has faith and it leads them to Islam. Hindus have faith and it leads them to Krishna. If faith can get you to truths and to falsehoods, then it's no better than flipping a coin. I need a mechanism that's actually going to produce results, get me to the truth.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Faith shouldn't lead you to Christianity. Faith should lead you to the truth, to God. That's what I'm saying. That's what
No,
Jesus.
faith isn't a mechanism for getting to the truth.
What? I don't even understand. Like, what?
That's when you have faith in the truth of the world and of what actually.
What if I have faith that atheism is true?
Atheism is a worldview. You can't have faith.
Yeah, no, I have the view that I have a view that there is no God, and I have faith that it is the case. That's a naturalistic explanation for all this.
You can't have faith that there is no God. You can't.
Why not?
I would actually agree with Star on this. That we don't have faith as atheists. We have a lack of faith.
I don't. No, as in by faith. What is how we define the word faith?
A belief without evidence.
The only way for you.
Yeah, I believe there is no God.
The only way for you to have faith.
I don't have evidence there is no God.
But Star, why should I use faith? It doesn't seem like faith is a reliable tool for getting to the truth.
Yeah, because an atheist, I think I could just have faith that there's no God, and even though I lack evidence of it.
Would you always try to prove that your wife loves you?
No, my wife can demonstrate that she loves me through acts of service. I have a high confidence in my wife loving me because of evidence. It's not because I wouldn't believe it based on nothing. If my wife had never given me a reason to believe that she loved me, then I wouldn't believe that she loved me.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, eventually, at some point, everything has faith in it.
I don't have faith in anything.
I think if you remember we define faith as a belief without evidence.
Do you have faith that a friend of yours, when driving in the car with you,
No, because I have evidence to support that.
Yeah,
I have a high confidence based on previously given evidence.
Maybe just to Star. How you define that word faith? Maybe you're defining the way that we're not using it.
Faith is
the belief without evidence.
Confide. Wait, actually, there's this debate that I watched in like.
Because to me, I have evidence that God exists, and therefore I have faith. Faith is.
Wait, hold on, really quick. So, like, there was this debate that I watched. It was like 3 Christians versus 3 atheists, and it was pretty awesome. And it had like Seitan Bergenkit in it, and like. Then I got Seitan Bergenkit to debate on my platform, which is the highlight of my TikTok career. But one point that they made is like faith is derivative of the Latin word confide, which just means confidence. Is that right, or something like that? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, faith is derived from just the word fide. Confidence is derived from confide. But yeah, fide in the Latin at least conveys the idea of like fidelity, loyalty.
Okay, so with
Which is
like,
why fidelity itself has the Latin root word fidelity.
Yeah, so I guess like loyalty, like
Yeah, I think. So I
trust
think.
in something that it is true without knowing that it's true. So
Yeah,
like
but
not
so
not having it be proved. So I don't know that my friend won't drive me off a cliff in the car, so I have faith that he won't.
So
I
you're
think
just
that.
using this to mean confidence.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I don't think we have any good reason to have a confidence in the Bible.
Because I think you're not using faith in the sense that like a belief without evidence. You're using faith as like some belief with evidence. I don't know, something like that. Confidence, high degree of confidence.
The only main problem I see with every single atheist is that they always try and argue about how the Old Testament is messed up. But to me, it's like
Oh no, I can talk about why the New Testament's messed up.
I mean, it's like I understand.
As bad as the Old Testament is, the New Testament is infinitely worse, because at least unlike the Old Testament, at least in the Old Testament there isn't the concept of eternal conscious torment and fire. So the New Testament is infinitely worse.
wait, what about Gehenna and Sheol?
Well, Sheol is just sort of, depending on what author you're reading. For Ecclesiastes, it's nothingness, it's unconsciousness, you're not even present. In Sheol, it's just a sort of dreary sort of afterlife that everyone goes to, but it's not necessarily tormentous. And then Daniel has the belief in the righteous people being resurrected and the wicked being destroyed forever. And so the Old Testament doesn't have a single consistent concept of the afterlife.
Do you find it interesting how, like, Bible guy, I was curious, do you find it interesting that Paul never mentions hell?
Oh yeah, it's probably because he might not have held to that concept. He talks about destruction of the wicked, but he may not have believed in the concept of eternal conscious torment.
Right. I don't think he did.
Yeah,
now the author of Revelation.
I'm probably not gonna out Bible the Bible guy, but I can out faith the Bible guy.
That's fine. I don't want to be a first place in faith.
That's fine.
Destruction of the wicked. Yeah, that doesn't seem like eternal conscious torment.
Yeah, no, that's more of John the Revelator's perspective as opposed to Paul.
I know there's some people who don't believe in like the actual idea of hell, which was interesting to me. Like they don't believe at least eternal torment and suffering exists.
Okay. Let me. Not that I show hell. I'll show you what I mean about the. When I ask you that question about the Heaventon, and you can test it. I can test it here. So like, Star, I have a question for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you like? I know heaven is God promises. Well, not promises heaven, but like, heaven is like part of the package deal, right? But if heaven was not the case, like God says you can only have earth, like you can only like have a relationship with him on earth, but that's not heaven. Would you still would religion still feel as meaningful to you?
If God said that I would only understand him,
Like you don't have a relationship with him on earth, but there's no like after this.
There's no heaven, there's no hell.
There's no heaven.
And you were only supposed to have this relationship with God on earth. Would your relationship with God be different?
Funnily enough, that was the perspective of the author of Ecclesiastes.
I mean, when you actually just go, what's funny? I love it. I love these talks because it's like I want to contradict myself, but it's so hard to. Where I'm like, that's not the nature of God. But he's saying like, oh,
Look, I get it. It's not nature. Like just deal with the hypothetical for now. I understand it's not in the Bible.
If God said that I am only here to be on Earth, I would probably just, I don't know, because I still believe that God would be like allowing me to do as good of things that I can do on Earth as possible. Like, I would still feel like he would still help me with getting a job. He
Yeah.
would, yeah, so like, he would still help me with getting a job. He would still help me with like doing all these things and being successful. Um, I would still be humble. I would still be a servant. I could. I wouldn't want to ruin my life not believing in God. Um, like going and getting involved with drugs or like.
Yeah. So
I don't. I'm not involved in drugs.
No, I know that. I know
I'm not
that.
either.
Just saying, like,
Well,
That word on TikTok.
Oh yeah.
So
I'm not
basically,
involved in pharmakia. We'll use that Greek word there. I'm not involved in pharmakia, or
I am.
so basically, Star Trek. You're saying that nothing really changed too much.
That's not pharmakia. That is herbs.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. I'm just using a replacement word.
Yeah, you still have the same. You still have the same
Hey,
relationship.
Louise.
It's still.
Yeah,
You still.
and here's actually real
Wait,
quick.
Plum.
I'm a ghost in the comments getting a job while others suffer from cancer. I'm a ghost. Are you atheist?
We can let us.
Yeah,
I'm a,
Just
I'm a ghost.
let them type in the comments real quick.
Real quick, I got 3% left on my battery, and my sister's about to be home from work, so I am gonna head out. But it was nice, Star. It was nice getting to talk to you, and Prook, it was good seeing you again.
Yeah, see you, man.
And Compass, good
It
seeing
was
you, man.
nice.
Come back
Nice
anytime.
getting to know you.
Oh, you too. I
Yeah,
made sure to give you a follow.
Yeah, so I'm a
Oh,
ghost.
you too, Bible guy.
I'm a ghost. With your atheism, does the world change at all? Because with Christianity, it's not saying that the world's gonna change. It just never says that. With your atheism is the exact same world I live in as a Christian.
But you see, Prook, I told you that you should usually answer like this
Yeah,
to
I don't
like.
know, bro. I wouldn't. Like my relationship would be. I don't know. Like I wouldn't feel any incentive to believe in God if there's no heaven.
Oh, are you
I mean, I
Christian?
would believe. I think I would still believe in God. Like, don't get me wrong. I would still believe in God just because that's what the evidence would be, or my intuition or whatever. But
PRK, are you
my
Christian?
relationship would be different. Yeah, I am.
All right, cool. Yeah, I can tell, bro. These people got a voice, and I'm like, yeah, they're Christian.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so I'm a ghost. So it's like atheism is children unalive from cancer. Christianity, children unalive from cancer. The misconceptions that mainly happen is like with the Garden of Eden is like original sin means like people believe it's like caused by that happening, but when you actually look at the Garden of Eden figuratively, it's it's a representation of humanity's choice to choose their own understanding and their own want and will to do evil or to do good, which is like, when you see how it is so prevalent in this world and evil is so prevalent in this world, and then the Bible just says, yeah, that's what happened. That's where you're like, oh, now I'm like maybe not gonna be salty about something that like is like, I don't understand why God would let little babies unalive from cancer, but it's like atheism is just the exact same thing, except we don't now. I believe in age of accountability, which means those babies would be going to heaven. So it's kind of like that. That's what I'm talking about. Like that truth of the world is where I'd start getting into Christianity versus atheism.
Can I ask a clarification question? Do you believe that babies who are not baptized, do they go to hell or do they go to purgatory?
I believe baptism is only the washing away of sins, and it also allows the gifts of the Spirit. So, and when you're saying washing away of sins, sins is like several things. Sins is missing the mark is a definition. Some say it's, I used to kind of say it's like not of God, and it's like doing your own will. So babies aren't doing their own will, so like babies getting baptized does open them up to the gifts of the Spirit. Like one example is prophecy, is like talking to others about the faith. But I don't. It might not be necessary for salvation.
So are you saying it's like more symbolic, right? Or is it necessary for salvation?
Yeah. So the word with symbolic. Some Catholics get really. I'm not Catholic. I don't know what I am actually. But like some Catholics will get really annoyed with when you say the word symbolism. It is spiritually like if you were Christian, spiritually is a fact that it does do something. It's like not necessarily symbolic spiritually, but symbolic physically. Yes.
So do they go to purgatory or do they go to hell or none of the above?
I believe they would go to heaven. I haven't read enough to know about purgatory. And like I know there are. I mainly only know from like what I've heard other people talking about. It's like some people don't believe in a forever hell.
Okay. Yeah, no, because I mean, every Christian kind of says something different. To be honest, I think it just depends on if you listen to like Calvinist or Hobbes.
Hey, John.
Basically.
Yeah. One of those things I heard was from a Calvinist, where I'm kind of like, maybe.
Well, it's basically if we were born with sin or if we were born with a blank slate, I guess, and that's pretty much.
So that's also where I say is, Adam and Eve is a. I don't know if you heard me earlier. Adam and Eve is a figurative story. It is a representation of what people choose. And Adam and Eve were not babies when they made that choice. They would probably be mentally matured. So like, I don't know, age of accountability.
I would like to point out as well that they had no prior knowledge before eating of the forbidden fruit. They weren't even aware that they were naked. They didn't know what nakedness was. So I mean, how emotionally mature can you be without that knowledge?
Again, that is kind of where it's figured. It's like the purity of that way of thinking and how it is ruined by the choices that we make. So I don't know. I don't know really.
John, I had a sorry, I didn't want to. John, are you there?
I'm here.
What would like the priors need to be for like the resurrection to be more likely? Like, what would the priors need to look like?
Mathematically,
yeah,
I'd have to dig into my notes to give you the exact like prior probability thing.
I really am curious. Yeah, because this comes up a lot nowadays, bro. Like, I just want to know what the prior probability is. Like, do you remember it all?
So I don't remember it all. So normally I just use a weak form of Bayesianism in conversation because actually sitting down and breaking down the math is something I've done once, and I hate every second of it.
What are all the particulars of Jesus being resurrected? Take all of those and make those into variables, and having seen something like those things before would raise the prior probability.
Yeah, I can give you.
I just want like simple stuff.
I can give you like fans.
Yeah.
Are there examples of other people being resurrected? Is God the type of being that could resurrect someone? Is God the type of being that does resurrect someone? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Those would all raise your priors.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be possibilities instead
But if you're
of
looking
probabilities?
for the actual math though, like what the numbers are as it pertains to a Bayesian formula, Fan has that, and
Yeah.
I have it in my notes somewhere, but normally it just doesn't come up.
Just saying like bare theism, like if your priors were that bare theism is like, let's say 75% chance true, that wouldn't do anything for the resurrection hypothesis, right? Because a like a god without, the desire to resurrect
Bare theism
someone
makes
would.
no predictions.
I'm a ghost.
Is that
I'm a
correct,
ghost.
John?
We
or-
don't celebrate death.
Well, not exactly. So when we say bare theism, we're actually already there is something included within that. It's not just the God belief, but it's more specific, like a personal God belief. So there is going to be already like an expectation upon bare theism that the God is personal.
It makes no like claims about its attributes or as far as I'm aware, personality, or like what that God desires, how that God interacts, or anything like that. It's just that it exists.
Well, not necessarily. So, because we have to ask what we mean by God then. So, if we say bare theism, and I say, okay, what do you mean by bare theism? And you say, okay, well, this God thing, right? God has to mean something there. And so if you're saying it's bare theism,
I would take
but
it to
we're
be
not,
at a bare minimum of mind with the power to create. At a bare minimum.
Well, it's not just, but it goes beyond that. So if you get into like Anselm's argument, right? Now, I don't think this is a good argument for like God's existence, but if we're just talking about, okay, when we're talking about God, we're talking about the greatest conceivable being.
Those are all predicates that are added, and so it's no longer bare theism.
Just means when they say bare theism and then they invoke God, because God to a theist is not going. The bare minimum is going to be the maximal properties, or else you're not talking about God. You're talking about something else.
That's not a bare theist God, though. That's a classical theist God.
Well, that's why I think there's such. That's exactly why I think there's such a big issue. That's one reason why I think there's such a big issue, because I just don't know what someone means by when they say bare theism, but it's this being called God, and at the bare minimum has like powers to create universes or something like that.
Usually when I bring up bare theism, it's just like the fact.
Yeah, controversial. I'm about to head out. I'll definitely message you.
Okay, good, definitely, and then I'll follow you.
All right, yeah, see you next.
Oh, continue, guys.
Usually, I'm talking about like when I'm talking about bare theism or bare atheism, because neither make any predictions. It's just like, given the hypothesis that a God does or does not exist and nothing else, what can you derive from that? And the answer is nothing.
Yeah, but that's it gets into this really weird semantic territory, right? Because to be an atheist means to be without God or gods, and then to be have like bare theism means to be, okay, there's a God that exists, but then you're applying the bare minimum in such a way that we're no longer talking about a God that would be intelligible to someone who claims that they're a theist. The answers semantically would be so varied and so different, to which you would never actually be able to instantiate whether or not something is bare theism or not. It gets really weird semantically.
So I guess saying like,
I don't think it's weird semantically at all. It's just the hypothesis is God exists or God does not exist. No.
Your voice sounds like really scratchy.
Oh,
Always sounds scratchy.
I smoke too much.
Well, Also, hi Sage, it's been for fucking ever.
On God.
Hey, what's up? On God.
Missed your fucking face. Love you.
And voice.
John, are you saying that there's like not a distinction between the bare theistic conception of God and like the classical theistic conception of God?
Well, I don't know what someone means by when they say bare theist and they're instantiating like there's a metaphysical being such as God that exists, but then they lower the properties of God to which we're no longer talking about God now. Now we're talking about something completely separate from that metaphysical thing that we're trying to get away from. So
yeah, that makes sense. I get that.
So when someone brings up bare theism to me, that's why I just kind of like, okay, what do you mean by bare theism? And if they say, well, it's like this God that exists, but that's all that we know about it. Okay, well, if it's this God that exists and it's like a mind, right, that exists, but already saying that it's a mind is giving an attribution that is not going to be like distinct from other attributions, right? So what if I said God is not a mind? Maybe I don't take God to be a mind. Maybe I take God to be like an energy with omnipotence. Well, that would also be qualified as bare theism, depending on who you talk to. Or what if I say, let's take away the property of omnipotence and say, okay, bare theism is an entity that's, energy. It's not a mind. Maybe it's like an energy that has some type of knowledge or whatever. It seems like we can break that down so many different ways through so many different dividends that we're no longer talking about bare theism in any notion, because for every metaphysical notion where we instantiate that a God exists, we're talking about a maximally great being.
Right. That's like what it means to be God, a maximally great being.
Gods don't have to be maximally great beings. Not everybody's concept meets that definition. Like
that's kind of
the concept of the Greek gods. They weren't maximally powerful.
Well, that's polytheism. That wouldn't even be considered bare theism, because that would be like you would still have. This is why it gets in weird semantic territory. One sec, my wife's calling me. What?
That's actually very interesting. If what John is saying is right, you guys, that's very interesting. Is that what
I understand that God has some attributes that he wants to consider minimal for something to be considered a God.
Right.
But
because that would just
not everybody has those attributes. My minimum one is that it has to have at least a mind.
Because if that's true, if there's a 50% chance God exists and God just means the classical Christian God, then that would make the resurrection almost like 100% chance of happening.
Well, if you have a bare theism and the only thing you're instantiating is a mind, then you have an issue in saying, okay, in what sense is this theistic? Because we also we are minds, right? So if we say bare theism is just this entity with a mind, then that's also going to be categorizing humans. That's going to be categorizing any other sort of creature. That could be categorizing a dolphin, right?
And
because
I usually allow other people to add whatever they want, but the minimum that I require is a mind. I'm not saying just because something has a mind that makes it a God. I'm saying that if your concept of God doesn't have a mind, then it's not a God.
If your concept of God doesn't have a mind, then it's not a God.
It needs to have a mind and agency. It must act.
Okay, a mind and agency, but how would that be distinct from any other type of being, to which now we're calling something bare theism? Because it seems like I could take again that same sort of thing and just say that there exists something called bare dolphinism or something. It's the semantic territory when we're talking about theism, and theism is this representation of God. That's where that's where the language gets confused really quick, because no one is going to accept, I'm especially not going to accept that bare theism, when we're talking about the metaphysical God, is anything other than the maximally great being, because then we're just not. It's no longer relevant to me. Like,
Sage.
Maybe I'm not following the conversation because I'm doing something else. Because I be trying to say something like, because when you like you, John, when I first heard like this Bayesian thing, like God and the priors and all that, are you saying that the prior God's existence is based on these priors, or?
No. We weren't saying that was sort of a different thing. Well, what I was saying specifically was that if the Christian God, like, there's a 50% chance God exists, and God just means the Christian, like, what we mean by God is just what the classical theist means as God, then there's a very high likelihood that resurrection happened. And so if there's no distinction between the bare theistic God and the Christian God, then we could just say if there's a 50% chance God exists, then there's...
I'm not directly instantiating the Christian God. I'm just instantiating a classical or a neoclassical sense of God. So we don't have to give like the exact religion that's going to be applied, but rather we have to just we're talking about, if we're talking about bare theism, it's not necessarily bare theism is equal to the Christian God, but bare theism would not be it would not be distinct metaphysically from the Christian God.
The more like attributes you add to the entity, the more unlikely it becomes, though.
Oh my god, we have like so many people joining the panel.
So if you add,
we have like so many people joining the
creator, some more powerful mind that created the universe. That's someone might theoretically accept that's a 50% probability, although I wouldn't, but someone might. But that's not that doesn't get you to the. I think you guys are talking about Swinburne right now. That doesn't get you to the other entailments that Swinburne wants in his priors. Because Swinburne wants a specific kind of God, the kind of God that's all loving, the kind of God that would want to incarnate those kind of things. And those are different.
Well, that's why we were going into like the semantic distinctions in like, okay, when we say bare theism, what do you mean by theism there?
Just to mind the
like
credulous.
Okay, but for someone who's a theist, they wouldn't accept that, right? They wouldn't accept that definition of theism, because theism is going to be like this maximally great being, and maximally great is going to apply to all of these different attributes.
Well,
in a classical and a neoclassical sense,
why
you're
would
saying,
anybody that's an atheist accept that, or that's a non-believer accept that's a 50% probability? That some
I'm not saying it's a 50% probability or anything like that. I'm just talking about trying to understand this notion of bare theism, because bare theism.
That's what Swinburne has in his priors, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How do we get to 50%?
He has an all-good God that would want to incarnate and all this other stuff.
Like,
that goes into the Christian God.
Okay,
yeah,
so
that's the point. If your priors are,
like, I'm not even talking about the Christian God right now.
No, but that Swinburne is. That's kind of my point. Swinburne saying, if you have a God,
Pruk is representing Swinburne or not. Pruk asked me a question. I don't know if he's.
Pruk has been on this for 4 days now. I know what Pruk is talking. He's talking about Swinburne.
Okay.
Pruk has a one-track mind. When he gets on something, he talks about it for weeks. I know Pruk is talking about Swinburne. Okay. Pruk, am I wrong?
No, I mentioned him. Yeah.
Okay, you didn't mention. You didn't mention him to me. I didn't know we were talking about like Swinburne's deal. So
yeah. So in Swinburne's priors, he says there's a 50% likelihood that God would be all good, right?
Oh, one second. What's up?
Children. It's children. But while we're at it, we have 31 people in here. Thank you for being here. We hit 20K likes. Tap that screen. Thank you for all the likes so we can get more people in here and talk about these conversations.
Yo, if you're in here, unfollow the host. Go ahead and unsubscribe.
I'm streaming Minecraft. I'm streaming Minecraft to
Follow the
Twitch
hosts
and
and follow
YouTube.
me.
Go ahead and click that green icon in the upper left-hand corner and click block.
Make sure to smash the like button.
Yeah, smash the like button. I'm streaming.
Whip it
I'm
out and
streaming
just
Minecraft to YouTube and
slap the
Twitch.
screen.
So if you're interested in Minecraft, watch my YouTube, watch my Twitch.
Yeah, go ahead and click that green icon, then click the three dots and click report.
Do that. Please do not do that. But yeah, we love you guys. Thank you for being here. Yeah. Okay, continue.
John, you here, bro?
He's being
Child that did a front flip off the couch.
Those go kids.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Well.
No self-preservation.
Hopefully they don't break a neck or something.
Well, I'm sweeping the main room, and we have like a 4-foot ottoman, and I put the 4-foot ottoman on the couch. She was on the couch, but then she started crawling on the 4-foot ottoman, which is just tilting up on its side on the couch. And in about 3 seconds from the time I saw her to the time I ran to her, the ottoman was taking her with it toward the floor.
By the way,
It happens that way.
I've been playing around with bays a little bit, as best as I could. And I've been creating reference classes around different things and like putting in the likelihood of different evidence and like weighing probabilities, and I think it's pretty interesting stuff to work with.
Yeah, I gotta learn that.
I hate doing hard bays. I prefer soft bays because I hate math, and that's all hard bays is. It's stupid math.
Well,
stupid math is stupid.
Wait, what were you? So, sir, what were you gonna ask John?
No, just the point is that look, if we have a God that's all loving, that wants to incarnate all these like things, it seems like kind of what Swinburne's saying, and it seems like it can be reduced to if it's a 50% probability the Christian God exists, then it's a 90% probability whatever he gives that Jesus resurrected. That seems to be what's being said.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Than and a lot of the guys I hang out with would disagree with Swinburne's probability there, 100%.
Why would they disagree?
I've had conversations about it, but it's just basically saying, okay, bare theism is not going to instantiate a property of like desiring to incarnate, right? You still have got to have the maximal properties of all loving, or you've got to have the maximal properties of all knowledge or power or whatever in order to be considered metaphysically theistic.
Well, he does give reasons for why that kind of God would want to incarnate. He says stuff like the God would want to deliver a message to humanity, like he says stuff like that, right? But
yeah, and I agree with Sir on I agree with Sir on this. Like when you start adding those in and you start packing it, then your priors are going to lower.
Well, just the chance that God exists is going to lower, right? So, but if you can get that thing on the table, then I do agree it raises your priors. I don't know if it raises it as high as Swinburne wants it to be raised, but
I think Kaysen wanted to say something. What do you want to say, Kaysen?
Yeah, how was your day?
What did he say?
How was your day?
He said, "How was your day?"
Oh, how was your day? Oh, who are you asking?
John.
It was good. I played. I went and did live raids with John Steele, and then we I hate Thursdays. So whenever I do live raids with John Steele, the chat kind of just like sends live streams to John in his Discord, and then we go around to those live streams together. These philanthropists, I hate people.
Did you say that you felt fulfilled today?
No, I did not. That's not. No, Shark. My word for the day is not fulfilled.
John just felt filled today, not fulfilled.
Do you have an
Would you agree with what Sage just said?
Pause.
I felt filled. I had my filling. How about that? 100%. I had my fill of the nonsense.
John filled you
But
up
then
pretty
I
good?
sat down and played Arc Raiders, and it made my day happy.
Okay.
We have John Steele and I have a video coming out where
I bet you do.
He's crawling to me like a dog, and I'm saying, "Come here, boy."
I bet he is.
He's a good boy.
Also, John,
Is he wearing a collar?
Also, Bob by Blood, while I have you right now, follow me.
That's a true
on-
story.
Follow me on Sora because I want to make like a Dragon Ball Z video where me and you are fighting.
I mean, for every Sora, there's no logically possible world where Sora creates a video of you defeating me because it's logically impossible for you to defeat me. So
Okay, like you won't beat me, but like, well, definitely you fighting. Because like the Dragon Ball Z video that you made was pretty awesome. You just kind of like exploded.
Is that like a trend? Because after I saw that video from John, and then I started seeing a bunch of videos of people just going Super Saiyan.
Brother, Super Saiyan
videos of people.
Yeah, on God.
I broke blood vessels as a child. As a child, just screaming in my mirror.
You know what they never made? They never made a really good open MMORPG like Dragon Ball Z game, an open world.
Oh no, they have.
They did.
They
Where?
have, 100%.
Sir, how old are you?
100%, sir.
They did a long time ago.
Wait, what is that?
It's I think the best one is Xenoverse 2, right?
No, Dragon Ball Kakarot.
Yeah, PS3.
But you don't make your own Dragon Ball character, do you? I thought you just played as
Yeah,
Goku.
no. In
that's
Xenoverse, Xenoverse 1 and 2, you do make your own character and everything, and go through your own story. And
no, I'll be damned. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Hey, sir, you've been out the game for a while.
I don't play a lot of video games.
dude, Arc Raiders is my freaking addiction right now. It is so good.
Xenoverse 2, huh?
Xenoverse 2 is the most recent one. That's like
And
create your own
you get to make your own character, name him, pick what he looks like.
Yep.
And then you go do Dragon Ball Z stuff.
Get to name it, and then you can compete in tournaments. You can do all sorts of stuff.
Can you fly around and find the Dragon Balls and make a wish?
I think you do that in Dragon Ball Kakarot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I want a Dragon Ball Z game that's like World of Warcraft, but with Dragon Ball Z people.
I've never played World of Warcraft, so I can't help there. But
Or like what's the Elder Squirrels?
Elder Squirrels.
What is it called? Elder
Sir,
Ring?
you are dating you are aging yourself.
Bro said Elder Squirrels.
Said the Elder Ring.
Bro
What's
said
the name of the
Elder
game?
Squirrels.
You know, game. What's the name of the
Have
game?
you all played this like fantastic new game? It's called
No,
Frogger.
Bro said
Yeah, there's
There's
Elder
frog and you go
Squirrels.
across the street.
Frogger, that's a crazy pull
No,
right
what's
there.
the game where you create the character and you fight the dragons and you can
Dragon
be like
Age?
no, the Elder one, the Elder something.
Elder
or other.
Scrolls.
Elder Scrolls.
Yeah, what the fuck? Why'd you guys make fun of me?
You said you said Elder Scrolls. The squirrels.
You said Elden
You
Scrolls,
said
which that
Elder
could have been.
Squirrels.
No, he said Elden Scrolls.
Wait,
so
am I
he
thinking
combined
about the right
Elden
one?
Ring.
Is that the one? Is that the one where you start off on the wagon and you're in? It's like from your POV, and then you come off the wagon and you like
That's
beat up someone. Skyrim, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Skyrim.
Yeah, Skyrim, Elder Scrolls, Skyrim, right?
They need to make a game like that with Dragon Ball Z.
I think that Xenoverse is pretty close to something like that.
I played that game, that Skyrim game, a ton back in the day.
Bro, gaming has evolved since then.
Yeah, so much.
Come back.
Yeah, but it's like when you buy a game now, you're buying like the first chapter of the game.
Oh
And
no,
it's like-
no. It depends
You
on the
have to, like,
company.
enter a subscription to play
It
the whole
depends on the
game now,
company.
and
No, you don't.
you'll get to like a level and it'll be like buy some more gems if you want to continue. It's like what the fuck? Why can't I just play
No,
the game?
that no big studio does that. Now they will have they'll have locked cosmetics. It's like,
Sort of
hey,
exclusively
you
plays
wanna?
mobile phone games now.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Yeah, they'll have like locked cosmetics. If you
about
want to have this
EA.
cool outfit, you got to pay real money or something. But they'll never lock, like, in most cases, they'll never lock missions or story content.
I started playing Balatro. Have you ever played the game Balatro, the card game?
No, I don't play cards.
I got locked into that, and I played that for like 12 hours straight. A couple months ago.
Well, a lot of people like. I've heard good things of Balatro.
It's addicting.
Yeah,
the game was addicting.
Yep, yeah. But yeah, gaming. Dude, I wish I could travel back in time, bro. So many things I would do.
What would you do first, Coco, if you could travel back in time?
Probably talk to my ex. No, I'm kidding.
Why would you?
Really? It's not Stop Shitler?
That was so fucking sad, Coco. Why would you say that out loud?
I'm kidding. I don't know. I would talk to my high school self and I would tell him, please buy Bitcoin. Trust me, you're going to thank me in the future. Bitcoin was like $100.
First, I would go back and just probably just unalive the people who created religion as a whole.
Oh my god!
Because while there might have someone else,
you can't kill God.
Another religion, but not trying to
I don't
kill
know.
God,
Religion
trying to kill the entire religion.
Religion kind of kept society together for 1,500 years. I don't know how good of an idea that would be.
I don't know.
Speaking of video games, have you guys ever heard God of War? Yes, we can kill God.
Yeah, I heard of that game. I played the first and second one. Now, the third one came out on the PlayStation.
It's not real life where you can time travel, Coco.
Because I didn't get the PlayStation that God of War 3 was on. That's when I started playing games on the Xbox.
Yeah. Oh, I love those days.
God of War was so much fun.
Oh my god. Dude, he literally stomped a bunch of different gods.
I tell you, one game I'm going to play when it finally hits is Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm gonna play that for like 2 weeks straight. I already know it.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna play it too. But no, actually, I would actually go back in time and probably talk to Jesus. That'd be really interesting. But I don't speak Hebrew. But imagine if he spoke English because he's God after all, and he exists outside of space and time.
That's cool. Jesus probably didn't speak Hebrew either.
I'll just go back to the resurrection. See that shit. See that with my own eyes.
Oh, I thought Jesus.
I don't think Jesus would say that much interesting stuff. I think Paul or somebody part of the early Christian movement would be more interesting to talk to.
Wait, what?
No, that's false. That's a crazy line. Jesus all the way.
Wait, you'd rather talk to Paul than Jesus?
Yeah, what disputes could Jesus possibly settle? For me,
whether or not God exists, the mystery of the universe.
That's already settled. I don't need to look into that. I'm talking about the stuff I'm curious about with early Christianity. Jesus wouldn't be able to settle any of that.
Yeah, he would.
Like what?
Yeah, you could ask a question if you talk to Jesus.
He probably doesn't have a fucking clue. Jesus is all known, right?
Yeah, Jesus could answer that. You're like, yo, why did Saint Nick really punch? It's not Athanasius.
Jesus wouldn't have any clue of any of that. He'd be like,
no, he would. No, under my metaphysics, he would.
He's literally.
Well, yeah, but your metaphysics.
They're assuming that Jesus is God.
So why would I care what you do?
Yeah. Under my metaphysics,
you would go back in time. You would waste your time machine to go talk to Jesus and ask Jesus these questions, and he'd be like, "What's a Paul? What's a Paul? What's a Corinthians? What are you talking about?"
You're right. He never met Paul, but I mean, technically, he's all knowing. But you're right.
We don't know whether or not he met Paul. Paul doesn't explicitly state that.
Well, I mean, Paul
kick
yeah, he does. Actually, he does.
Paul is the type of person who would explicitly say it though if he did meet Jesus. So I think
Paul says he didn't get his. Paul says he didn't get his information from human origins, but he got it from the Lord himself. Why would he say that if he got messages or heard messages from the Lord?
I'm not saying he got messages from Jesus while he was alive. I'm saying he could have met Jesus while he was alive. and still been persecuting him, and then had his change of heart later.
Yeah, I don't think his letters would be the way they are if that's the case, because he would.
If he had, then he would have.
He wouldn't have to argue that he got his information from this revelation. He could just say, "Look, I heard this guy preach while he's alive."
You know what
Unless he takes him to the divine. There's that too.
Maybe I should join the army.
What? What do you mean you could join the army, Coco? What are you talking about? No, you should not join the army.
Coco, if you
sit your butt down in your little chair and play Fortnite. Do not join the army.
You're not doing that.
I was thinking.
Coco, if you could meet any dead person, who would you meet?
Any dead person?
Yeah.
He already said Jesus.
I mean, like, wait.
Instead of Jesus.
There's a few, actually. Hold on, let me think.
Like, Coco, how old are you?
27.
5 to 10. Coco's going to be a Christian.
How old can you be and join the army? Aren't you, like, getting
35.
on the...
35. Today I looked it up, actually. I'm thinking... I was thinking about
Why are you thinking about joining the army?
Don't
sucks,
do it. You're not allowed, Coco.
Because I have nothing going for me in life, and I don't know what I'm doing. And this social media
You're not
thing
allowed to join the military.
this social media thing is not taking off anytime soon.
What about college? Just, like, find a college. Go to college.
I mean, like, I mean, money-wise, I don't...
Probably don't do that either.
I think the military isn't bad. I think it's something to
Go to
do.
trade school, get an apprenticeship.
Ooh, a trade is a great opportunity.
Trade is actually a great
A
idea.
trade would be a much better decision than
Coco, I can teach you how to
military.
be a degenerate gambler.
Yeah,
But also,
that's actually pretty
like worst
useful
case
too.
scenario, like I don't want to join and then do like a year and feel like I want to off myself and I'm stuck for another 5 years because I signed a 6-year contract.
You live in a good state for
You don't
degenerate
want to do that,
gambling,
man.
Well, no, I mean,
Yeah, doing one.
State too.
if I run out of hope, I'll chug a bottle of vodka and then enlist.
Bro, we live in the same state.
At least that will be
If you
fun,
run out of
Coco.
hope, run over here to New
Do all
Mexico.
the fun stuff you want.
We live in the same state.
If you run out of hope, get the fuck out of Texas.
Oh God, probably. We'll see.
Just hit
Texas
me
is
up.
the worst.
But don't all his exes live in Texas?
Coco, does your
All his
parents
exes does live
All
in
the
Texas.
more reason to leave.
do your parents make you pay rent?
No.
Well, you got it made. Like, just get a
Yeah.
job and start saving up a bunch of money.
Yeah,
You can go
but
do whatever you
also-
want.
He does have a job.
Yeah, I have a job.
I'm saying save up a bunch of money and then just go
What do you do, Coco?
do the thing you want to do.
Yeah, we'll see. There's a lot.
Coco runs a
As an
professional
old
debate
lady,
platform. What
you're
do you do?
young. You have so much time ahead of you. You can totally do really cool shit using the fact that you do not have a family or children.
Bro, you could be a massive Christian apologist if you just became a Christian and then told everyone that you were an atheist.
And I converted.
Yeah, you should just save up. You should just save up a bunch of money and like go travel the world. That's what I would do. You don't have any kids.
Hey, John.
You don't have anything tying you down.
I mean, technically, like, if you're in the military, you do travel, so...
All you need is a bike and a
But
couple $100.
it's not a good kind of
It's
traveling.
not a good kind of travel. That's the thing.
I mean, if you want to hustle,
Coco, I'm just gonna
As
say,
probably the only person
don't
here who was
join the
actually in the
military.
military,
You
I would
will not
recommend
do well.
exhausting all of their options
but,
first.
But Slim is doing pretty fine.
Listen
Okay.
to
Yeah, but then again, Slim has the personality for the military. I
Yeah,
don't know
Slim
about
is
Coco.
Slim does have that kind of personality.
What does that mean?
What does that
If
mean?
she has a personality for the
She's just so stern.
She's just aggressive and shit.
Yeah.
You know.
You calling her sassy?
What,
You calling
why
her
did Coco,
sassy
Coco,
black
why do you
woman?
make that face? It's true.
No, it's not sorry.
I'm telling Slim you called her a sassy black woman.
Yeah,
Oh
you
my
called her a
goodness.
sassy black woman? That's crazy.
No. No.
Very disrespectful.
Oh my gosh,
Hey,
I can't believe it.
John.
Are you
Hey, John. Can
serious?
you, John? I need your help. I mean, I think I messed up somewhere, and I want to make sure I didn't mess up somewhere.
Why are you asking John for help if you messed up? He's not the person to ask.
No, maybe I just Casey left.
Wait, no. Tell Daddy what's wrong.
Daddy is crazy.
Well, all right. It seems like I was thinking. I think
Father, what do you want to say, Coco?
I was thinking to Jay. I was talking to Jay and some Jay and some other people, and I'm thinking like the natural entailment of like Christianity is like Calvinism, because it seems to be the case.
That's false.
Like, well, it seems to be the case that when God instantiates.
So Calvinism is more than just predestination. That's only a very small part of it.
Well, yeah,
Calvinism is usually represented by, I'm not in all cases, but in most cases by tulip. So total depravity is a view of this in which man is entirely evil.
That part. Okay. So
unconditional election, because man is entirely evil, God predestines and sets aside an elect. Limited atonement, in which Jesus only dies for the elect, and no one else has opportunity because God did not elect them. Irresistible grace, that there will be a point in your life to where if you are predestined to be elect, then there will be a point in your life where grace draws you and you cannot resist it because it is already predetermined. And then perseverance of the saints, which is to say, once you actually adhere to that irresistible grace, now you can never go away from it. Yeah. So Calvinism is more than just the predestined position.
So then let me take that back then.
That's
what I do want to say is that it seems to be the case that it's incoherent to say something like a God that has perfect knowledge and perfect rationale, right? It doesn't seem to be the case that this God deliberates between choices, right?
It doesn't seem the case that God deliberately what?
Deliberates between choices. Like God is not like thinking; he's only simply just acting, right? So I don't believe it should be the case that this type of God will have knowledge of like possible worlds, because possible worlds entails like he has something to think about, like some choice that could be made. Because God, there should only be one world that God already knows, and then he just acts on it.
Yeah, I mean, well, it depends on what you mean by deliberation.
Yeah, like thinking between, like deciphering between choices, options.
Oh, Jesus. I feel like peeing. But thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. There's 34 people on the live. If you can, tap your screen, share the live, like the live. That's gonna help us get on the For You page. I'm streaming Minecraft to Twitch and YouTube. So if you want to go check that out, that'd be super awesome. But I appreciate you guys being here.
Super tweet. Oh, Coco, by the way.
What?
So the live stream.
Yeah.
Stay attached to your DMs. John Steele and I, we've been talking about something, but we're going to bring you in. He's going to run a test on his YouTube, making sure that he has everything that he needs in order to make this happen. Actually, Chris, we could probably use you. Oh, Chris is gone. Bye, Chris. But we need to make sure that everything is working in terms of the audio and the visual and everything.
Is Sarah Chris?
Okay. No,
what?
Good. I'm so down.
Is Sarah Chris?
Yeah, maybe he is. I don't know who Chris is. What?
Yes, his name is Chris. He says it all the time.
Yeah, it's Chris. He is Christopher.
I've never asked her his name. Oh.
Christopher Moira Angela Dahl.
But yeah, so John, help me understand. What do you like when by deliberation? I just mean like choosing options.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see a problem with that, because it could be the case. I'm not saying it is, but it could be the case that God is the only true like libertarian free agent. And if he's the only truly libertarian free agent, then he could obviously have agent causation, which would promote the sense of deliberation upon the principle of alternative possibility.
Repeat the last part. What's the last part? That last part mean?
Yeah, there's no sense of a contradiction in God being. And I'm not saying this is the case, but there's no contradiction in God being the only libertarian free agent, to which what it means to be libertarian is to have agent causation, right? So be the cause of a new state of affairs, and then that also has to be in conjunction with the principle of alternative possibility, in which you say that you could have chosen otherwise. And so, like, there could be deliberation in that sense. Like, God could always know, like, what he most desires or something like that, but he could also just he could be a free agent, and that wouldn't be an issue. It wouldn't entail Calvinism.
Well, not so much Calvinism. Let me not take that back, but it does entail.
I actually think God has the same type of will we have. I think it's compatibilistic.
Oh, actually, wait.
No,
this is a good time for me to ask that question. I think Bobby's asking the same thing I was going to ask you. But like, Christianity seems like Calvinistic to me. But like, I guess maybe if not Calvinistic, then deterministic, like, or determinism, in the sense that like, I think that whenever I read the Bible, I think the Bible does describe the classical theistic God. And he knows the future, and we're just kind of like doing things that confirms his knowledge. So like, if that's the case, we're kind of just trains on a train track that God has built, and we're just kind of like destined to go to heaven or hell or do certain actions.
Well, do a lot of Calvinists believe in hell?
Yeah, most of them hold.
That's crazy, bro.
Most Calvinists hold to eternal conscious torment, not just hell.
That's wild, bro.
But yeah, like I think Christianity's like Calvinistic.
Oh, they take it a step further. Like, if you're a Calvinist and you believe in eternal conscious torment, that you're not only just they want to say that there's not double election. So it's not like by God electing some to go to heaven, that's not the same as God electing some to go to hell. And I'm like, yes it is. And the reason that God wants them in hell, according to like mainstream Calvinism, is that it's for his glory that they burn. It's for his glory that they suffer.
Damn, that's crazy.
That's crazy, man.
I guess maybe let me make myself clear. Let me make myself clear, because all I'm trying to say, like, yes, God could be the only libertarian agent, and that's fair, because I think that's not an issue. What I'm trying to say, I'm saying that when God acts, right, with his perfect rationale, like there is no deliberation between like possible worlds where like we could, like Adam and Eve could have chosen to like not eat of the apple. It seems like when God instantiates a world, there's only one world. There's no like deliberation between possible worlds. There's no choosing between those two. So when there is no world where Adam and Eve could have done otherwise.
So there's a sense, and it's kind of represented by a true nature of the true observer. So I can't remember who makes this argument, but it's kind of interesting. And just to say, God instantiates a world that is in full realization of the desires of who the person would truly desire to be, right? So the person I truly desire to be, and what it means by me, right? What it means by John, or what it means by Coco, or what it means by Proof, or Sage, or whatever. There is the entity that is me. I'm kind of the subject there. But what it means to be the subject there is to be in accordance with not only like the rationality and I think therefore I am type principle, but also just saying be in accordance with the notion of under every condition of an action that I would desire to make, that is what truly represents who I am, right? So for example, if God created a state of affairs where Bobby was a serial unaliver, right? He might deliberate against that because that state of affairs where Bobby, and by Bobby there is the referent and the subject, Bobby is a serial unaliver, is not the truest nature or the truest observer that would actually identify Bobby. I know it sounds confusing, but it's basically saying that there's one version of who we are that is most attuned to the desires that represent who we are.
Wait, are we choosing that, or is God creating that?
It seems like you're choosing that.
So it's this is where it kind of gets into the compatibilist part. Oh, don't do that.
But I do realize that Christians are compatibilists to avoid the hard determinism.
No, I mean, Christians need to be libertarian free will. Compatibilism, like Calvinists are compatibilists, and like if you want to hold to free will as a Christian, you should hold to libertarian free will.
False.
You don't think so?
I'm a compatibilist.
Okay, my problem with compatibilism is I just don't understand what free will means under compatibilism.
It means that you are acting in accordance with your desires. So when you desire to do X action, then you are not only morally culpable for X action, but it represents that choice that you're making. It represents what you truly wanted to do in the given scenario.
But isn't all of that causally determined, like your desires?
So there's a difference in what we mean by
my
causally.
ovaries just exploded.
What?
Can you stop? 1 second.
No, you're good.
Said my ovaries exploded because that's a cute baby sound.
Oh.
Did you picture that?
I don't know what to say to that.
Cute sounding baby, fuck off. I love y'all.
Okay.
Also, cute babies.
Okay, anyway. So we have to talk, when we're talking about compatibilists, we have to say, okay, what we mean by some sort of external coercion. So a compatibilist will say that there are things in your life that you did not choose, right? That are going to be determined. So the fact that you're alive, you didn't choose it. The parents to which you were born, you didn't choose it. The state in which you were born, the country, the city, the house, the circumstances, all of these are things that you did not choose. Certain biological dispositions are things that you also did not choose.
Of course, yeah.
Compatibilists can affirm that those things are determined, but what it means is that when we're acting in accordance with our desire.
Sorry, don't people who hold to libertarian free will, they can affirm that too, right?
So no, they don't affirm that necessarily. They can affirm you didn't choose those things, but they won't say it's in a sense determined. The language there will shift a little bit, but I get what you're saying.
Okay,
so
you can continue.
Yeah, so you can have these external things and these external factors, but there's a distinction between external determined factors about your life and direct external coercion regarding your life. So the compatibilist will say, if you're acting in accordance with your desires to which there is no immediate external coercion, then you're truly doing what you want to do.
No,
you're truly doing what you desire to do.
That. There's no external coercion, but if you are coerced, then that's not your decision. But if you're not coerced, then it is your decision.
Yeah, you've heard Chris and I talk about a Frankfurt case, right?
Yeah.
To which you also have like culpability. So if you say, hey, there's this scientist, he implants a bomb inside of your brain, and he wants you to go and vote for a certain person in the booths, a specific politician, right? So let's just say this evil scientist wants you to go vote Republican. All right. And you go, and he has his finger on the button. You go and you vote Republican anyway. So he doesn't actually have to press the button. You are unaware of the device in your head. You are unaware that you are being, like, the action is going to be determined. There is no state of affairs in which you do not vote Republican. There's no principle of alternative possibility. But you go and you vote Republican anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That is a sense in which we can say, okay, you have compatibilism, but you also have like moral responsibility or moral culpability.
Right. And I'm just trying to think, so you're free if you're just not coerced, but my only thing is
you're
that,
free as long as you can act in accordance with your desires without immediate coercion.
Right.
You're gonna Pro, you cannot do that already.
So you're a compatibilist?
Interesting. Wait, hold on. Sorry. Wait. Did we introduce David?
Hey,
Nah, bro
you
just
didn't
been chilling here this whole
introduce
time.
me either.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're a compatibilist, right, Casey?
I mean, I don't have a lot of issues with, like, a lot of people bring up the consequence argument for compatibilism, but I actually think that's an issue for indeterminism or libertarian free will as well. So, I mean, no, I don't really have any issues with that.
Quick mod moment. David, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
31.
Thank you.
You just chilling there, David? No,
I'm just listening.
Just chilling.
Jason, in compatibilism, isn't everything causally determined?
Well, compatibilism is just the view that determinism is compatible with free will.
Yeah,
Right.
actually, it's proved to be
That's
more.
where I'm so confused. Like,
No, wait. So the incompatibilist and the compatibilist doesn't make any commitments or any statements on whether reality is determined. They could be agnostic to the realities are being determined, but as far as like your free will to act, that the compatibilist and incompatibilist saying that they tend to be have antecedents.
I mean, I don't know if you're. Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry. I was just gonna say I don't know if you're confused on this or not. Like,
I am confused on it. Yeah, a little bit.
For like this might help. Like, I'm sympathetic to causal indeterminism, so I'm not like even really. I don't find determinism as a thesis to be very plausible, but I still think compatibilism. I still think compatibilism is plausible, like because I'm just considering the fact that if it were the case, that determinism were true, even though I don't think determinism is true, would that be compatible with free will? And whether or not you think yes or no, whether or not you would affirm that or not, would determine whether or not you're a compatibilist. So you don't have to actually be committed to the view that determinism is true and free will exists, and those things actually do exist, and you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. No, I get it.
Yeah. But so, John, what you're telling me that, God is the only libertarian free agent, and God doesn't deliver between choices when He instantiates a possible world. But when God does instantiate a world,
I'm not saying God is the only libertarian free agent. I think that is in the realm of possibility.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, he's in this in this view, God's the only libertarian free agent. God doesn't deliver between worlds, and when He does instantiate a world, He instantiates a world in which we are the best versions of ourselves that we choose. So, you saying something like we are choose?
Wait, but how does that work though? Like, you're saying like God makes us the person that we're choosing to be.
Yeah,
so
that part.
Like we're not determined, but like it seems as if we would be determined.
Well, I think we'll determine who we choose to be.
Wait, like what's determined? Yeah, wait. What's determining who you are besides like God's creating you to choose to be somebody?
No, it seems like put it another way, like before God instantiates, right? God already knows who you are, but in your mind, you already act. So, like the way I like to think about it is, before God prior to instantiation, the world, like a mirror image of the world, exists in God's mind. So you're already acting out, like Adam and Eve is already acting out the best versions of themselves. But then when God actually actualizes the world, then it is the case that Adam and Eve does what they want to do. Actually, does what they're already going to do. But to me, what's weird about this is the fact that
Well, don't make the mistake of like confusing causal determinism with like necessitarianism, because it seems like your point is going toward some sense of causal determinism, but also another point that you're making is an allusion to necessitarianism.
it could be the case. Yeah. I also thought about that. Like God's perfect actions, is like if God is this perfect rational being, right? And he doesn't deliberate between choices. When he is, I mean, it doesn't really entail that God must create, I guess.
Well, just so you know, as it pertains to necessitarianism, I'm kind of, this isn't a realm that I dabble in too much. I'm kind of agnostic on necessitarianism, on whether or not, like you and I, it seems really weird. I think Kason would agree with me. It seems really weird for me to say that I am a necessary, like, effect. Like there's something necessary about me, in which I could not have failed to exist under that metaphysical kind of domain. But because I would, if you were to ask me just intuitionally, I would say that I'm contingent, right? That I could have failed to exist. But if you're saying, okay, like it seems like the argument you're making isn't about determinism. It seems like it's more about like, okay, if God has...
John, I think your view might entail that you are necessary.
Yeah, because this view, what I'm saying that this view entails at least some kind of necessarianism, because I'm saying that God is a perfect rational agent.
John, do you consider that God willed to create you?
Yeah, I would consider God willed to create, for sure.
Do you consider that God's will cannot fail to obtain?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's necessitarianism.
Well, no, it's not directly, because you could say something like there's a position called like initial world states, to which God's desires and God's will are to create initial world states, and it's not in relation to like, it's in relation to the type of creation that God creates rather than every instance within that type of creation. So it's not going to directly entail necessitarianism. This is why I'm kind of agnostic on it.
Are you saying that God necessarily creates types instead of tokens?
Yeah, so that's called initial world states.
Yeah. Okay, I was just making sure.
And so, yeah. So God's desire is to create a certain type of world, and every instance within that type of world is not what God like chose to create. Even if He knows it's going to obtain, His causal action is going to be instantiating the type of world in which maybe another type of or another instance of John could have arisen, given different. Completely different dispositional factors within that world. So it doesn't directly entail.
So now you're contradicting what you said earlier. So earlier you said that God specifically willed to create you, and now you're saying that God willed to create something like you.
Oh yeah, I mean, if I said it, God specifically willed to create me, that wasn't what I thought you said. I thought you just asked simpliciter, does God will to create?
Yeah, I don't know if you would agree with my position.
No, it's like I asked, did God create you through His will? Like.
Well, yeah. Well,
is your existence part of His will? The fact that you exist.
It can be, depending on how we're talking about like God's will. So God can know that I'm going to exist, and then
did
the
God
will
essentially create you to be you?
Well, that I don't know. I'm not entirely. This is why I'm kind of agnostic on this. I don't think any sort of like compatibilism as it pertains to God's omniscience or God's creative act. I don't think intuitionally I want to reject necessitarianism, but and there's
Well, of
different
course,
ways
because then creation isn't a free gift anymore.
I don't know how that would follow.
How would that follow?
Because everything that was created is necessary to exist. God didn't have a choice to create; it's necessary.
I mean that's what I'm not accepting that.
I just think that God could not have chosen to not create.
Well, it depends. It depends on whether or not God is like libertarian, has libertarian free will, and the principle alternate possibility applies. But I don't.
Even if I
again,
gave
intuitionally,
God,
I don't think that's the case. But I don't know.
I'm not too sure. Like, I'm actually not thinking about it. Take it back. I'm not too sure if God has this libertarian free will, because I'm not too sure if God is a perfect rational agent, right? And just gonna, like, to me, I don't know. Maybe when I think of someone with libertarian free will, I'm thinking like someone that's like, okay, what do you mean by that? Actually, what do you mean by?
Hey, John, could I, like, after you respond to him, could I like give a view that would that's compatible with your compatibilism, that doesn't make you say that libertarian free, like, I don't know, it just seems like more parsimonious, and get your thoughts.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Now, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Are you just talking about like agent causation? Like, how are we defining like libertarian free will here?
Well, so libertarian free will, it seems like you only need primarily two things in order to like validate the position. You need agent causation, which I don't have an issue with God possessing, but you also need the principle of alternative possibility.
Yeah, I mean that God could do otherwise.
That's usually what Plantinga is going to refer to as, and I had a long discussion with on this exact topic, because he's not a compatibilist. And
so how does the principle of alternatives compatible with a God that has a perfect knowledge, perfect rationale, and just acts? How does, because it seems to me that this kind of God wouldn't have, I don't know if he could act otherwise.
Well, I mean, it could be the case, and I'd be like, this is one way of cashing it out. It could be the case, like, you deny any sense of a best possible world. So
I don't believe this kind of God has a notion of best possible world. Like he's like, this is an option that he deliberates between. I think he just does things, just acts.
Well, no, this could be a deliberation. You could say that the notion of a best possible world is incoherent upon a couple of different factors. Or, like, let's even make it simpler. Let's say that there are two, like, all else being equal, there are two types of a best possible world in which, there's no distinction in the world, right? Let's say if we're applying the principle of every instance in the world is going to be designed by God. Let's say world A has one less atom in it, or even simpler, like a blade of grass. World A has one less blade of grass than world B. It seems like a deliberation could take part, because the deliberation is not in virtue of the deliberation is not in virtue of like any sort of like moral thing. It's not in virtue of any sort of like creating a certain type of agent. It's only in virtue of, okay, God desires the world with one blade of grass less or one blade of grass more.
But I guess what I'm saying.
Let me ask one question on that. Wouldn't God's desire for having one more blade of grass be the better, because it is God's desire and God's desires are greater than ours?
So it could be, but that's what I'm saying. You can still have deliberation there.
Wait, are you saying that God is deliberating, or?
Yeah, you can still have deliberation from God. I don't think there's an issue with that, but really, I wanted to hear what Kaysen was going to say on it.
Okay, can you listen right now? I heard a background noise.
1 sec.
Okay.
1 sec. I'm being rebuked by my 4-year-old.
You're good.
Kason, I have an interesting question. Would God be harder to justify if determinism was true?
Also,
I mean, it depends. Like, if you're an incompatibilist and you think that free will can't exist if determinism is true, and you think that free will is something that's expected if God were to exist, then you might think that determinism is like pretty good evidence. It wouldn't make like wait a second. It wouldn't render other arguments against God's existence like to be bad, but it would be evidence against God's existence. But if you are a compatibilist or something, and you think free will, I mean, this relies on two assumptions. One, you think that free will is something that's expected. If God,
Do you think that's true? Free will is expected under?
Yeah, I think God would be motivated to create free agents. But in terms of whether or not determinism is evidence against God's existence, is just relying upon whether or not you think free will is compatible with determinism.
And free will would be evidence for God's existence, though. Like, do you think that would be evidence or no?
Free will isn't. Free will is libertarian free will.
It just depends on what you mean by evidence. There, like it's evidence under. Like if you're defining evidence as just like something that's expected under God's existence, sure, it's evidence. But like it could be the case that it's more expected under like other hypotheses or something like that. And some people define evidence as like
Do you think it's more expected under the naturalist hypothesis? Or?
I actually, so in some sense, I actually think libertarian. So a specific defense of libertarian freedom is potentially more expected under like the non-God hypothesis.
Interesting.
That's I agree with that.
Interesting.
I do actually agree with that.
That's counterintuitive to me. But
it depends because, like, I mean, like on compatibilism, like a lot of compatibilists, I mean, like really like worked up views seem to have like this. I mean, it's going to be hard for me to explain, but like they think that there's like this kind of like over determination, like stuff that happens that requires like very complex systems. And if you're someone who's already motivated by the idea that like very complex systems are unexpected given naturalism, you might think that that's also unexpected. I mean, there's that, but I don't know. I haven't thought about that too much.
I do think I think it depends. Some atheists would say like some atheists tend to be hard determinists and like have to say that it has to be like like they're not even like a compatibilist. They're just saying that they're just strict. I don't know why they default to hard determinism, but I actually do think like in a non-God hypothesis, right? Especially when you like if I appeal to like something like quantum mechanics, some many worlds or something like that, it could be the case.
Really quick, Kason, what was your response to necessitarianism?
I was going to say like if I appeal to that, it could be the case that like some indeterministic system, like some actual like some type of libertarian free will could be the case. I guess maybe not. Maybe I should be agnostic to that. Maybe I didn't think on that a little bit.
So if the God that you're postulating is the type of God who would prefer agents with free will to exist, then it is predicted under that hypothesis. If your God is not the type who would prefer that, then it wouldn't.
All right, back to you, John. Location.
I was just gonna say.
I'm sleeping. Did someone say something to me?
Are you able to listen now? I'll say it quickly.
No, I'm able to listen. My kids are in bed now.
Okay, if you're already a compatibilist, you might be motivated by this, or you might be like more inclined to think that this is plausible, but like it requires a sort of like equivocation on what it means for something to be possible. But it seems like there's like some sense of like language that could be used, even if you're a compatibilist and you think that determinism is true. People still use like the language, you could have done X, Y, and Z, even when it's the case that you don't do X, Y, and Z. And under their actual thesis, that would state that they can't do that because they're determined by these prior events that supposedly necessitate their actions. But if you're a dispositionalist about modal claims, which is just to say that whenever you say that something's possible, it refers to some actual ability or power that some entity has. Well, I don't know if you're like familiar with the distinction between possible worlds and feasible worlds, but let's say it could be the case
Yeah,
that
plants like you're talking metaphysically feasible.
sure, yeah. And like you could say that, you know, every single time, this is like a very vague way to put it, every single time you rewind the clock, it actually is the case that this world obtains. I am kind of sympathetic to your, you know, type view that you put out, but like just assuming that that's false for a second, like it could be the case that every single time you rewind the tape, this world obtains. But the reason why you feel as if you're contingent or less significant than some necessary being is because God actually does possess the actual ability or power to not have done that. But, you know, presumably you'd like to think that maybe God, I mean, I don't know whether or not you think
that's where the contention is like, okay, upon God's knowledge and being a perfectly rational agent, this is where it's like, okay, if God in all eternity past has knowledge to which that type of world will obtain, or even the tokens of every instance within that type of world.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I have heard a response where it's like, okay, obviously we know this is logically possible, at least logically possible, because it's logically possible God could have created an infinite amount of universes because he's eternal, right? So there could be a deliberation upon at what point God chooses a specific type of world.
Yeah.
Now, this is theologically going to screw up a lot.
Yeah, I was going to say one theological issue I have with that is, you know, there's a kind of notion or the sense of which, like, you know, the fact that we exist as an actual gift from God. I don't know all your specific beliefs around this, but, you know, like some might like to think that, you know, you exist for a particular reason, a motivated reason on God's behalf. And under this kind of like indeterministic world, there's not some contrastive reason as to why you exist over another person. So you're kind of, and I know a libertarian would hate for me to use this language probably, but the reason as to why you exist, insofar as it being a gift from God, is very arbitrary, and like in terms of that you're the one that got the gift.
Well, yeah. So there could be a sense of arbitrariness, but I think you would agree with this notion. It is logically possible that God could have created other, like, if I say it is logically possible God could have created an entire another universe other than this one, there's not going to be a contradiction there, right? And then if we say if God can do it once, then he could do it a second time and a third time, and it can go on to infinitum, upon which an eternal God eternally creates universes or something. Now, given that, you could say that God's knowledge of what type of world will obtain is going to be consistent with like this type of world. Now, again, I agree with you. Theologically, there's a whole lot of work that has to be done to kind of qualify that, but at least modally, there's no contradiction.
Wait, hang on. Let me make sure I understand. Did you say, you said all universes at one point, but are you saying that God creates all possible worlds?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I know you probably understand this. I just want to know what it is you're really saying. You know, a universe is different from a possible world, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying that God creates all possible worlds, and within all, like each particular world, those are disjunctive universes that could possibly obtain as well, and all of those existed too?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Oh, I mean, I would have to think about that more, but I don't accept that view. I think that in virtue of what a possible world even is, I mean, unless someone has some other definition, I think that I mean, I could have this wrong, but I think just analytically, it could only be the case that God creates one possible world, and then I do think that I don't know, enough about the actual universe.
But wouldn't that make? But that goes directly back to the point of like, wouldn't that make you necessary?
Yeah,
if God can only create if God can only create one type of world, or not just type, but type and token, if God can only create that,
it wouldn't make me necessary under the dispositional view of modality that I gave, which, I mean, it's different.
Well, I'm saying the view necessary in such a way that you could not have failed to exist.
Yeah, and I'm saying that there's a dispositional account of what it means for something to could not have failed to exist. And I'm saying, insofar as God possesses the actual ability for him not to create, even if he never actually stops creating. You know, let's say.
But that's kind of what's in question is, does he have that ability to not create upon the necessary knowledge that God possesses that he will create?
I don't think you know what I mean by ability here. Let's say I was determined, you know, necessarily, like, there's not a single day that passes that I don't go in my closet and smash an egg on the floor. Presumably, in virtue of the fact that I'm a human, I actually do have the capacity or ability to walk in my living room and put the spoon in the drawer, even if I'm determined to. I'm not saying that there's some possible, I'm not saying that there's some feasible world in which I don't actually, you know, go into.
I understand what you mean by dispositional.
Yeah,
right. It's a dispositional attribute, but does that dispositional attribute ever become an occurrent attribute?
No.
Okay, so if it's a dispositional attribute, only one. You can have a massive set of dispositional attributes that are never going to obtain.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
But if you have knowledge that one of those dispositional attributes becomes occurrent, and you know which one is going to be occurrent, then in what way do you say that the knowledge, that the having knowledge that one of those those dispositional attributes is going to become occurrent and go from potential to active? In what way do you say that, like, that occurrent world is not necessary?
Look, I understand what you're saying, but there's, like, I think we're kind of talking past each other. What I'm giving is a semantic thesis, and under what you mean by your words, what you're saying is true. But I'm saying that there's a semantic thesis that relates to a dispositional view of modality, and it states that what it means for something to possibly not have occurred just refers strictly to disposition. So sure, under your not taking that view, yes, it would be the case that this world is necessary, but I'm giving a different motivated account.
Is that disposition indexed toward the entity God or the subject God?
I'm not sure what you mean by that question. Does God have that disposition? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah. So is the disposition, is that attribute? So for example, like right now, I have a dispositional attribute that is not currently active. Let's just say I have the dispositional attribute of shooting a basketball, right? I have the ability in which I can shoot the basketball, but I'm not right now shooting the basketball.
Mm-hmm.
So that dispositional attribute, it is only represented within the subject being me,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so when you're talking about this sense of like modal dispositions, I'm trying to understand how are those dispositions directly related to the referent of God?
Directly related to the referent of God. I mean, I'm just interpreting that question to mean, does God actually have those dispositions?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to freaking jargon it up. Does God have?
No, you're good.
Yeah. I apologize.
Yes.
Does God possess the dispositional attributes?
Yes.
So
okay.
So that's how you get out of a case, and all you're saying there to get out of sectarianism is just that God has the disposition, just has the ability to do otherwise. Essentially,
I'm really not.
No, it's more than that.
I'm really not. I mean, there's a sense in which I'm not disagreeing with what they're saying, but there's an account of what it means for something to be possible that I actually think is very plausible. And given this account and the kind of semantic thesis that comes with it, it would be correct and like right to say that it is possible that I could not have existed. And then that's where you might have to make some other distinction, like in order to
and this is why you're equivocating. This is why you're equivocating on possibility.
I preface
in which you're saying possibility is not just about the deliberative process, but possibility is about just the very notion of the
possibility insofar as like there's some, I mean, this is going to be very vague and not actually how I would define it, but like you have some like initial conditions and some laws, and given those same initial conditions and laws, like other things can come about or something like that. Like that's not how I'm defining.
This is like
it is an equivocation.
This is directly related to like a reason why I'm a theistic evolutionist. So rather than dealing with every instance within the world, but that God just creates a type of world in which humanity obtains in the most natural way possible to where we can produce moral virtues, ethics, theoretical virtues, like things of that nature. It seems that would, like, the best type of world that would exist would be the world that that occurs purely through a naturalistic process. So if you have a situation where God...
Well, I'll just stop you right there. You're obviously way behind in the intellectual debate race, because if you haven't seen Kent Hovind, you wouldn't even incorporate evolution into your thinking.
I have his number in my phone from when I was a young Earth creationist.
Get his advice.
Yeah. But no, so it seems like if we take the notion that God creates initial world states, that initial world states is representing types of worlds that can obtain, and then the type of world that obtains is going to be the most parsimonious naturalistic world, and naturalistic there is just being applied not like naturalism, right, but naturalistic, to which we form gradually over time, which actually produces all of these things that we value, all of these things that are represented within our axiology.
Beautiful.
Because you could say, like, if God just snapped us into existence, then we've lost thousands of years of evolutionary progress, to which makes us who we are.
I would just say that can't happen because God can't snap.
I think Kaysen was asking the question that I had. Like,
Graham Oppie has entered the chat on omnipotence.
Because I think I agree with Kaysen, in the sense that God is this one world that God creates. It's not like, I'm not too sure. I'm not saying everything verbatim or saying it exactly. Well, I understood is that God is like this perfect knowledge, has this perfect world, this world that He does create. And it's not like, I'm not sure that is this other possible world that's being delivered upon, but just is this world. But I also understood Kaysen to say that maybe to not fall under like some kind of necessitarianism is he's invoking some kind of reason, which I'm understanding the reason to be like God. Like, if I must exist, right, then the reason to that God must not create would be like, and I think this is the part where I got lost.
Yeah, no, from what I heard, that sounded right.
But I meant the part I got lost is the reason why God shouldn't like to not fall under necessitarianism, right? What is being said here, that why God wouldn't create, can like choose to not create. What was the reason again?
Are you asking what was the reason why it doesn't fall under necessitarianism?
Like the reason you said to get out of it.
Yeah. There's like a different view on like what it even means for something to be like possible and necessary. And so even though it's the case that every single time you rewind the clock and this world actually comes about, God actually, like, whenever you say that God could have actually not created the world, or God could have actually not created this possible world, you're just referring to an actual ability that He has, even though him exercising this ability never obtained. And so in a sense you are agreeing with them, but you're taking on a different use of the language that I haven't given any motivations for, but I personally find plausible, and you're able to still meaningfully say that God could have not created the world.
So it's just a semantic thing?
Semantic distinction.
Yeah, it is.
I guess. I mean,
it might be hard to under.
No, I understand now, but it feels kind of underwhelming for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe I thought that'd be like some. I guess you just tell. It's all I understood. That. Maybe I'm wrong. It feels.
Bobby said, "I am unimpressed."
No, it's like you're just telling me that. Yeah, he's simply could choose not to for some reason. Maybe I'm misunderstanding that, but that's how I'm understanding that to be. Like, he could simply choose to not create.
I mean, like, to put it very vaguely, like, a lot of Christians probably conceive of God as like loving, and they think that He created this particular world and the people in it because of His gift of love. To again put it very vaguely, I know I'm like not putting this in a very good way. But basically, I would like to think that this thing isn't something that fluctuates. It's not something that changes. Like the gift to which we are supposedly receiving, it's not arbitrary on our end in terms of who receives this gift. But I do think that God possesses the.
See, I just like to.
I forget things fast. I do think that God possesses the ability to not have created this world, but just in virtue of who He is and His loving nature, it's not the case that He would have. It's not the case that He would have not chosen to create this world.
It's literally.
Yeah, for me, it's like I just like to think of it as like we are God's favorite batch of humans. So that's
But
it.
John, I think John, you said something interesting earlier that Coco. I don't think Coco got an answer to, and the fact that you're not like I know you don't hold to Adam and Eve being the case, but let's just hypothetically for this. You're saying that God chose the world where Adam and Eve is the best possible versions of themselves.
Well, I think Adam and Eve are the best possible representations of humanity. So there's a sense in which, like, again, if we're applying the principle of the Genesis narrative, there's a sense in which any one of us, given the opportunity, would have chosen the same action every single time.
Interesting.
So
you were a Calvinist, John?
No, it's not a Calvinist. It's just given the nature.
That sounds like a lot like total depravity to me.
Oh no, that's not total depravity at all.
Yeah, that sounds like Alvin Platinga.
That has nothing to do.
I thought total depravity was the idea that in any possible world there will always be at least one agent who cannot fail to sin. At least
in any possible world, there will always be one agent who cannot fail to sin.
There will always be one agent who
Alvin
sin is like
Platinga's.
necessary.
Yeah, that would be Alvin Platinga's transworld depravity concept.
Oh, that's not. Sorry, you're not talking total depravity. You're talking transworld depravity.
Transworld depravity.
Oh.
Have you guys heard of the new argument for atheism? It's called the problem of bought by blood.
Transworld depravity is that.
It's kind of man.
All Plantinga wants to say there is that's a logically possible state of affairs.
Yeah.
So there's a logically possible state of affairs where
Why are you running from his argument,
these worlds
John?
are.
I just decided to mute up. I didn't want to.
Am I done with what?
I asked John why he's running from Forrest's argument.
What argument?
Was I like imagining that shit?
What?
So confused now. Stop.
Yeah, Forrest was never up here. Forrest
was never up here.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I don't know. I said an argument for atheism.
I don't know what. Here's what I know is not the case. There is no argument in which Forrest has presented that I've ever run from. So, Forrest and I are chill, and I don't even think Forrest would affirm that proposition. Oh, here, let me show you. Let me show you guys this really quick. Here.
Do you think
Coco,
the fact that we use the restroom
screen that is large?
Oh, you're running again.
Say what?
Can I have a screen that's large?
Yeah.
Yes, just the large screen.
Oh goodness.
Did you just say that you want Coco to make you big?
Okay, ready? All right, can you see?
Oh my goodness.
What's
Here,
that?
I'll even put it. So this is the thing I'm editing right now for Steel.
Okay.
But it was me and him.
What the hell?
It was me and him playing Arc Raiders, and what happened was we were getting pushed by an Arc, which is this massive, like mechanical robot thing, but we were also getting pushed by another team. And so you can see down here, muted 316. He is dead. He is almost dead. He's that little red bar there. It's shrinking by the second, and so this is what ends up happening. I'll turn up my volume.
I'm confused. You made this or wait, what? Say what? I'm confused. What it is we're watching? I heard your explanation, but like, what are you editing?
Yeah, it's a video game.
I know, but like,
So-
what about it are you editing it? And like, what for?
Oh. Say that one more time. I'm so sorry.
What about it are you editing, and what for? I didn't hear that.
Oh, he's editing it because he wants Big John Steele to like him more.
No. Just to post in our Discord. So I've joined as a co-host with John Steele.
A co-host to what?
His
The show.
his channel.
His like YouTube channel? His
Yeah. One sec.
Some TikTok thing.
Off. Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
Love you.
We got both of them.
Why is this not playing? One sec. This should play.
Wait, like I'm in Minecraft and I'm finding a bunch of like iron and coal everywhere. Sorry, that's kind of random.
Okay, I found it.
John, I
There
don't
we
know if I've told you this, but you're my favorite John out of the two.
I had to reopen. Ready? Here we go.
Here, come over here. Come over here. Just get on this side of the wall. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Might not make it. Come on, boy. Might not make it.
Yo, who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?
He's a good boy.
Oh my gosh. Go the other way. Go the other way. Run.
You're gonna get sniped. I'm gonna get sniped.
Wait, there's a door. I found a door.
I know.
Get in, get in, get in. Jeez.
Just watch.
Oh my gosh.
I'll never look back down.
A few moments later.
I can't believe I got out of that alive, man. That's crazy. Because there was 3 of them right on me. I was only saved by you guys.
Oh, no. Bad people. Oh! It's the turret. Ow. Jeez.
Hidden ass turret too, man.
Holy frick, I started to breach a car and it breached my anus.
Wait, don't help him up. Don't help him yet. Hold on, don't help him up.
No, help me out.
Wait, ready? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?
I'm staying right here.
Come on, who's a good boy?
No.
Who's a good boy?
No.
Come on, who's a good boy?
I'm a good boy.
Come on, who's a good? You're a good boy.
What in the world? Well, there's that.
Say what?
Well, there's that.
Do you guys have like a gaming channel or something? What are you getting this video for?
Well, so he has a gaming channel that he does for his Discord occasionally, and he's gonna upload this in there. But
That's fire.
anyway,
What game is that?
it's called Arc Raiders. It's the new hot thing, and it's
Pretty
fantastic.
fire.
Okay.
Yeah, imagine Fortnite, but you're actually able to talk to your enemies, and it's
Really?
like 1,000 times more harder.
Oh.
You can talk to the enemies? That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it creates some interesting conversations for sure.
That's crazy, bro.
Does it get as bad as a Call of Duty lobby?
Yes.
There's a new game mode out in Fortnite like that, and I love it. It got me back to playing Fortnite.
Yeah. In fact, I'm actually gonna hop off here and go play more of that game right now.
Okay.
So,
Your own.
but Coco,
Yeah.
keep your DMs open, because we're gonna have a test. All right.
Yeah, they're always open.
Bye.
Alright, see you, Coco. I'm leaving too.
Okay. I'll see
later.
you around. I'll be here for a little bit. I'm doing something on Minecraft. I'm trying to investigate this cave. I'm pretty sure there's a zombie spot. You know those boxes that have the zombies in them, and it's like a zombie spawning thing. I don't know if you guys know what that is. I'm trying to find the zombie spawning thing in this cave. That's what I'm looking for.
Are you serious? Were you actually like? Were you trolling about the whole joining the military bit?
Oh no, I was like sort of dead ass actually, low key. Cause like I have two options. I could get my life together and keep doing the social media thing and see if it takes off, and then maybe save money and like go back to college and do something, or fuck it, like join the military, get free college, travel the world, and do some like job in there. I considered it like months before.
I'm just saying, Coco, you're not allowed.
Wait.
I'm not. I forbid it.
Like, will you be mad at me if I do it?
Yeah, I would be really mad at you.
Darn.
What do you think? I mean, I think for me, like, it seems to me the case like it just you don't know what you want to do, right? Like you don't, and I think that's fair because I don't think you're born with like manuals on how to like, oh man, I'm gonna choose to do this,
Yeah.
right? But it doesn't seem to be the case that you want to go into the military because you're trying to like figure yourself out. It could be the case that you could just join the military and still gonna be the same person. You just have like extra money.
Yeah.
Like if money was just the goal, right? Maybe then you could just do like a trade and just like get some, like if like because I'm not too sure if you want to go to the military because the goal is to like figure yourself out or just to get money, right?
It's more so like I've looked at trades and I'm not really interested in anything, and I don't really have like a purpose, and I'm kind of like I'm not doing anything and I'm kind of bored, so I'm like,
Well, I mean, I don't really
Have
care
you
much
looked
about the
into?
purpose. I
Have
don't
you
really,
looked into electrical work?
not really, but like I don't
I
really
guess
think
I feel like that would be kind of. You seem like that would be kind of up your alley.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe I'm
It's
not.
good money too.
Yeah, I think Plum's right. Electrical work is good money, but maybe I'm not too convinced about this whole like purpose talk because
Hold on a sec, Bobby. What do you think you're going to do in the military, Coco? As a job?
If I get a high enough score on the ASVAB, I drive.
I'm saying, like, what type of jobs do you think that people in the military do?
There's a variety
while they're
of
in the military.
things. Like
yeah, the
like
thing that they do mostly is trades.
Oh, okay.
Like, there are military electricians, there are military builders, there are military welders, like military electronics repair technicians, which is what I did.
I was thinking
Welding is really good money, especially like you could get welding down under your belt, and there's cool shit that you can do like underwater welding. I knew a guy who was like, I'm gonna do that, and it's pretty cool. So there's all kinds of stuff that you can do as far as trades go. You just don't sign your life away.
I might be wrong, but I'm determined Coco to be saying to me is like, hey, I'm lost. I'm not too sure what I want to do. And I don't know because I felt, I think maybe, I don't know how old you guys are at least. But I've definitely felt that way. I feel like I think just talking to my brother, like it feels like I just kind of even though like now I'm an accountant and that's what I do, but I feel like I just did it almost by virtue of like just being told to do it, right? Now, I feel like if I could go back in time, I would have taken more. If I was to go back in time, I told myself to like explore more, do more, like play more music. Like then again, I grew up in like we're like strict Nigerian, but I actually like I think your household is more chill than me because even though it seems like you both have Nigerian parents, it seems like your parents are just a lot more like Americanized than me, probably. Because mine were like really like stereotypical, like especially my dad. So he didn't really allow for any kind of like creativity. So it's one of those things. So like it's like yeah, even if I was to go back in time, I probably wouldn't do accounting. If it was just for the sake of money, maybe if I go back in time, I'd probably have done like something like IT or something. So it's like I guess my bit is like if you just like maybe as Plum or Sage said, if you're just gonna go into join the military just for the sake of like money, then you could just skip straight to this. You could just skip straight to the trade or whatever, and just like save money, like work and save money after a while. But if you want to, maybe if you really want to do the military, that's not about the military. That just it's you're passionate about it. It's your calling. Then you should probably do that. But if there's no passion behind it and just money wise, then just find some trade and just get money that way. I guess. I don't know, like but I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing the military. I guess.
I was
But
thinking, I forklift drive for like certain companies, and like yeah, if I get a certain score on the ASVAB, I could do forklift driving, and then. But yeah, I have a cousin who went in recently who just fills the flyer jets with gasoline.
Nice.
But
I actually almost joined the Navy. In fact, when I was younger, I was 23, I think, but I ended up not doing it because I wasn't really into the notion of. Yeah, I didn't really enjoy the idea of signing my life away under George Bush, because it was that time. It was during that time, so yeah, like, nah, hard pass.
Yeah, you guys. I don't even remember any of that. You guys.
Also,
I'm
recently,
fucking old.
George Bush's VP passed away, and like low key, when you read about the stuff he's done, it's kind of like good
Cheney?
riddance. Yeah.
Oh, Cheney? Fuck yeah, good riddance. Fuck that man. It was horrible.
Yeah. We should not have been in the Iraq War whatsoever.
Nope.
It was based off of a lie.
It was indeed. Yeah, I remember all that. That's when I kind of gained awareness as far as politics go. Because I'm an old lady.
Okay. Goku, I mean, if this is like your passion, like a podcast, like creating a podcast or some kind of social media figure around this kind of topics, like kind of like what Dean does with politics, right? I think you should. I mean, you could still do this or find ways to like make this like you could like get like kind of like how people like get like a job to fund their actual hobbies or their actual passions, right? Like kind of like how Lewis, Lewis is also an accountant, but he work, and now he's like funding his whole whole game company, which is his actual passion. You can just kind of like do something like that. Like if all right, you're not sure what you want to do, but this is something that you actually like to do, right? Then just like, all right, well, I mean, you could maybe it helps maybe just to sit down one night, just take a sit, go for a walk, sit down, get it like a pen and paper, and just write down like 50 stuff that you like to do.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, and then narrow those 50 to like 30, and then narrow it down to like top 10. Maybe get some criteria based on like feasibility, like finance, like likability, like what you like future stuff, right? Just at least get like a working list going. They can look like something that's tangible they can look at, and then once you have this list, you can like kind of deliberate. But once you say, all right, you choose one of these 10s, stick to it, and then you can actually use the funds to like fund your actual hobby, which is like learning, kind of like on what's that one dude, the the apologetics. That's also an IT guy, but he like does likes to like he went back to school just for apologetics.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could just like you could do multiple shits. All right.
I think
But
it's
yeah,
his
as
name
far
is
as feeling,
Chris.
yeah, Garrett, I think. But as far as feeling lost, man, I definitely, especially I think at your age, is definitely the case. Cause I think the only like key difference like between me and you is the fact that like my parents was probably a lot more like pushy and more forceful about making me, about me doing something.
Yeah.
But
Bored and lost.
yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Just take your time with it. Yeah, I think I am definitely with Plum and Sage. And hey, if like, especially someone that's in the military like Sage, like if you must do the military, like just make sure you're doing it for the reasons that is there. I just think if it's just monetary, I think if it's just monetary reasons, you could probably just like do like a trade job or something.
Wait,
Like,
Sage, how was it? Did you like it? Wonder if you liked it, like doing the military thing.
No, I did not.
Oh, you hated it? Wait, okay, wait, expand.
Yes, I did.
Wait,
man,
so,
a few words.
Like, give us like best things and worst things.
But best you could do is 10 words, Coco.
Give us like, hey.
I'm a little busy doing some soldering at the moment, so.
Okay, no, you're totally good. Maybe some other time. I'd like to know like what are the pros and cons. But no,
was with a chick who was in the army, and she hated every bit of it. First off, like she couldn't stand it, and she was kind of miserable because you sign a contract and you're basically stuck. That you're in it until your contract's up. And yeah, she was miserable. She hated every bit of it, and the money was okay. She had bought a house at like 29, but there's also the fact that she was fucking miserable. So
okay,
yeah.
Well, miserable but bought a house. Oh shit. Miserable but bought a house. I mean, that's fucking crazy.
But she did buy a house, but she also like hated getting up and going to work every day at 4 in the morning or 3 in the morning or whatever she had to get up.
Yeah, because I feel like if it's just for monetary reasons, man, you could probably find a better a chill job that would just, especially right now since you like don't have to pay rent, you could just stack.
Yeah, you could
save up.
Yeah, save up and
then use
get yourself a nice little nest egg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I could have done that, I would have. If I could do it over again, I would have done that, personally.
And when it comes to like finding like not being lost, I don't think it's not something that just changes overnight. To be passionate about something, it's kind of like, remember when you were very excited about the day of debate?
Yeah.
You can't even when the that general kind of high goes off. It's kind of like relationships, right?
Yeah.
Like when you first get into a relationship, that like honeymoon phase is like so strong. So that high like it feels like it's gonna go in for like maybe like a year or two, but then maybe like not too sure how long your longest relationship, right? But eventually it comes to a point where like, especially when you like I'm 30, right? So all my friends, they're like, I mean, I don't think all of my friends are married. Some have kids, but they have like, yeah, they do live together with their partner, right? So there just comes a point where like you have to like your partner for who they are. It's not always gonna be for like excitement, and you can. I mean, you said it before. I think you said it before. You used. I think you said your in your whole phase right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that you get you're worried that you might get bored and stuff like that, or some shit like that. I don't know.
Definitely
Kinda
in her phase.
yeah.
Definitely want to hook up more with people.
But if you treat like your passion is the same way, right? You might run into the same problem because like I think you really got something with the day of debates, but you have to treat it with that same high. That's when you're excited about. That same high you're excited about, but and then just keep at it like seeing ways to like take it bigger, better, learn some new editing or do that social media stuff to promote or whatever. Right. It's kind of like GT, like just like when I came on the app, she was just kind of like a couple thousands, but now she's like 500,000. So it's like sometimes you just gotta do. I guess the best way to put it, you just gotta do it for the love of the game. You just gotta simply do shit simply for the love of the game, and eventually that'll take you somewhere. Like I remember back in the days, I used to like listen to. Like it's funny because sometimes I'd be on TikTok because I've spent so much of my time focused on building my career that I feel like I haven't actually focused on stuff that I like to do. Especially now that I have more free time. But I focus on that when I like scroll through TikTok and see people just being themselves, just doing what they like to do. I think I really kind of like low key envy that because sometimes I feel like I should start doing more of what I like to do, but like I don't know, like part of me is just not there yet. Maybe because I'm more focused on trying to do this other thing. But I have other responsibilities that I gotta take care of. That's probably why. But if I feel like I didn't have as much responsibilities, I'll probably I don't know, be like, what's the word for it? Just playing around with different shit. I don't know, maybe doing, especially if your parents are cool with it. Because my parents wasn't as cool with a lot of things. But if your parents was cool with it, yeah, just like legitimately just play around with stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, try different things.
Yeah. Because I have this very feeling that if you throw yourself into the military, I don't know, like someone like you, if you throw yourself into the military, you might just be better just listening to Plum and Sage and just finding the trade, because I know you're just gonna do it because you need some shit, but like it might just be right now. Man, make more sense just to like write down a list of shit, just like 50 shit that you want to do, and then just keep narrowing that shit down, and really like, think about some criteria and some shit,
Yeah, I feel what you're saying. Yeah. Louise.
What's up?
Not much. I'm bored. It's nighttime.
You should pray the Our Father in the Apostles' Creed.
Say what?
Pray the Our Father in the Apostles' Creed and say, "Dear Jesus, thank you for today. Thank you for everything."
My recent addiction, by the way, are these stupid little sticker scenes. Like, it starts out completely blank and turns into cool stuff with a whole bunch of stickers. So that's my current obsession.
Oh, awesome!
Yeah.
I used to
Go
pray
to Capybara Farm.
I used to pray to God, but I'm kind of like over that phase.
Was that a comment? Was that a comment to Big Block, baby?
Yeah, like I'm not sure I really want to pray any Catholic prayers anytime soon. But yeah.
You should. I think you should pray to Jesus Christ the next 7 days at night and in the morning. Say the Our Father, to the Apostles' Creed,
Hard pass,
and then pray to Jesus Christ wholeheartedly.
Drink bleach.
Jesus, I don't think it's that deep, but all right.
Okay. But no,
I think I'm with Coco.
I've already done that. I did that for a huge portion of my life.
You did what?
I was Catholic. I prayed a lot.
You're like a cradle Catholic?
What do you mean by cradle Catholic?
Like from the cradle.
What does that mean? Oh, like from birth?
Yeah, like from the beginning, like you've been in there, or you were there.
I was raised Catholic, yeah.
Yeah, no, I get that too. No, I was a cradle Catholic too, for sure. But you know, you just got to be reborn again.
Yeah.
You know? I know, but you know, just got to be born again. That's all.
Yeah.
You'll get the Holy Spirit inside of you, and everything will make sense.
Maybe, but anyone got anything else, or is that it? We gotta call it a night.
You need to download my build. I've been telling you that. We just released a huge update today.
Oh, okay. I'll probably check
Yeah.
it. I'll probably check it tomorrow because I'm off all day tomorrow.
Let's go. I'll be back on here.
Yeah. Okay. But honestly, with that, I don't really got anything else. There's still 20 people in here. That's crazy.
No.
Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate
Who
it.
else live? Can anyone tell us who else is live? We should do a raid since there's like
Bobby should do
so many
one.
people with it.
I used to do that. I used to do like
Bobby should do one like right after.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
Wait, Plum, do you know what we should
Don't
do?
end yet. What should we do?
Tiny's live and lettuce.
Tiny's live and who?
And lettuce.
Lettuce. Yeah. Okay. Send me an invite because I think I unfollowed Tiny for reasons.
Why? Why'd you unfollow him?
I'm not gonna air dirty laundry on here, but I'll chat with you on Discord.
Okay, bet. Okay, so that's probably where I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to Tiny's live, and yeah, I'm gonna be seeing things tonight.
Coco,
But yes, lots of lettuce.
think about it. Like legit. Like it's so weird being lost. I'm not too sure how much you care, but think about the list of 50 like actual reasons why you're doing shit.
Yeah,
It's just
I think yeah, I'll kind of like
Like
wait.
don't.
Of course, the accountant is going to tell you to make a list. It's probably going to tell you to attach values to them too,
Fucking
and add them all up.
No, just try your
God damn accountants.
try your best not to like. I don't know, like if I could go back to my younger self, just try your best not to like let go with the wind, but like feel like that's the word I'm looking for. Like Lewis, I think like me, one thing I could probably relate to Lewis is that Lewis has this like strong conviction about life, of like what he wants to do, what he needs to do, that sense of purpose.
Yeah.
But it doesn't come so easily to everyone. But I think it's something that you can train, like a muscle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, for me, yeah, I've kind of got into. Okay, wait, I don't want to be like depressing or anything. I don't want to depress you guys, but yeah, like
I've already been
You're
there.
not. You're
I've
among
already been
friends.
there.
Shut up.
Okay, so like,
been there.
I don't know. Yeah, like I'm a bit like. Okay, this is gonna sound weird, but I've thought about. I've legit thought about praying, and like I've been kind of like sad and depressed, sort of, and like I don't know what I'm doing with my life. Like people figure out like what their purpose is. Like some people were like kids and they were like, I'm gonna be a doctor, and like they just stuck with that until like they turn 30 and they're like a surgeon or something. But
So
that's
can I ask you something?
yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 27.
27.
You still smell like your mom's vagina.
No, seriously, you're still really young. I think. So I'm 34, about to be 35, and I'm still young. I felt lost even knowing that I had a career pretty much up until like 3 years ago or 4 years ago when I started this company. But before then, I would say, despite believing in God and having faith and praying, I felt completely lost. Like I didn't know where I belonged. People thought I was supposed to be a pastor, but I didn't want to be a pastor. And I didn't feel called to be a pastor. I knew there was something else for me, right? And so I kind of wandered for over a decade longer actually, and just did accounting because it was what I could do and I was good at. Like just I could just do it, but it wasn't something that I like loved. So like there'd be nights I was like, I remember my first accounting job, to be honest with you, is like I just, I mean, it sounds crazy that I would think this, but it was so heavy because it was like tax season, like 12-hour days every day. I literally wanted to unalive because I was just so lost in doing things I hated. Like that's just the honest truth. But I just want you to, I'm saying that because I just want you to know that it's normal to feel like this sense of being lost. And I will tell you, even now that I quote unquote found my thing, some days I still feel lost because there's decisions that I have to make or things go wrong and I'm like, oh wait, okay, is this really where I'm supposed to be? Because it should be easier. It should have turned out this way. So I just kind of want to just share that with you because I understand, dude. Like, I don't know that anybody knows.
Yeah, no, Coco. I think, and I think, to be honest with you, we're all, and not this feeling that you have. I think this whole idea that you looking at, one thing, sometimes I feel, Coco, like when I talk to you, I feel like you look very impressionable sometimes. I don't know why,
Yeah.
but like I don't know. It just gives. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but it feels like it. But yeah, this idea of being lost is very like I'm still lost, but I do understand. Like again, I think these are muscles that you can work out. Like this sense of like even like when I think I see people doing stuff like on TikTok, I think that this is stuff that only work because you try to make it work, right? And
Yeah.
the more you convince yourself, like say, hey, this is good. Like, hey, I'm happy that I'm doing this, and especially if it's something that you actually enjoy, the more you enjoy. Kind of like the debates, right? When you enjoy, like, send that shit up the blogs, and you don't even when it feels like the high is kind of gone, but you keep doing it, and because you know that eventually something's gonna pay off, or you just keep that passion. I think that's what matters. Because yeah, I mean, it's very easy. It's really, it legitly is very easy to feel lost. And I'm not. I think it might be the case that some people just got that shit figured out right off the gate, like right off the womb, shit. Like since they were like
Hmm.
5.
Like
Could be the case that's, but I don't think
boom.
most people are
But
like
that's
that.
the minority.
Yeah,
That's a very
that's
small
a very
minority.
small. I think most people are just kind of like figuring things out.
Yeah, like for example, when I was a kid, I really wanted to be a veterinarian. Then I actually went to job shadow as a veterinarian, and I was like, I can't fucking do this shit. And then I was kind of lost. But I'm 40 now, and I still don't know what the fuck I'm doing with my life. So you still have a lot of time ahead of you. So just kind of use that time, and you don't have anybody holding you don't have any obligations holding you down. So just
Like
kind
legit,
of
yeah.
explore yourself.
Legitly use this chance that you're just like doing shit to explore. That's it. Just have fun.
Mm-hmm.
Write that
Well,
list.
I'd say like just allocate some time, like maybe like during your week, and just like sit down, like turn off TikTok, turn off games, turn off everything,
Yeah,
and sort of like just explore like what are like potentially some things that you're interested in, and just go explore, like
for sure.
just detach. Because dude, like I haven't been on here as much because I realized I was losing some focus on like my game stuff and all that, and so like I've been trying to do less and less of this because I realize like it's affecting me in a different way in my real life. So that's something like I perceive from you. Like I get really attached to like this type of environment. I feel like you're similar. You have a similar personality. We all do because we're on here all the time. But I would say like detach from it and like sort of don't don't feel the need to come on here all the time if you need some time to just like kind of sit back and think about what you need to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's addicting. I mean, that's why we're all on here all the time. But dude, you're a good dude, I can tell. And if you feel like praying, like I know you're like in between like I don't believe and I believe, just do whatever. Like just
Yeah, do
put
it.
yourself out there.
You just look. If like, honestly, if like sometimes it's kind of weird. I will pray, even as someone that is like don't really know if God is even there listening or not. maybe it's because of how I grew up, the nature of like how we grew up and stuff like that. Maybe it's just to say, hey, if there is some luck out there that could that could help me, let it be. I mean, I come out the prayer. I come out the prayer knowing that at the end of the day, I still need to do the action, do the thing. But like sometimes it helps. It's like picking up a 4-leaf clover. Maybe it's just like maybe it might be superstitions. It might be like a psychological trick that's going on there. Maybe some psychological coping, but I don't think
Well,
I don't think that's wrong.
no, it's good. It's good for like. So what I do, Coco, like I was like, obviously I believe in God, but like like I said, I'll turn everything off. I'll literally go to my couch sometimes and just sit there in silence and just like that's one of the things that most people can't do is sit alone in silence because they feel the need to have somebody or something or there's like this dependency. But when you sit in silence, you can really see who you are with no distractions. And I feel like it's healthy because it even helps you realize like that you need to center yourself in some areas of your life. So like for me, it really helps me center myself and kind of realize like at the end of the day, at least for me, I feel like in the end, things are going to be okay if I'm able to just center myself and move forward like step by step, whatever situation I may be facing. I gotta be very vulnerable right now. This is very personal, but I mean, I need about $1 million to get this thing where it needs to go. And what comes into my mind is like, I'm not good enough. I'm still that poor kid in my head that, his dad left him. I'm
Bro,
still that kid that doesn't like, there's all sorts of things that go
Louis,
through my
I'm
mind.
looking up to you, bro, and don't say that shit. Like,
No, well, I'm being very vulnerable with you guys because I'm human like y'all. I'm very human but here's the thing, Bobby, because I'm vulnerable when I'm by myself, I'm able to be strong when I
mm,
wake up in the morning because I let it out, right?
yeah,
I look at myself in the mirror and I say, this is who you are, but we can move from this is who you are to this is who you can become tomorrow morning. And it's a very healthy thing to do, So um there's no such thing as it's gonna always feel right. It's always gonna feel good. Even doing what I do now, I love it. Like I've been staying out just creating characters and all that. But there's some days I'm like, man, this is depressing, you know?
yeah.
Um and it's never gonna stop, Coco. I hate to say that, but it's just the human experience of trying to find meaning. And then for me, like I said, I'm not saying for y'all, this is for me. That's why I find grounding in God and in his nature and who he is for me. Because I just can't seem to find that fulfillment um all the way, right? Like there's something there that's just not, And I'm being very, very vulnerable with you guys just so you can see kind of like maybe it's helpful in one way or another, like knowing that we're just all human and we're just trying to figure things out,
Yeah, no,
right?
no. I've been. I think I said this already, but actually, for the first time in my career, I actually got fired about a week or so ago, and that actually made me feel a little lost and numb. And actually, I was technically even before then, I was kind of lost and numb, but it definitely hit even harder
Yeah.
on that being the first time. Um, and it's one of those things where, like I said, I had to kind of remind myself that these are emotions, right? I had to sit down and remind myself it's all emotions that's just flowing through me right now. And as long as I like that muscle that I stay focused and stay consistent, tell myself, hey, everything's gonna be all right. Because things will be all right, as long as you're locked in. You gotta pray. Yeah, but I think being lost, like I don't like accounting, to be honest. I don't think I really care much for accounting. I'm actually been thinking about trying different things, maybe in accounting, recruiting, doing some more people facing stuff. But I'm dabbling, maybe to do some more other stuff that's more my speed. Because I realized I did a lot of the reason I did accounting was almost because I was told to. I was kind of like good at mathematics, But it should use this time to like have fun, man. Like play around. Like I tell my little bro, just like look, because where I grew up is pretty rough with my parents. But I tell my bro, look, I'm gonna give you a little different, raise you a little differently than how like dad raised us and shit. So I'm gonna support whatever you want to do as long as you understand what you want to do. You know, you take some time. And I was surprised, bro. Really took some time to like write some shit down. You know, he wrote some shit down. He thought on some shit. And he did some shit. Like it was like he was more of a go getter than I was at that age. Like he's still sticking to it. I'm like, okay, bro's locked in. So just try like. I know one thing that you keep saying is like you repeat this a lot, which is you don't know what will happen if it's like TikTok shit doesn't work, right? But I think what you should be saying is like this TikTok shit will work. It's gonna take some time, but it will work. But meantime, as long as I stay locked in, I stay focused, it's gonna work. But in the meantime, while you're doing that, you could just like amass cash and shit. I don't know. You should be more like shit. You should be more like, I don't know, Tosh or some shit like that. I don't know, Tosh is a good example, actually. I mean, you should talk to Tosh at this point. I feel like you and Tosh go. Even though I feel like when I talk to Tosh, I'm not really like learning anything, but he does make you feel good and motivated, man. So it's some shit.
What are you struggling with?
None, but also like I should probably go to sleep and yeah, meet me and Plumber. Gonna head somewhere.
Oh, Lewis, I'll probably DM you.
But yeah, let's go.
I'll probably DM you later to see if everything aligns. I haven't got the chance to do that yet, but I'll probably DM you in a bit if that's still
Sounds
there.
good. Okay, but yeah, I'll see you guys around.
All right.
Yeah, have a good one.
Later.
Peace. I'll be in Tiny's live.